Thank you to everyone for joining us in person in our live stream for today's budget hearings. I'm Blake Davy, the Board of Regents Finance Chair. Might be my second or third time doing this. I'm not sure exactly. And I will preside over today's meeting. Regent Solomon is not with us today. He's somewhere much more comfortable than Baton Rouge, Louisiana in September. He had previously scheduled a trip out of the country, and he'll be with us for our October board meetings next month. As everyone knows, the budget is one of the most critical discussions in higher education. Each year, this hearing allows the board to ask questions and gain insights in the needs and resources allocated to each of our 4 public college and university systems. This meeting directly informs the budget requests that we make each year. As you know, the board's budgetary responsibility is both constitutional and statutory, as delineated on this slide we have right here. Let's see if it's coming up soon. Any minute now.
Right.
The authority to approve the budget is specifically granted to the board under revised statute 3932.1, which states the budget proposals are subject to approval by regents as well as the individual management boards. And we know that our constitutional authority goes to the master plan and to help oversee and help us all work together to make Louisiana a better higher education environment. So today we'll hear from each system about their future needs and the potential impact of budget reductions in next year's budget. That is the focus of our discussion today. We got some new information on admissions. So some of the financial stuff was kind of dire on paper that we had to get ready for today, but we did have a little shot in the arm with an increase in admissions this fall. And I think every system across the board. Tomorrow we will receive and consider approval of the current fiscal year 2024-2025 operating budgets. So over these 2 days, we're working on budgets for 2 fiscal years. And our first guest here, thank you, the Commissioner for Division of Administration Taylor Barras from Governor Jeff Landry's office. As you may have heard, there are lots of discussions right now regarding the state of Louisiana's budget and a potential tax reform and how that affects higher education and other parts of the state that are protected. I'm pleased that we have a real partner and supporter navigating our budgets, like Commissioner Taylor Barras. He's from my neck of the woods in Acadiana, and we go way back. I didn't even know this, but we found out, we were talking a few years ago when he was Speaker of the House, that he worked at the LNB Perkins branch here in Baton Rouge with my dad as his underling. I don't know, what, 50 years ago, probably.
We can't count. Let me just say I was a sophomore at LSU at the time.
My dad tells a story about the bank. Color TVs were important. They're really expensive. And the bank had to go repossess an RV in like Arizona. And my dad really wanted to have a color TV. He was newly married, he had me as a young child, and they couldn't find someone to go get the RV. And he said, I'll do it for $500. And he went, he got the RV and repoed it back and got a TV. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry for that aside. Thank you, Commissioner Barras, for being here.
Absolutely.
Please tell us the state of the union. So
That's a mouthful. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to visit with you. And first off, let me compliment Regents and your staff. We have already partnered on a couple of initiatives. One real exciting one, as you may have heard and understood, the deferred maintenance effort that the legislature was cooperative with in giving us money we could allocate amongst the systems to address their $2 billion backlog of deferred maintenance. So it's a shot in the arm in the right direction. We have already facilities planning and has already received all the cooperative endeavor agreements back from each of the systems. All systems on go. So as projects become shovel ready, and we have a few that are, the goal for the legislature when we do our 6-month report in March is that we're already spending their money. So that's the goal. And so far we seem to be on track, but thank you for your support. I think that means a lot to every campus that's going to be touched by it. What I wanted to share a little bit with you today, and this is, changing daily as we continue to work forward. When Governor Landry laid out his goals and his 3 top considerations during his campaign and even at his inauguration speech were education, economic development, and of course, the crime and criminal justice situation. Focused on those three pretty heavily. Economic development touches so many parts, which includes higher ed. When we say a remake of the Department of Economic Development, it will truly be that over the next 12 months on how we approach recruiting and retaining students and hopefully building the industries around that. So economic development playing a huge role in that going forward. And of course, as you well know, the matchup to that is we can be very successful in recruiting, and maintaining companies, but we need the workforce to match up to that. And that's where you all play such a critical role in that effort. You know, I think from a higher ed perspective, and you know, y'all know because y'all are frontline and you know, the armchair quarterbacking of what's wrong with our you know, higher ed system, and we have too many campuses, and how do we afford them all, and you know, we're graduating the wrong kind of people, and those kinds of things. Well, that's, you know, 100 years of development of a system that, you know, quite frankly, until social media came on the scene, you had to dig deep to find stories about higher ed universities. Now, compliments of the internet, you know, you get that more than you care to read most of the time. So I think our communication world as it relates to the successes and the failures of different aspects of government are so much more highlighted, you know, in and around the social media component. But, you know, when you think about how do we retain Louisiana students, you know, I have one son. He was a product of LSU. He came up working as a student, doing digital media videography work for LSU football. By sheer accident, an athlete that got recruited to do videography work. He was intending to be a business major, which was my hope. And he ended up with an undergrad and graduate degree in sports marketing and sports management. But today, fast forward, you know, graduated college in 2011, graduate degree in 2013. You know, 11 years later, he sits in Frisco, Texas, working for a data management company that builds data centers around the country. He flies all over the country. Again, you know, could he have replicated that job in Louisiana, you know, 7, 8 years ago when he relocated? Likely not. We don't have those type companies yet. But he called me the other day and said, what's happening along I-20 in Louisiana? All of a sudden, we're getting inquiries about, we'd maybe like to build a data center somewhere along I-20 in Louisiana. I'm like, come on, dude, bring them on. We'll take them. So he was asking me about power and who are the power companies. I'm like, look at you, you're really working for you. So all else failed, you can get a sports management degree and work in digital media in Dallas. So when people say degrees don't match up, sometimes it works for the best, but he is been quite successful, and they have done some incredible work with the data center world, which is fascinating to me. So when you're putting something in a cloud, you're keeping my son employed. So it's a good thing. A little bit about, you know, that whole retaining students and where we think our tax structure has maybe not inflicted the pain that we're feeling, but it's sure not helping in the recruiting. And when you talk about the way we're going to approach this next budget cycle, what gets all of the press is the potential shortfall. Rightfully so, it's a concern. The legislature has talked about it considerably already. Just to give you a snapshot of what we estimate that to likely be, we will have an REC meeting in December. We'll see what the final numbers produce, but the projections at this point are, of course, you know, with the anticipation of the 0.45 in sales tax set to sunset next June 30th, June 30th of 25. That potentially has a price tag to it in the $400 million range. If you let that sunset, so that immediately affects the state general fund to the negative of plus or minus $400 million. When we did our 5-year projection update to the Joint Budget Committee in August, which we're required to do every August, based on the June 30th financial ratings, that shortfall for next fiscal year came down to about the $366 million range, which was goodness at that point. Some of our collections continued to exceed projections by some small margins. But I quickly need to add to that, and you can appreciate it. K through 12 funding, particularly as it relates to teacher salary, normally included in the BSC resolution that's sent to the legislature every session. In this particular session, the legislature decided not to adopt a resolution. They gave the one-time stipend again in this budget, but they did include it in the resolution, which means it doesn't recur. So if they choose to do another teacher stipend, fund the high dose tutoring that was included and some specialty pay for the hard to hire subject areas, that adds a $240 million price tag to that 366 million number I just gave you. So you're quickly approaching the $600 million deficit range. In addition to that, I mean, we have not received any department budgets. They will start coming to us in the division in late November. So we'll see what the department's requests are. Their marching orders are to find efficiencies, see where you can trim parts of your budget as you present. Whether we like it or not, February 28th is the last possible day for me to present the governor's executive budget to the legislature. I'll talk a little bit more about how that strangely fits into the calendar. If you do have a special session, if things do get put on the ballot, those kinds of things we'll talk about in a minute. But likely I will be presenting at least a $600 million shortfall of a budget on February 28th. I think the potential to that could get in the $800, $900 million range, depending on department requests. We have 4 significant pending lawsuits that could or could not go our way. That potential price tag is probably close to 150 to 200 million, depending on the court's decisions. One around ITEP, one about bar closure during COVID, believe it or not, which has a pretty hefty price tag to it. And a couple of other disputed dollar amounts with litigation. 80 to 100 to, a couple of $100 million, depending on the court's decisions. We don't really budget for them, but we can't ignore them as a request for dollars sometime during the budget cycle. So I always like to keep that on the table. So for practical purpose, we're talking probably anywhere from $600 to $900 million shortfall. The legislature, of course, well aware of that. We presented that again at the joint budget. We've shared it with the 2 finance committees on the House side and the Senate side. So as we work toward solving for that, we'll lay that aside for a minute because that's what we'll present on February 28th or somewhere in that vicinity. Entered the discussion on the whole tax policy, which I know that the governor and the legislature continued to talk. We spent a good bit of conversation with that over the last couple of weeks. I think what you will see is a warming of a conversation of a potential special session in mid-November, called shortly after the federal election cycle is over, and hopefully a 10 to 14 day effort that the legislature will put forth specifically on tax policy. As you know, there was some discussion while they were in session on a potential constitutional convention that had its pluses and minuses, but it was a little broad on all of the subject matter that could be included. I think what the legislature, and of course, if you've heard any of the discussion that Secretary Nelson with the Department of Revenue has had, his focus would like to be particularly on Article 7 of the Constitution, which is where all the financial statutory dedications, exemptions, credits, all of our tax policy is all written into Article 7 of the Constitution. So the idea would be on that special session in November to focus strictly on Article 7. It's where the financial rubber meets the road as far as what we can use for budgeting purposes. And I think as you go through what we do with sales tax, what we do with corporate tax, what we do with personal income tax, all of those things play an important part to the budget. But more importantly, when you focus on what we need to be competitive with, one of the goals, and if you followed Secretary Nelson when he was a legislator, ran a bill to eliminate personal income tax. A low shocker to the system. It's the second largest bucket of revenue we have. He asked me my opinion, and I'm like, can you partially replace that with something?
Yeah.
Because a $7 billion hit on the budget's a little. I love what it does for us competitively, but in the meantime, the checkbook's a little overdrawn. So he said, look, when he became revenue secretary, he said, keeping that thought, we may have to take it in steps where we get to lower the personal income tax rate. And then maybe an ultimate goal would be eliminated down the road. But you have to balance what we fund government with in the meantime as you approach that. So I think what you will see develop over the next couple of weeks, the governor is totally hands-on. I've been part of meetings with him and the leadership as we game plan what we think is palatable from going into the Constitution and changing potential things like what you do with some of the statutory dedications. What do you do with some of the holes we have on funding that could help higher ed and healthcare not be the subject of most of the cuts as we go forward. So, unplug, replay, do we look at all the statutory exemptions, credits that are offered? I mean, when you compare us to a couple of other states, corporate tax rate, pick one. Tennessee has a flat corporate tax rate. Nobody gets an exemption or a credit. Louisiana, we have 239 credits and exemptions. Plus we have a pretty reasonably high corporate tax rate. So I think corporate would be at the table with us saying, let us talk about franchise tax. There's not too many states that have that. Can we live without that? Doesn't directly affect the state general fund, but personal income tax does. So it's those combination of discussions that I think the legislature, I heard one of the reps talking on talk radio this morning, that he's all in. He recently got elected. He wants to do some bold changes. He thinks there's goodness to talk about making the state more competitive with these changes and at the same time helping to solve the recurring problem of deficits going forward. So I think I'm encouraged by the conversations. I think do I think a special session is likely? I think it has definitely warmed up in the last 3 weeks. So I'm anticipating more to come on that. But again, what is included in the call, the tax types that we will agree to discuss in the special session, I think will be broad enough that you get a pretty good shot at reducing a personal income tax rate. There's legislation out there that exists today that if franchise tax reaches a certain collection point, it hits a trigger that actually repeals the franchise tax. There would no longer be a franchise tax. We won't know whether we hit that target till after we have an RSC meeting in December. But what does that do competitively to you? Huge for LED to go walk around saying, by the way, Louisiana no longer has franchise tax, and we lowered your corporate tax rate in the meantime. So it's that part that gets exciting, that I think we get good tax policy out of it, at the same time helping close the gap in the budget. We may not close it by the whole 900 million, but we may get a little bit closer to where we're not talking, significant cuts in a lot of areas. It's a tough one because the legislators don't want to say we're calling ourselves in a special session to solve what we think is a budget deficit, because what we're really doing is calling the special session to talk about tax policy that makes more sense competitively for us going forward. So it'll be some tough decisions, but I've always said the right decisions are the toughest ones, there's no doubt. A few of the legislators may be concerned about, every tax exemption credit, all 239 of them have a constituency, whether it's, agriculture, machinery and equipment folks. They all get a benefit across the board. If you take them away all at the same time, at least everybody's paying equally. But if you start picking and choosing, the 15 or 20 that you keep is when it gets complicated. So that's gonna be a tough discussion, no doubt. But I think in all fairness to being able to lower the corporate rate, and be competitive going forward, you certainly have to consider those. When you're the highest sales tax rate in the country, and you're not retaining your students and you're losing population every year, apparently the formula is not the right formula, and that's where I think this needs some serious conversation. So stay tuned for that. I wish I could give you a little bit more detail. Actually, I'm waiting for some of that to develop. They don't help my effort. I still gotta go present a budget on February 28th. That's not very pretty. Because even if you pass a few constitutional changes in the special, the ballot that they would appear on, the first potential ballot would be a ballot in March. That helped me. I'm presenting the budget on February 28th, so I still gotta do the dirty work. But I think it also sets the tone of potentially for the public and to the legislature, if those changes don't pass, this is worst case scenario. So the timing may help us in that regard. And I think the legislature's clearly beginning to understand that a budget missing $900 million will not be fun. You'll have the critics that, don't raise all the 900 million because then you'll never right size government. So you got all that noise that'll happen at the same time. But I think the call of the session will be for tax policy. And I think that's huge. And I think most people are expecting, I think some effort of that to help in the budget cycle, but not necessarily the primary reason that it will be called. When you talk about the financial well-being of the state, I mean, we have a fiduciary responsibility that you can do the easy stuff. You can give everybody exemption for their sales tax. I reminded them in the discussion, I was speaker when we passed the 0.45 in sales tax. It was a 3-year fight on trying to raise every other tax category, which could never pass the legislature, except the last debate was the sales tax debate. And that's the one that ultimately passed. For a 7-year, never did I think when it passed that I would be here when it's about to roll off the book. So I wouldn't count on being on the back end. But here I am. But I think that just proves the point that even temporary swings, who would have guessed in 2018 when that passed to solve over $1 billion deficit, that 2 years later, with a new administration in Washington, we have the rescue plan and the ARPA plan and, money coming to Louisiana faster than we could write the deposit tickets for. So it just shows you in a 7 to 8 year cycle what those valleys and peaks look like. And I think a solid tax policy keeps you at a level weight to where you're not dealing with those peaks and troughs over the years. So, I mean, I think this will be good discussion. It's certainly the responsible way to do it. And I think as your universities sit with you today to talk about, here's my potential, what I could live without, which won't be a fun exercise. Keeping in mind that we hope to limit those going forward. If this combination of things can be successful, I think it would be goodness all the way around. A more responsible way to budget it, a more responsible way from a revenue estimating to really be able to count on. If we lower the income tax, it's a hit, personal income tax, it's a hit to the budget. What we hope that transpires into in a couple of 3 years is companies not only locating here, but bringing their employees here that love being here because we do have a reasonable tax rate and our sales tax is not the highest in the country. So, I mean, all of those things, you start connecting the dots and I think it plays well for your workforce work that you do, and certainly helps our campuses going forward. So happy to answer questions. I know that's a lot in 10 minutes, but any clarification, I would say stay tuned. I'm thinking in the next couple of weeks, there will be, I know the governor meets with some legislators again on Thursday to talk a little bit more specific about what policies may be addressed. You know, he, I think, wants to make sure we have the right combination of items to include in the call when he does it, without making the call too broad. And, you know, doing it in, 10 to 14 days. Hopefully you end up with 3 or 4 things that we put on the constitutional ballot and 4 or 5 things that we change statutorily. Exemptions and credits, very few of them are in the Constitution. They can be changed statutorily. Hopefully get the corporate folks to the table, get the lobby and the government groups to the table to have those discussions about sit tight till it's over, because we're gonna borrow and trade to make this make sense for everybody. But I think at the end of the day, you are working in an effort to lower corporate tax, lower personal income tax, make us more competitive, and that's where the goodness lies. It's just having to make a couple of tough decisions to get there, which will affect everybody. When one of the big tickets, which I don't think will be on the table, is you heard a lot of discussion about the Stelly plan trade-offs and those type things. When you only trade off between personal income tax and sales tax, which is what Stelly did, the Stelly implementation worked. When money was over collected, the legislature, I think, felt like they needed to give that back to the constituents because they were basically maybe overpaying personal income tax at the time. But when you fixed part of the problem, but you didn't adjust the sales tax, you ended up with a high sales tax and not so great return on your personal income tax. So it was a little lopsided. That's what we've been dealing with ever since. Those are not the only 2 things that need to be considered. You've got several other tax categories that need to go into play, and I think that's what the separate will do. And minimize that effect, but ultimately lowering that, you take a personal tax rate of 6 and turn it into 3, that's a game changer for Louisiana going forward. The way you pay for that is multiple ways. Clean up some of the exemptions and credits. I mean, when you compare our exemptions and credits to other states, it's incredible how lopsided we are. Over the last 40, 50 years, it's what you felt like you needed to do to stay competitive. Well, other states have come up with different models and they're still competitive. Tennessee offers no exemption or credit. Nashville and company seem to be doing just fine without what exemption or credit. So the corporate guys can come to the table and challenge. But I was one of those corporate guys for a long time. There's a method to that madness that works. It doesn't have to be the extreme on each end. And I think that's the message that we're trying to send. It's worth a relook and it's critical to our agencies going forward. So happy to answer any questions if y'all have. That's I'm sure what I can give you up to this point. I wish it was a little bit more definitive, but what I need to be happening over the next couple of weeks.
I'm sure a lot of people have questions. So thank you for being here and thank you for being so candid. When you say $600 to $900 million shortfall, this room gets really nervous. So we're going to be talking to the systems throughout the day, and that makes them even more nervous. So when you see there are already a lot of systems here and individual schools that are suffering. So I know we don't even know if there's going to be a tax policy special session, but would you envision the goal of such a session to come out to where we're still looking at the same type of deficit, or do you think that would help address some of the deficit?
Yeah, what I would hope happens is certainly help address some of it. The tricky part will be statutorily, if you have a special session, things that pass statutorily will know. Constitutional stuff, we won't know until the voters tell us what they think in March, which is in time. The legislature doesn't go into session until April. So you could incorporate some of that when you do the debate during the regular session, which is a fiscal session. So all of the above would apply. The statutory changes that pass, the constitutional changes that get adopted in March could all be incorporated into the budget cycle in April, which is the reason that I think you're seeing the increased interest in getting stuff on the ballot in March. Otherwise, you'd have to wait until the fall of next year, which means you can't incorporate it until the 26 budget, which means you don't have any goodness in the 26 budget. or the 27 budget. So I think that's the interest in getting the session called, being able to get some things on the ballot in March. Taking a good bit of education to the public. They definitely have to vote on it. Legislators need to be able to defend the votes they're about to take. Both with their constituents and their corporate world that they play in. So you may end up in the regular session determining what statutory passed and what constitutionally maybe didn't pass, laying those on top of each other and say, okay, now in the regular session, what do we need to address? So it'll be the end result of those things. My hope would be if the majority of them pass, which we hope would be the case, that you will see some goodness off of that deficit. Now, that would definitely be a shot in the right direction, no doubt.
What does that look like for higher education on the medium to downside? And is there any thought in either the special session or the fiscal session to have additional protections for higher education?
I think part of the discussion as it relates to statutory exemptions as well as constitutional ones. I think unlocking some of those dedications does nothing but help higher ed going forward. And I think both higher ed and healthcare. I mean, when LDH decides that they need additional money, it's not just a couple of $1 million. It's like these $50 and $100 million chunks. Like, oh, Commissioner, by the way, we can need $150 million in this budget cycle. Right? You make that sound like it's $150. Yeah, right. So I think they're just two big agencies that are unfairly focused on. And, for legislators in the past, that didn't seem so, we have plenty of institutions, it gets spread amongst the institutions. But when you tell a campus, and I mean, not everybody is financially involved in them, and we are, but when you tell a campus, you need to, give us an idea what your budget looks like minus 100 million, which is what I think Chairman McFarland is asking the systems to do. Is painful, and I think he's doing that exercise to impress upon the legislature. These cuts are not as easy as they sound, going forward. So I think that'll be the exercise he's required to go through. Hopefully that's not what we end up doing in that regular session next year.
Unfortunately, on paper,
Correct.
it's not just an exercise.
Correct.
This could be a reality.
Absolutely.
We asked every system about $250 million cut.
And here's the good part is if we do have a special session and get this stuff on the table, we know that when we present the budget, we know when they're putting HB1 together, what passed statutorily in the special session. If he didn't have a special session, he would have to prepare, take our executive budget, not add anything to it because he's got no revenue to do it with, and walk through a regular session with a pretty ugly budget. The special and the election in March just give us a lot of tools to help in that direction. So yeah, fingers crossed that everybody sees the goodness in it, and that's really the step-by-step approach the governor's taking is let me get to the two tax writing committees, make sure they're clearly understanding the categories we want to talk about, turn that into a bigger discussion with more of the legislature, and give me some confidence when I make the call that y'all are ready to take those votes. When you had a broader constitutional convention and you threw things in like police supplemental pay and civil service, way too noisy, way too sensitive a vote, focusing on Article 7 is certainly because it's so important financially across the board, competitively for LED and what we need to do for the state going forward, but more importantly on financial stability. It's a discussion that's 25 years too late. Good question. Thanks.
Any other questions? No. I can't believe this group is this quiet. What about Matthew? Do you and Elizabeth?
Yeah, I'm gonna give him.
Regent Aubrey. Go ahead.
There we go.
Thank you. I'm saying the commissioner and appreciate your work, working with you many years and
Thank you.
And I've already been reached out to by Committee 100 and lobby for AT&T's active participation from that corporate perspective. And we look forward to the conversation. You're absolutely right. predictability, consistency would make our lives much easier as well. So we look forward to participating in that exercise. My question, as Regent David has mentioned, higher education has been formed to prepare for cuts, and it's been very painful for all of the institutions. Just want to make sure that the message is clear. I mean, I know we say that the reality, it could be at 250, it might be a little bit more, could be less, could be none. But we've been given data that higher education enrollment trends will go down in the numbers, and we're seeing some of that with some of our institutions. So is that a reality? Should we be optimistic in terms of just really taking these cuts serious because for the long term, just being clear? Or is this an exercise of worst case scenario?
Right. I think the worst case scenario is where I think Chairman McFarland and the legislative leadership wanted to be respectful of starting their hearings early, knowing that even if we were dealing with none of this and just the 0.45 was what was on the table, that they would still be dealing with a $400 million shortfall. So he felt like there was no way to start having hearings at the legislative level without talking possible cuts. When you add to that some statutory changes, should we hit one of the personal income triggers and the rate automatically reduces, you take those things into consideration, or we get judgments against us in some of these significant lawsuits. That reality is he could be looking at another $150 million if he wasn't prepared. So I think they approached it correctly from worst case scenario. Let's ask the agencies, it's what the governor did in his executive order to our agencies, is let's prepare for some level of cut. Hopefully in the meantime, if the session gets called and at the beginning of December, that session is over and we're pleased with what the constitutional package looks like and what the statutory package looks like. Hopefully it's not a worst case scenario when we actually sit there with the budget. Since none of that will be in effect when I sit there on February the 28th, I'll still have to work through what I've dealt with based on what the REC estimates is in December. But I think knowing what could potentially happen in that regular session, I think you take worst case to a more reasonable case, even if there are some cuts. I'm giving the public a great deal of confidence that the legislature and the governor will help sell what that package looks like, so we get a good result at the ballot box in March, because that's going to be critical to stat deads and what we do with things going forward that are written in the Constitution. So I say, we have nothing left but to prepare for worst case today. But I think our encouragement is as we get through special constitutional vote, when we get to the regular session, hopefully we're having a least case scenario. I hope that helps, but
It does.
there's just a few unknown steps along the way.
Well, I'm gonna ask a tougher question. Being that it's ever so dynamic, it's changing. Special session, revenue estimating, legislative session, there's a lot of things that happen between now and July 1 of next year, where we're making preparations. How would you advise me as a regent member in terms of how we manage and go through this process and working with the systems in the respective institutions? How, and from a governance standpoint, how would you advise us? What would you like us to do?
As they are with you today, I'm assuming what they'll share with you is what they will be asked to do when they get to, the Appropriations Committee hearing. Which is important that they have identified where those potential shortfalls will be for them. I think long term, and I've talked to Kim and Matt about this going forward, even as I've talked to some of the board members of the systems boards, you know, financial, and I mean, my background is commercial banking. I did nothing but looked at financial statements for my 40-year banking career. You know, I was mentioning this to a couple of people before we started today. You know, when you get a financial statement of assets and liabilities, and even an income statement from a company, here's my revenue, here's my expenses, here's what I think I make at the end of the year. You know, what you do with the profit, how you spend it, do you invest it, all came down to us. I would tell clients this all the time. You know, I love your collateral, I love your assets and your liabilities, but I need to understand your cash flow. If all of that is window dressing and you can't sell your product, then I need, and they said, well, look, I have a healthy bank balance. I said, but I don't know what your outstanding receivables are, and I don't know what your outstanding obligations are. Just like if you took a snapshot of state government today, no one knows we have 200 million worth of outstanding lawsuits that could kick us in the middle of a budget cycle if the courts rule against us. So, you know, when you ask a company, tell me what your real cash position is today, the bank balance doesn't help me. I need to know on that bank balance, what are your true liabilities going forward? And I think in all fairness to regions, because you probably see it at a level more comprehensive than the systems do. But I think asking those hard questions, I mean, we thought, in fact, Jay Darden met with me in January when I got here and said, you know, I hate to say this, but we're gonna have a couple of surprises with a couple of institutions as it relates to cash flow and cash shortage. And that's when we started having the discussion that a good cash position snapshot quarterly from your institutions or something to that effect that takes into account. And look, there's going to be times of the year where their tuition comes in, they're obligated to what they, you know, have to pay and faculty and all that. You know, coupled with their research components and all that. That's great, but give me what your liabilities are going forward so that we can clearly estimate that if you've had a downturn in admissions, you know, tell me what you think the effect of that is, but also what does that do to your faculty costs go down as a result of that? Probably not immediately. So it's tough, I know, but it is the exercise I would put my bank clients through, that when I determine your cash position, you have everything going for you, but I don't think long-term you can pay me back. And that's where we would have a disconnect based on what I saw their liabilities were looking like going forward. Assuming they don't add any more liabilities after they left my office. So yeah, I was putting a lot of confidence in them at that time, but to your point, I think in all fairness to you guys, getting a snapshot quarterly of, you know, I'm negative today. If I had to pay every liability I have on the books today, I would be overdrawn. But by the fall, when certain things happen, I may not be. And that's where I think they need to have an honest discussion with you in that regard, particularly on the universities that are struggling with admissions and enrollment at this point. Not to ding them, not to question their management, but you know, a cash position statement is a little bit different than a cash flow statement. Like, what else do you expect to get in and what else do you expect to pay out? And that's hard for companies to do, and admit it that, yeah, by October, I'm gonna be out of money. It's a tough exercise, but I think it's important for y'all to understand what potentially could be out there. I mean, you have some very healthy higher ed systems that won't need that type of scrutiny. Still good to see it because their liabilities tend to be larger than some of the others. But I think on the marginal institutions, it's important that y'all walk through that. And I think Matt shared some things that y'all are working on in that regard. Taking the systems reporting and bringing it to that level for you guys. I think that would be most helpful. Absolutely. And it helps you defend in the legislature. I mean, the legislature believes everybody's paid too much in higher ed and you hear it all, you know, the athletics and all that stuff. I think it better lets you defend your institutions. I think that would be most helpful.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reed?
Taylor, thank you so much for your partnership and all the good work that you do. We appreciate it very much. I think about, and sort of a message I want to make sure we're clear on. As you think about the economic competitiveness of the state, you have a conversation about tax policy as a lever to support a stronger Louisiana. I appreciate your recognition that the workforce piece of it is so critical. And so we do sit in a budget reality where two of the most important places or areas, healthcare and higher ed, are not protected. But when you think about creating taxpayers or creating the environment where companies will come, higher ed is central to that work. So I want to make sure that we're thinking about how to message that piece, that we're not just a financial responsibility of the state to support, but we are a financial contributor to the state in the production of graduates and hopefully the ability to create jobs. So tell me about how you're thinking about that as you're in these meetings.
Absolutely. In fact, a firsthand example of that. And some of you, if you know, if you're not from Acadiana, maybe have not seen or heard it, but First Solar, which is not a solar farm, it is actually a company that manufactures solar panels. You know, I was the tax assessor back in Iberia Parish 2 years ago when these conversations started. I wasn't part of the confidential group that was recruiting First Solar. I got called in later in the exercise. But one of the critical decision makes that First Solar had to make was they have a plant that looks exactly like the one they're building in New Iberia in Huntsville, Alabama. They had the property next door to that plant that they could have built this New Iberia plant on. They felt like they had exhausted the potential workforce in northern Alabama and southern Tennessee. They thought it was going to be a challenge as how they staffed that plant if they built it in Alabama. So they were shopping, we didn't know at the time, North Carolina, Arkansas, and Louisiana. When I got called into the picture, I mean, LED had thrown ITAB at them, they had thrown every possible thing they could, but it came down to, we still have concerns about what we could possibly do with workforce. And the incentive package is just not as fruitful as the other two states. So then they called me in and, you know, we started talking about pilot and we spread the spreadsheet on pilot with their ad valorem tax. And we ended up getting their interest. We still came down to, once we got past all of the financials, had it not been for South Louisiana Community College and UL coming to the table to say, we can graduate the people that you're looking for, both at the technical level and at the blue collar level. When you need 700 people, let us be that catalyst. When we did the groundbreaking, the president of the company called up the rep from SLCC and UL and had him stand with him as he made that announcement. It was classic to where the rubber meets the road with workforce. We had the financial package finally perfect. They had the site, they had their lease. Had to pay the sugar cane farmer a few $1 million to get his cane out the way. But we had all of that working, and it came down to, can we fill the workforce? You know, a little caveat is one of the principals in First Solar, as an immigrant his family came here when he was younger, attended school at UL and had affinity for how successful he had been. He's running an international firm now. Like, if I gotta pick between those three, I want to make sure we don't discount Louisiana before we're done. Now, had we not pulled the pilot out of our back pocket, I don't think we'd have won it, but it's where it is. But to your point, that is a deciding factor for a lot of companies. I mean, who'd have thought with a space station opportunity in Huntsville that they have to admit that between Huntsville and us, and the more workforce in Northern Alabama. And there's no university close enough graduating the people that you need. So it was an eye opener, and I think the public got the message at the groundbreaking as to what were the deciding factors when that decision was made. So I think that is, you know, had we had a little bit better tax policy, you know, our school board was not wild about the arrangement. I finally talked them into, look, the couple of $1 million you are going to get is money you don't have today. So look at that goodness.
but they weren't wild about giving up that ad valorem for a 20-year period. Without it, they wouldn't have landed there. And then I tell you what, I drove by that facility last weekend. It's bigger than it looked like on paper, and this is a robotic system. It's incredible to watch it develop. But what that does to a workforce, both blue collar and mechanical engineering work, is going to be a shock to that economy that is so badly needed. And it came down to, can we make the tax piece work, and can we make the workforce work? It was incredible. So I just use that as an example. I think, LED is working on 2 or 3 significant recruits at this point. If any one of those 3 land, it will be an incredible opportunity. But it is those same discussions they're having. We love where there's available land, but tell me about the workforce, because I'm in the middle of nowhere, So it's a discussion that's real, no doubt, no doubt.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there anything that the governor or that you guys need from us?
I think what you're doing, having these discussions, keeping plugged in closely with your systems. I think this is exactly where we need you to be. And as you see goodness, coming out of the special session, discussions, I mean, we may call on a few of you to, call off the dogs when they think we're taking away their exemption or their credit. We're going to try and distribute that pain equally. But again, you're going to have some
Exemption-free zone here.
I said, until the legislator gets a call that says, don't take away my ag exemption and don't take away my medical equipment exemption. Get ready, because those will happen. But I think in an honest conversation, at the end of the day, if you're no longer paying franchise tax and we lower in your corporate rate, do you really care about your exemption anymore? Those are the 2 checks you have to write at the end of the year. So hopefully, we can have those logical discussions as we go forward. It's critical to our future. Again, this doesn't comprehensively complete the tax policy. I think Secretary Nelson would like to add about 5 or 6 more things to that. So we're going to hold him off. This could be the first third or half of the tax policy effort to follow up with more as we go forward. But I think over the next 2 or 3 years, you can end up with a very competitive policy in the end. So looking forward to that. It's a little work. I'll have no hair, but my granddaughter teased me and said, your head is getting tanned. I said, that's because I have no hair. But yeah, thank you for this. And if we can help in the commissioner's office, please call. We have Patrick Goldsmith, my deputy commissioner, was the budget guy at the House of Representatives when I was speaker. So when the governor recruited me, I said, I'm going to recruit Patrick. And if Patrick doesn't come, I didn't come. And they said, well, I'm not talking to you. I'm calling Patrick. So we have put a great team together. The financial minds are there. We will do what we can with the legislature to be as true as we can to getting this right. But I appreciate y'all support.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it. Thanks. All right. Next, we're here from our finance team, Deputy Commissioner of Finance Administration, Matthew Maria, and Associate Commissioner of Finance and Administration, Elizabeth Bentley Smith, has provided an overview of Louisiana's higher education budget and the Regents budget as well. I know we're a little behind, but I think we have time to catch up and some breaks and maybe in LOSFA and LUMCON. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Regent David. Before I start, I want to thank our finance team that's here. They make all of this work for the agency going forward. So Regent's finance team, if you can stand up, I just want to recognize y'all for all the hard work. They make Elizabeth's job and I much easier.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to go through a quick overview of higher education finance nationwide and then into the state specific. So the chart in front of you is education appropriations. So this is state and local funds and state financial aid per student FTE. This is for FY23. So you'll see that Louisiana is 44th in the nation in funding, state funding per FTE. That puts us last in among southern states, including our border states of Mississippi, Texas, and Arkansas. At right under $6,000, we're well below the national average of $11,000 in state funds. On the next slide, we have our net tuition revenue per student FTE. So this is tuition and fees collected and backing out student financial aid, either state financial aid or institutional aid. You'll see again that Louisiana is low on that chart there. It's a green color in there. The name got moved around a little bit. But we are around 43rd there in funding. So when you put those two together, we're towards the very bottom of the barrel in total funding from both the state and the student perspective. Again, it's nice that our state, our tuition for students is low, well below the national average. But the state funding piece there is lacking. So on the next slide, here's what we look like as a state over the last 15 years. So the blue line is state funding, the red line is tuition and fees collected, and then the green line at the bottom is state financial aid. So that is TOPS, GO, MJ Foster, Go Teach, and Patriot Scholars. So you'll see in 2009 at our highest funding point, we were almost 70% in state funds going directly to institutions and 6% of funds following students, with 25% of students paying the way. Over time, we got to a point where we're now just under 50% that students pay, 40% that the state puts up, and 13% for tuition and fee. State financial aid.
What's the benchmark there?
Well, it varies from state to state. So you have states like Georgia, which even at their flagship at University of Georgia at Athens, they're around 50-50. So they're 50% state funds, whereas for our flagship, we're 80-20. So it varies greatly. Whereas across the South, it is for two-year institutions with state and local funds, it's around 70% that the state puts up, state and locals put up. We're just under 50% at the two-year level. So we're lagging in all those areas. Going on, this is a same chart, but a look at just the granting institutions. So this is two-year and four-year institutions, both med schools and Southern Law. And you'll see it's very similar. State financial aid has remained constant. However, the state funding going directly to institutions has decreased quite a bit. And the increase for tuition fees has doubled. Next slide. This is a review of what you saw in June when you approved the allocation of funds to the systems. For FY25, we have just under $70 million less in state general fund. A vast majority of that was one-time money that was added in the FY24 budget. A decrease of 19 million in statutory dedications. A lot of that again was one-time money that was put into a fund for us to use. And a slight increases in federal and interagency transfers and a large increase in self-generated revenue. This is not due to tuition or fee increases. This is based solely on enrollment projections at institutions. And the majority of that funding is at LSU, Baton Rouge. This is the breakout of those changes. So as I mentioned, of the 68 million in decreases, 66.5 of it was just line items. We had changes for mandated costs. This was based on retirement cost savings that were based on having the legislature put a large amount of funding towards paying debt, and some increases for TOPS based on a fund having more money to be used for TOPS and also program decreases. On the statutory dedication side, the majority of it was in one-time funds for campus safety, LCTCS Rapid Response Fund. That was money they received as part of some of the federal stimulus funds. And then at Regents, we had some workforce funds that were given to us to give to the system. This slide illustrates where we're spending the money across higher education. So the total $3.4 billion. just under 60% is spent directly on personnel. The other charges component there that makes up 30%, that includes TOPS and GO, so state financial aid of around 300 million, and then also institutional aid given to students, which is around 300 million. So a large chunk of that other charge is 600 million of it is for student financial aid. On the next slide, again, this is looking at same expenditures by object for just those degree granting institutions. So again, at our institutions, 70% of the cost for operating an institution is made up by the people that staff and faculty. Again, operating expenses, 300 million of that, I'm sorry, in the other charges, 300 million of that is institution aid that they give out to students. On the next slide, mandated costs. So we've been talking about this for years. These are the costs that institutions and higher ed pay back to the state for group benefits, retirement, the UAL call, the unfunded accrued liability for retirement debt, legislative auditor fees, risk management, insurance. So in 2009, for our state funds that we received, we gave back every dollar we received, we gave back about 28 cents. Now we're at a moment where for every dollar we receive, we're giving back 64 cents. Had those mandated costs increased with the rate of inflation over that 15-year period of 43%, we would be at a little over $600 million we'd have to pay. However, we're paying 750. It's an increase of almost 70% that mandated cost.
Everyone understands that. I've been around, this mandated cost is real.
Yeah.
And it's what kind of special for higher education. That we're not protecting this way, that, you know, they could say you're giving almost $2 billion, but 750 was going right back because we're forced to give it back to the state retirement system or benefits programs.
Yeah, and you know, we're now at a point over the last few years, we've been funded for those increases, but from 2010 to 2020, all those increases, we did not receive any funding for. State agencies, those are automatically built into their budgets. And so it was not built into higher ed. So for, you know, really there was about $250 million of increases that the institutions bore with tuition increases to pay for that.
And some schools are donor schools, right?
Correct, yes, they are giving,
They give back more money to the state than they take in from the state.
that's correct, yes. We have come down, at one point, we were approaching close to 80 cents on the dollar, so we've come down, but we're nowhere near where we were in 2009.
Is there any legacy costs from the last restructure of benefits that's ever gonna fall off?
Yes, so we do have in 2029, the original retirement debt. So a debt that was stopped in 1988, that'll finally be paid off. And then we'll be working on the new retirement debt that was created after that. So we have, it's around 200 million in that we're paying annually for the statewide for the initial debt. And that'll go off, and so that'll free up money for.
It would be great to see what that
Yeah,
looks like, to understand.
yeah, we can send that. We have the chart for
It's an
that.
important point that we have to continue to make sure to educate people. Right? That most of the money we receive is going out, back out the door.
And I do want to say, the institutions are very familiar with that and are extremely happy to speak to that as well. I'm staring at President Gallagher.
Slide. So this is a quick overview of just the agency budget for Regents. So as a reminder, Act 314 of 2016 brought together Regents, LOSFA, and LUMCON. So we were one agency called the Board of Regents. Next slide. So this is our overall agency budget of 529 million, and expenses I could answer questions. The large number in there is other charges, and that includes TOPS, ANGO, and NJ Foster. So those are the big ticket items within that 529 million. And it is, we did have a reduction of 42 million. That is due to some TOPS some TOPS program decreases, as well as some one-time money that was given to Regents and LUMCON that is no longer, recurring. Next. All right, again, here's an overview of those changes. You'll see the campus safety, TOPS swap, and higher education initiatives fund. Those were the big items that led to that decrease. Going on. So now our program budget, I'll let Elizabeth handle the program budget for just Regents for this program.
So you'll see for current year, we're looking at a total of $90.9 million. A significant amount is the 28 million in general fund. You'll note here that 11 million goes to our personal services, which means the remainder of that 28 million is what we send out to our institutions. We essentially act as a pass-through, and we provide different means of support to institutions for healthcare, campus safety audits, Title IX. We do a tremendous amount of work on their behalf. That's all. But here are a couple of the decreases that occurred to our budget for this current year. You'll see our reduction in mandated costs, but the more significant ones are at the bottom, with that HRIF fund decrease of 24.3 million and our campus safety decrease of 10 million. The 5.2 million HERO fund, that fund is now at LDH. We do also house two programs, the Lonnie program and the Lewis program. The Lonnie program is our Louisiana Optical Network Initiative. It is a fiber optic high-speed connector. It provides a tremendous asset to our institutions, both educationally and for research needs. And then Lewis works on behalf of all of our institution libraries across the state. Just a couple of things I do want to note. Lewis has saved members about $53 million in fiscal 25. And since its inception, it has saved our institutions over $750 million. So it's a tremendous asset to our institutions as well. Very quickly. But I do want to just do a couple of quick reminders about the questions that we asked our systems to provide. We asked them to provide information about enrollment impacts, if their enrollment is going up, if it's going down, what that means to their out years, as Commissioner Barras noted, what that means to their cash flow, what that means for recruitment, retention, as well as if they plan on increasing their tuition and fees due to Act 790, which provides some flexibility for some of our programs. What they're doing to make education more affordable for all of our students across the state. What plans their programs they're implementing to meet our master plan goal, as well as what they're looking at for fiscal 26, even though we are aware there's likely going to be a budget deficit for fiscal year 26. And then, of course, we were tasked with requesting what a $250 million shortfall to higher education as a whole will look like. So what that means is a reduction of 19%. If we include our state financial aid, that would be TOPS, GO grants, and so forth. If we exclude that, we're looking at a 24% reduction. Yes, sir.
I know. Oh, you're done.
I was done. I went very quickly. Yes, sir.
No, I was just gonna ask the question and reading a lot of this stuff that you all have been sending. There were a lot of responses from the campuses that said no response.
Correct.
How do we approach that, and how do we as a policy board, how do we look back and say, well, so there's no surprises?
Well, I can tell you that with those systems, we speak with them directly and we say, why didn't they respond? What's the reasoning? And I can tell you, the systems are very diligent in trying to get that information, but at the end of the day, if the institutions do not provide a response, we want to make note of that as well, that a response is not given. Sometimes the institutions do feel that they've already answered it, that it's been
They
asked
should
and
say
answered.
that.
I'm not.
Correct.
Yes. I'm just gonna say yes.
Well, it just says no response, a lot of
Yeah.
questions, though, I mean, these are institutions that are already saying they've taken reserve, they're doing this, and they said no response. So I don't wanna waste time.
Well,
Their systems will be here, so.
Yep.
Okay, I'm asking.
I have no doubts, Regent, on everything. Do you have any other questions?
Is there anything, like, thank y'all for all the materials y'all given us. It took us, we've all been digesting it. We're getting new information even last night. Tell me, when it comes to LOSFA, LUMCON and our four systems, anything that we need to hear back from you guys that you see is maybe there's something that's disconcerting or something that's promising, something that stood out when you're going through this, because you guys are day to day. We're trying to consume this in the last week, trying to get ready for today so we can make sure we ask the right questions. But help arm us right now. Tell us what should we, excited about or maybe worried about, given all the responses we have or the lack of responses.
Well, there are a couple of things. I would say that every single institution, every 2-year, every 4-year, LOSFA, LUMCON, as well as ourselves, are extremely concerned about the $250 million decrease and what that's going to look like. It's also very disconcerting to our systems and institutions, especially in light of the concerns with enrollment and the decreases that we have seen. We do have some systems that have increased enrollment, so they're in a very good position. But that doesn't mean that tomorrow things might change. So they're always very cautious. They're most concerned about the mental health and the mental well-being of their students, as well as faculty and staff in light of the potential impact this cut will bring. Low morale of faculty, staff, and students was a repetitive statement. For many of them, what this means is they're looking at staff reduction. They're looking at program reduction or refits and what that means. When you reduce staff, but still want to provide excellent education and excellent initiatives for our students, that does mean higher workload for the remainder of the staff. And they are very concerned about that and what that means. But ultimately, that is their goal, is to provide the highest level of education and the highest level of outreach and student initiatives. So those are some of the similar threads that you'll see across all of them. And that includes LUMCON and LOSFA as well. LUMCON and LOSFA do a tremendous amount of outreach to the communities. LOSFA goes across the state providing information related to those financial aid opportunities. And a cut to their budget would mean a potential decrease in that outreach component.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. We're gonna forego the break right now because we're right behind. I hate being behind. And we're gonna jump right into LUMCON and Dr. Brian Roberts. Thank you, sir. Sorry. So LUMCON is our Marine Consortium. Dr. Roberts, please tell us how things are going.
All right, thank you very much. This is my Deputy Director, Donna Lottinger. For those of you who have not had a chance to meet Donna yet. Thank you for the opportunity to give you an update of sort of where the state of LUMCON is and what the future holds for us. How do we move things? Like, oh, okay. Oh, you got it. Okay. Like, where's that coming from? Thank you. I just wanted to highlight that, LUMCON continues to have growing programs, and this is just a quick, collage of some of the different activities that were going on in our facilities this summer. Part of what makes us very unique is that our education, while focused largely on higher ed, also extends all the way from pre-K to gray, as we like to talk about it. So part of that bridging the gap to the community college system as well as the four-year institutions and beyond. And so we had tremendous opportunity to have very full, the dorms and apartments were pretty much packed all summer, which made the fact that we just upgraded all the furniture in there very challenging to juggle when you can move people in and out with the new furniture, but they're happy to have that. We continue to grow in these programs. In this past year, the usage for education and outreach was the highest that we've been in at least the last 6 years when we started tracking these numbers. And this growth will continue to expand as more and more programs come online in our Blue Works facility, as I'll talk about in a moment. Our scientific usage would remain very solid, and our activities in self-generated and vessel activity budgets were also very strong and robust this year. In terms of our vessel operations, I have apparently a lot of animations in here. The Pelican had a solid year, not quite as good as the last couple of years in terms of the number of days at sea, but that's something that's sort of out of our control. It's a matter of what grants get funded for people to go out on the ship. But overall, our vessel activities and the Acadiana and our small boats were at very high levels as well. Moving forward, one of the things that has been very exciting for us is obviously the expansion to the Homa Maritime campus. The Blue Works facility is the first phase of that. Then I'm also going to talk about a few other projects that are going on in this site. So the Blue Works facility had its ribbon cutting this past December, and we've begun to fully staff that facility and start to initiate some of our education programs that allow us to reach people. Cocodrie is a great destination for people to get to, but it's also a little bit hard to get there. Having the facility in Homa allows us to start, we got funding to start summer day camps, so people don't have to get all the way to be in residence, as well as start after school programs, because we're right near the school system, so we can reach people in different mechanisms.
Your Cocodrie facility is still up and running.
Oh, it's still completely up and running and is, that's going to be the bread and butter. And one of the things we want to do is be able to get people to come to Homa for a day camp. We can then bring them down to Cocodrie, and that allows them to still experience that being out in the wetlands and be connected to all the things that are happening inside and outside the levee is something that's going to be the bread and butter of where LUMCON is. This is a true expansion of collaboration with the community college system that we're really, really excited about. The other projects that are going on is the boat slip and bulkhead project. That is underway. That's the picture that is on your left, just making sure I was getting this right. So that project will be completed around the turn of the year. That is to create the boat slip for the regional class research vessels that are being built for National Science Foundation, as well as be a safe port and an alternate marina for our rest of our research vessels. So that'll be completed this year. We also have been very fortunate to get funding for the creation of a Marine Operations Center, which we're waiting on the bid documents, so that way that can go out for bid. This is anticipated to be a build that should be less than a year to complete. So that will be on that image on the left, looking on the right side of that area back there is where the Marine Operations Center will be in the near future. In terms of other big capital outlay projects, the RV Pelican replacement, as you know, our flagship ship is approaching 40 years old, and we're fortunate to get funding from the state in order to replace that to be the state's flagship research vessel. We are in the process of actually the bids are due next week, and we hope to move forward with the notice to proceed in November. With the expected delivery date of about 24 months. So we're looking at the fall of 2026 for that. I mentioned already the Gilbert R. Mason, that's the National Science Foundation's regional class research vessel. There's 3 of these being built in Bollinger shipyards right across from the Blue Works facility. The 3rd boat off the shipyard will be the one that we are going to operate with the University of Southern Mississippi. That delay, that build has been delayed again, and right now the current estimates have that being delivered in early 2027. In terms of our grant status, so we get grants from three main recipients. There's LUMCON proper, that's mostly our research faculty and some education outreach, our vessel operations, and then through the Barataria-Taylorville National Estuary Program. What this is showing is the current grants, what the value is over the life of the grant in the top row, the remaining funds we have in those grants, the direct costs that are remaining, and then the indirect. The indirect costs are really important because that's how we can cover a lot of our operating expenses that are not covered out of the state general funds. It should be noted that vessel operations, most of the revenue generated from them is not through grants. That's through direct invoicing of the ship. And so that's not going to be reflected in this number here. And then the Barataria National Estuary Program, as a national estuary program from EPA in the bipartisan infrastructure law, is also in the middle, the third year of 5 of getting an additional $900,000 per year for programs associated with that law. When we talk about our critical funding needs, you can break that down into different locations. The Marine Center, we started a staff expansion through our reorganization and the funds that we've been able to receive through the budget increases. And we're also been through a process of trying to make our salaries much more competitive. One of the things that is a challenge is that when you're in a parish that is losing a lot of population and you are a remote facility, you then need to make sure that you have very competitive salaries. So we're working on that. Obviously, continuing to work on hurricane repairs and implementation of flood mitigation measures is important. Blue Works just opened in December. We're continuing to expand staff as the programs come online, as well as with the coming online of the Marine Operations Center. We need to be planning for that. And the overall operating expenses will increase now that this facility is now online. We only had it online for half a year last year without full operations associated with it. The other two things that are important to mention is that we are the state host agency for 2 federal state partnerships. The first is the Barataria-Taylorville National Estuary Program. That is an EPA Louisiana partnership, and that currently requires $850,000 in state match to receive that same amount from the federal government for its operations. And then the National Estuary and Research Reserve that's going to be located in the Atchafalaya Basin. We're working with NOAA and partnership with CPRA to try to complete the designation process as soon as possible. That is a 70-30 federal state match. And so currently that requires $400,000 in state match for their core funding to receive the equivalent of about $800,000 in funding. Moving forward, we do have critical needs in 2026. The staffing needs include faculty recruitment for growth of the new programs that we're establishing. There are need for additional staff at the Homa Maritime campus. Many of these can be shared with the Marine Center or with the community college system that is also on that property. And then facilities and maintenance, we need to increase that staff as we have more and more of these facilities online. We have to have the staff appropriate to be able to deal with that. Our operating expenses will continue to grow as the usage of Blue Works continues and the opening of the Marine Operations Center. It also should be noted that, our operating costs, the Marine Center and overall have increased dramatically. Our insurance bill has more than doubled since fiscal year 2022. So right now that accounts for $540,000 of our overall budget, which is 7.7% of our total state general budget and 9.4% of the LUMCON portion of that. And yeah, that's all I want to say there. So the exercise that you're actually, probably all looking for is that Elizabeth just laid out is we were asked to, with 2 different scenarios about what our future state general will look like. Our current level is just over $7 million. it should be noted that we have those two federal-state partnerships. Okay, so those cannot be cut, because if we cut those, then we're cutting that federal money that's coming into the state. So if you take out the $1.25 million that's associated with that, that means that the LUMCON portion of that budget is $5.763 million. So what that means is that if we have a $1.3 million cut or a 1.7, that's what the 19% and the 24% were. That actually translates to a little over 23% to the LUMCON operation portion of the budget, or almost 30% at the 1.7 million. So it is significantly more than that, because we can only cut the our LUMCON portion of the budget. Okay, so what does this look like? It's not pretty, as you might imagine. As was consistent with the graphs that Matthew and Elizabeth presented, the vast majority of our state general budget is in staff, right? So that's going to be where you're going to have to do that. It's also the part that's not fixed costs. So to meet 1.3 million, this is the scenario that we're left with. Okay, we have to cut about $850,000 from staff salaries, which is 10 full-time staff positions, which is 35.5% of the state general funded positions that we have at LUMCON. The other positions we have are funded off our grants and vessel operations and the revenue we bring in through self-generate. That's a huge impact on our staff. That translates to 2 people in facilities, 2 people in IT, 3 educators. The consortium coordinator, which is one of the positions that I highlighted in our strategic plan for moving forward to try to bring the consortium together, as well as the development department. The other places that we have to cut, which are difficult because most of these are fixed, is major repairs and acquisitions. Have to cut 60% of that budget. The operating services is about 32%, and the supplies is 32%. When you go up to the 1.7 scenario, we have to cut an additional 2 3/4 FTE. The 3/4 is because assistant professor is one of those lines, and they're 3/4 state funded positions. That's 45%, over 45% of the state general funded positions that we have at LUMCON. And then we also lose 2 other positions. Our major repairs and acquisitions, we have to cut that by about 70%, meaning that pretty much when things break, we don't have the means to actually fix them, which is obviously not a good position to be in. And then our operating services, 41%, and supplies, 40%. So this is not
That's
a,
probably a good breaking point right
Yes.
there. Go back to that last slide. That's really what we wanted to know,
Yes.
to see how that affects
Yes.
you, how it affects you guys going forward. Do you anyone have any questions about this so far? Regent Aubrey.
How you come up with that number?
how do I come up with
Who
what?
gave you the 1.3 and 1.7 number?
Matthew and Elizabeth, that's the same numbers that was based on the 19% and the 24% scenario that they presented at the end of their presentation, sort of the bounds that we were given for what a cut could be.
Could be. Matthew, as it relates to those numbers and LUMCON, how is it their budget number derived? Where an institution may be formula and all these other things.
Right,
research.
so as Brian mentioned, there's about 7 million or so in state general fund that they receive. Majority of their budget comes from federal grants and self-generated revenues through all the faculty grants, the Pelican. And so when we went through this reduction exercise, we only looked at state general fund and cutting out 19 and 24% of that. So, and we did that all the way down the list for all the systems and institutions.
Any other questions? We've seen your materials on deferred maintenance and things going forward. Anything else?
Total budget is that? What percent of their total budget?
1.3, you're around 17 million.
Yeah, so right now, it varies a little bit from year to year, depending upon exactly what we bring in external grants, but you're a little under 30%.
Go back one slide.
Oh, no,
Oh, no.
I think we're good.
Okay, go. Yeah.
I think he was asking total.
Yeah, of our total budget, For this fiscal year, at least it's what projected is, we don't know exactly what grant numbers are gonna come in. It's gonna come in a little bit under 20 million.
You're looking at it, it's a little under 10%.
Which is a little more. Not valid.
Well,
a little bit.
Yes, I mean, those positions though are those positions.
Yeah.
And, you know,
Positions generate the work. to
right, we
get-
only have 28 positions that are funded off of state general. And, you know, you think about vessels as sort of its own entity, it's sort of the same way that BitNet and the NER are their own entities, even though they're all under our umbrella. And, you know, the cuts to the faculty, those are our biggest grant generating positions too, so that's where that hit is a little bit harder when we get to that higher cut. I try to resist that at the lower cut.
And as a newer, do they have a lot of legacy expense?
Not a ton. I mean, as Dr. Roberts mentioned, one of their biggest pieces is a very old facility that is on the coast. And so the insurance rates that we get charged, you know, there was a storm,
Yeah.
a big storm 3 years ago, a storm
Yes.
2 weeks ago.
Right, and there are pictures in here in the slides of that. I mean, and I will say that the commitment to divert maintenance has made a difference. So in the last couple of years, we got our roofs replaced and we got brand new storm shutters. From Hurricane Francine, we had very limited damage to anything on the second floor or the roofs. There are a few, you know, minor things you would get with any sort of storm that were there. Those made a big difference. And so what I talked about, what we need forward though, is we need to make sure that we're dealing with things on the ground level. And so that's more of the flooding. That's where the big need is moving forward.
And we know y'all are at Hurricane Central and we'll share all these slides with everybody.
Yeah.
They're running behind right
No,
now.
no, I understand that. Yeah, I knew you wanted to get to that slide. I wanted to get there and I figured that's where you're gonna stop.
That was important. Okay, great. Any other questions? Thank y'all so much
All
for
right,
coming.
thank you.
Appreciate your time. We're gonna jump right into LOSFA. Dr. Booth's around? Oh, good, perfect. And we're still running a little bit behind, so we'll be abbreviating. The great thing about LUMCON and LOSFA, we talk to y'all every month. I don't want to shortchange our time with our systems.
Right there, Harold.
There's some of it.
Right, that's it. Number one asset.
Thank you.
Just tell me when, Dr. Butez. Let's take it away.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you all. Okay. The first thing that we wanted to do is just tell you what we're gonna tell you. You asked us about expanded outreach. You have a video that if it plays and all is well, my blood pressure will lower. That's a big challenge. And then we'll look at the appropriations and the funds that we manage, because there's a difference in what's appropriated to LOSFA and the amount we manage, like in millions to billions. So we'll show you that. Then you ask about the GO grant, and then you ask about MJ Foster, Go Teach, Patriot Scholarship, and TOP. So we're gonna cover all of that, and so away we go.
Button.
All right, so this is who we are, you know
I'm
who we are.
sorry, I was too fast, Dr. Butez.
Go ahead. You're doing a great job, Elizabeth.
Over the past 10 years, LOSFA has seen a 175% increase in the programs we administer and a 500% increase in the population we serve. Reimagining college access also meant rethinking the way we engage the students and families we support. We developed 3 tiers of service to provide customized support. Tier 1, our intake and assistance officers, or IAOs, serve as the first line of support, answering basic questions about LOSFA's programs by phone, email, and chat. Tier 2. The outreach coordinators support the work of the IAOs by providing assistance with more challenging inquiries and handling cases for students with complex programmatic issues. Each coordinator is also responsible for leading the agency's outreach efforts in their respective areas, such as middle and private schools, home study students, community organizations, counselors, and parents. Tier 3. Comprehensive Advising Officers, or CAOs, handle students who need intensive long-term college access advising and wraparound support. For example, students experiencing homelessness, food insecurity, or other barriers to enrollment or completion of their post-secondary journey. During the 2023-2024 fiscal year under LOSFA 2.0, we have answered 25,872 phone calls, replied to 12,492 emails through the CustServe, LOSFA Counselor, and GoFAFSA email addresses, sent 587,370 text messages through the Signalvine and Modern Campus platform, and conducted 383 virtual office hours sessions via Zoom. We have held 3,754 conversations through live agent chat using Quick, and Lex, LOSFA's expert and AI chatbot, has answered 7,715 questions. By conducting outreach through 572 virtual and in-person events, we have reached an estimated 59,644 individuals to share information about LOSFA's programs and resources. Through social media support, we've reached 1,985,900 individuals and garnered 135,974 engagements, with 143,745 impressions across Facebook, Instagram, and X. MyLOSFA.la.gov had 1,254,300 total page views, 566,882 total sessions, and 361,273 total users. Our top 5 most visited pages were TOPS, Scholarships and Grants, MJ Foster Promise, Student Hub, and Go Grant. LOSFA continues to strive to be Louisiana's first choice for college access by promoting, preparing for, and providing equity of college access. Any student, any age, anywhere in Louisiana.
Now, I can sit down now if you would like. If I think that says it all. But that is how we've expanded outreach, and that is a sum total of LOSFA 2.0 in action. So here we go into the meat of the matter. How do we pay for that? Here, the primary takeaway is that this is what is appropriated for LOSFA. And you'll notice on that first column, program awards, when we talk about what goes in the door and out the door, the vast majority, 93.7, if you're an accountant like Mr. Hunt, you'll say 94% goes in the door and out the door directly to students. Notice that all of that great work that you just showed, the budget for that is 1.4% of my budget. So we got to get that reach with 1.4%. This is before a cut. Our program operations is 2.1%. So we pride ourselves on keeping our admin low and our services to students high. Now, when you look at, well, why do you have program operations and outreach separated? Because they are two different things. Someone has to run Go Grant, MJ Foster, TOPS, Go Teach, whatever else the legislature decides to give LOSFA, because our team does a good job. Those people are programmatic people. They make sure bills get paid, errors get corrected, schools are communicated with. That's not the same team that is working to make sure that any student, any age, anywhere across the state of Louisiana, we like to say we serve y'all, that means all. There is no age limit here. So this is not the old LOSFA that did TOPS, right? And then you haven't even mentioned START. So let's go to the next slide. All right, see, notice how that 400 and something plus million goes to 2.052 billion with a B. That is what we manage. There's an entire team that manages the 529 suite of programs. So it's not just your traditional 529 account that you're saving for college. We now have the ABLE program for students with disabilities, individuals with the disabilities. Those could be adults, those could be school age. Then we have START K-12. So if we're looking at adjustments that we need, my challenge there is when you look at that 1.6 billion with a B, and you look at how many people LOSFA served here. Look at, it's a little bit small for me with my glasses, but when you're looking at that 84,539, that is total accounts, right? That means I got one unit with basically 6 people trying to serve that many team members. Now, those other folks, meanwhile, back at the ranch that are doing the outreach cannot do their job and this job. So it's unreasonable to say, oh, just all the phone calls Start can't catch because we're busy doing disbursements and deposits and rollovers and getting that tuition or whatever that expense paid. Somebody's got to do that. That's a team of 6 mighty people, right? I can't go tell this other team with all those phone calls you just saw in the video, I need you to pick those calls up. They might be able to pick up a few, but when it gets deep in the weeds on accessing someone's account, we don't need everybody doing that. Because that means I'm accessing your personal information and we try to limit that. We're very serious about limiting that at LOSFA. So for us, in a perfect world, I understand it's not perfect, we would have a workload adjustment of 2 individuals more in Start to be able to assist with that customer service on that 84,000 side. Okay, next. All right, the scenario of the reduction. We've looked at it as an and as an or. So this slide shows and. So if we did state general fund using 50.2 million from scholarships and 3.34 million from outreach and program operations, now you saw that number wasn't that big to begin with, right? That basically means you're going to have reductions in TOPS, Go Grant, the regional contract program, the Patriot Scholarship, and Go Youth Challenge. Who are you going to affect? Well, all across the board. National Guard's not going to be happy because Patriot is a big recruiting tool for them. Schools are going to have less financial aid to offer students who are already overburdened. And students will have less financial aid available. You go to the right side, if I have to cut, that's the, remember how teeny my admin is? I go, if you reduce something teeny, guess what? I'm gonna have to try to do all of that with all y'all with fewer people. We're already pretty lean. So the people that answer the phone, I think that's about 6 individuals. The people that do the intensive outreach, what had happened was a student is sleeping on the ground in front of the financial aid office. People call LOSFA. That doesn't have anything to do with TOPS. It has to do with why are they sleeping and what can we do? That's 10 people. So there would be cuts to staff members that are running programs, right? Or either providing outreach. Okay, so that would be a 20.5% reduction and to LOSFA. If you go to the or, it would be a 20.3% reduction if we just did scholarships, or a 24.4% reduction if we just took that from the staff. So either way you go, whether it's an and or whether it's an or, it's going to affect individuals across the board within our entity, students and families across the state, and institutions. And as we roll on through the slides, and I will try to roll on, you'll see why if you reduce what's already pretty low, we have a problem. Okay, so let's keep going.
Let me ask the question.
Sure.
There's a correlation of staff per dollar.
Right?
I think, no.
It would be
It would be ideal.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We would love
ideal
that.
In the hospital world, my business, there's a.
Don't ever out it.
Sorry.
Don't debate that. Love that.
So what you see is confidence and loss for so more things go, but often they'll say, here's the Patriot Scholar, et cetera, and all the money goes to scholarships and none of the money goes to support admins. So that's why we're in the situation we are. They're managing a lot of programs, but often not receiving any resource.
And the legislature is just defaulted over the years and say, oh, let LOSFA handle
Let
that.
LOSFA handle that.
Let
They know
LOSFA
how to
handle
do
that.
it. They know how to do it.
Now in the appropriation, just, hey,
But
your
again, but if
start
we
is
still
$3 billion.
backed into that and said, here are the dollars, here are the people. Then you could run a correlation and then determine to say, based on this number of dollars, this is It's a math problem.
It's a math.
It is.
We love math, so yeah.
Absolutely the
It-
ratio.
Regent Sterling, you can
Right,
imagine,
right.
Dr. Biddy can tell you, start programs, a lot of people start their start program when their kids are little tiny babies. And so by the time they go to reap the benefits of it, their email has changed and they've forgotten so they're calling. I know this because some people very high up in the government have called me about, hey. Yeah.
Right next to that, Carol,
You
they
need
call and
people
say.
to help people access
This
their.
number, I don't know why I don't have it, he's like, she's right here. It doesn't matter where that is or what time of day that is, we're expected to answer. We're glad to answer and our job is to help. But if you did the ratio, it's scary too. If you didn't do the harder math problem and you talked about, we lament over counselors having one counselor to 500 students.
Right.
Okay, you look at those numbers in that video and you talk about 10 people, 6 people to 84,000. That's an ugly number, but it's a number that we have a stellar team that works hard to manage that because they care about students.
And I want to get to your next slide and then my goal is to be done in 5 minutes.
I'm
And so I'm
I'm running through.
at the next slide, maybe I'll ask me any questions.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, okay, you asked about Go Grant. This is basically how the funds have been allocated. We have an allocation formula that adjusts each year based on usage by the schools. You spend all of your money, you spend it on time, and you need more, there's money left over, you get more in a pro rata share. You don't spend all of your money, you don't spend it all on time, your allocation is reduced, given to somebody who can do more. Now, if your situation changes, your mileage varies next year, then you have a chance to kind of auto-correct. Next.
What was-
Wait, okay.
Yeah, we could check.
Go ahead.
Just based on what you just showed.
Yeah, that does not.
And I'm wondering why this short staff doing all this work.
Mhm.
And if the legislative auditor and the other function of getting 75%, why you don't get your percentage for charging it back to the UK?
You can read just Sterling.
So that's a serious question. If the function you're providing is helping them brag on all this enrollment and meet those goals, why you're not able to get a charge back to those institutions?
Would be a great funding
I'll
model,
talk to
but it's
Matthew
not
about that a
what we
little
have.
bit. Talk to Matthew about it.
Regent Aubrey, I will add, so kind of based on what Regent Sterling was going to, there's about 400 million in state financial aid that LOSFA is putting out there with the admin budget of general fund of 14 million. So they're 3.5% admin cost is what you could say is what is being funded for that. Cutting 24% of that admin cost is detrimental since,
Yes.
you know, they don't get to charge back any of the work for time.
Correct.
And so
Not to mention the $2 billion of the people's money they're raising was started.
Yeah.
The people want their money. They don't want to talk to people about their money.
We don't get to raise tuition. We don't get to raise fees to write ourselves. So it's like, good luck.
Again, we don't have an interest of time, but I do want to know why we can't, if we're providing military program support and all these programs, and I know the calls, I mean, I've got a couple emails. Why aren't the campuses contributing? It helps them.
So we'll take a note on that and have a conversation on two things. So we've had questions about the ability to have admin for the large state programs they run, as well as campus conversation about should there be support, as well as K-12 support for the tens of thousands of students that they counsel every single day all over Louisiana. So it's good that we love LOSFA, they do good work, but we have to support it financially. And there are a couple of places where we could say, could you cost share with us to do it? That we will, at some point, obviously, and we're at this point, need to have those conversations.
Absolutely.
And Suwan and I have talked about the K-12 piece more than the others, I think, but all of those are, I think, viable conversations to have because they do a lot of work. High schools call and they say, could you do a FAFSA day? Can you come and fill out all this financial aid? Can you, so they do that. at every school in the state of Louisiana.
And I'd like to, if we are cutting things short, I would love to ask Matthew and Elizabeth, if y'all can send our entire board a link to all the presentations today. So we can go through them, and we might have questions next month to go over it as well.
No problem at all.
Any other questions for Dr. Booty?
I just want to comment on, well done on running such a massive, assignment on such a lean budget.
Absolutely.
And so you got 2 minutes, Doctor.
Okay.
How you want to use them?
Keep rolling. Okay, all right, so you, oh, wait.
I know, keep going, I'm sorry.
Which one, top?
Turn.
No, you were going back to, we were right at go,
Yes, ma'am.
so go back.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. All right, so you ask about, this goes without saying, you can review that. This is the unduplicated amount of students. It just tells you minimum annual award for GO is 300, maximum is 3,000. This just shows you how that is distributed and how GO grant average awards increase with the budget. In general, campuses increase the amount of money that they awarded as the legislature gave generous increases. And in many instances, they were able to award more students. When you get to significant increases, like we are at the 70 million, $1 million doesn't allow them to do that. But these significant increases can. And we have a handout for you, a booklet. That's an overview of LOSFA. At the back of it, there's a QR code. If you scan that QR code, it will take you to this presentation and to those extra research pieces.
Oh, great.
Thanks, Doc. You go faster.
In your last 2 minutes, can you do a minute on
Give it
tops?
2 more minutes, okay? Okay.
Sorry.
That
said 2 minutes.
Did I have
was
three?
2 minutes.
A minute on tops, a minute on MJ Foster,
Okay.
to
we
just
can do
the
that.
highlight of
All
whatever you
right,
want us to.
so, yeah, let's go to, or I can just
Just
talk
say
it
it.
in. No,
Yeah.
I think it's easier for you to
Okay.
do that. All right, so MJ Foster, we have a handout for you when you're, with your QR code that really is gonna tell you everything that you need to know. This was last year between, there we go. All right, so if you look, the less than a minute, this 5.6 million is where we are right now. We are not even halfway through the fall. It's a $10.5 million program. Go figure. All right, and then when you look at the bottom, we said 23, 24, where were we? As of right now, we were at 1.49. We're at 5.6. Yes, we're going to run out of money. We hope to make it to the end of fall. Last year, we ran out in March at the 1.495 rate. If you're at 5.624, you don't really have to be a mathematician to figure out we're gonna run out much earlier than March. We hope to make it through the end of fall. So that's your, so you have a wonderful sheet on MJ Foster that I truly encourage you to read. It says like the research behind it. This means that we took what the national data said you need to be doing if you're doing a promise program right. And this is what we did about it. So it's like, don't just talk about it. What have you done? Okay, so let's go to tops. Those are just, they can see those, keep going, keep going. All right, so tops projections, go back and I think we can, we could start it. Yeah, we could do this here. All right, so people ask, you know, it's been in the news lately that tops is down. All right, so they ask why tops is down. Tops is a huge program, so you're not going to get one silver bullet answer about why it's down. So there's several factors that contribute to that. One, when you decouple tops and tuition. So if you think about where you are with cost and if you go back and visualize the chart Matthew showed you with financial aid, that nailed it. Financial aid did steady state. That means what students are getting isn't increasing. All right, so whatever you did to the campuses raised a little bit, but their cost, tuition did that. That was a big top line, okay? Now, if you decouple tops with tuition in 2016, and you did, that means when those costs go up, when that top line goes up, those students are stuck with that same amount. If another state that is competitive looks at you and says your buying power stalled in 2016-17, and you continue to talk every year about whether you're gonna cut this program or not, tell you what, we got you. We can fund you. Where do you think they're gonna go? And that is what we are beginning to see. Let's say I'm a student that doesn't get tops. Pell is portable. So if I'm not getting tops anyway, and I'm going into debt, an out-of-state recruiter can say to me, hey, your pal crosses state lines, that's federal money. So you're seeing, interestingly, the same level of out-of-state going, which is 8% for a TOPS honor student, that's your top level, as we are for a TOPS tech student that doesn't accept the award. Huh, right? Hell is portable. I'm promising you something that my money's good. I'm not talking about cutting you. Other thing, just demographics. If you've got the graduating classes are getting smaller, and you had historically large graduating classes as they move on because top students retain their awards and graduate at higher rates, which means they're leaving the Ponderosa, right? You got fewer people coming on. Guess what? Demographically, you're gonna have fewer people to pay. COVID, you know, that put a monkey wrench in lots of students' plans, and we're still seeing effects from families struggling today. You will see one of those exceptions tomorrow. Then we had Laura Delta Zeta, all one word, because they came back to back to back. And we have mental health issues that we are seeing exceptions skyrocket for mental health of students and how they're going to cope with all of this. So if I could go just to the, keep skipping, Elizabeth, keep skipping to where it shows the dollar value of tops.
Last word.
Yeah, that's what, you know, I'm not gonna even have to say anything. Keep going. Keep going, uh-huh. Keep going. There we go. All right, well. Okay, I don't know how to blow it up, and so I got my glasses on, but I'll just sit right here. I said I wasn't gonna say a word, right? So look right here, when you say this is annual mandatory tuition and fees. Okay, so you're seeing the C 50% covered, 47% covered. Down here, 85% covered, that's allied health. That's the highest TOPS award amount there is. So you're right at what? 50–60% of the cost to pay tuition and fees with TOPS. Okay, now go next. And when I did this for the legislature, they asked me what I did to the numbers. All right, look, okay, now what happened to 11%, 6%? That's based on living on campus or off campus, not with your mama and your daddy. That is your buying.
So anybody who says TOPS covers your tuition, that doesn't cover your tuition, much less.
It covers your cost to register, but nowhere near your cost
Half your
to
tuition,
attend.
but yeah, nowhere near what.
Nowhere near. And so that,
11% would cost good college.
so when you look at that buying power and let's cut tops, because it does a headline, guess what you do with that headline? Door, please. We see it. And if you look at the trends from 2016 on and the acceptance rates of those upper echelon kids, you're gonna see that. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Mark. Appreciate it. We're gonna take a 5-minute break. 11:05, we'll come back and start with UL System.
Those are the slides I wanted.
They had direct impacts from hurricanes. Their service area has been impacted and the area that they recruit students from. So we're still trying to work through challenges that they are seeing. 2.23% decrease in overall enrollment is not a big number. We certainly look forward to the days when their numbers will be in green, but Nicholls State and Northwestern are two of our schools that continue to show some slight decreases. UNO, has had challenges on many fronts. But the fact that their overall decline this year was only 1.74, I think says that they are they're turning the corner. Now, when you look at first-time freshmen, they were up 16% there. Transfers, 37%. Those are areas that give us room for optimism. I was there on campus at UNO yesterday, and just to see the students on campus, I mean, really just it was a vibe, sort of an energy that you could feel there on the campus. President Johnson, Kathy Johnson, has had some really tough things to deal with. She inherited a lot, and quite frankly, a lot of the tough decisions she's making now should have been made decades ago. And so, following up on some of the questions earlier, I think we're in a position now where, everything's out in the open, right? Everyone within that community understands not only the enrollment challenges, the financial challenges, there's nothing that the public is not aware of. And I think they see that she's moving, with all deliberate speed to correct the direction of the University of New Orleans. And so we are certainly continuing to support her. Eddie Mesh, who's here, of course, our CFO, and Dr. Marcus Jones are both going to be on campus tomorrow with Kathy and her team. Again, continuing to support them in a number of different ways to help them get to round the corner and finally get UNO back to the level of prominence that we expect.
And that's just curious about that. I always thought, since I've been on this board before, that if there's ever a place for opportunity, it's for a four-year institution, public institution in New Orleans. University of New Orleans. I mean, you go to Paris, France, you go anywhere in the world, they hear about it. They may not know where Louisiana is, but they've heard of New Orleans.
New Orleans, that's right.
And it's amazing. You see what Delgado's doing there. You see what some of the private schools have done there. There is a spot for that place to flourish, and I'm hoping that you're going to have the right formula there to do that.
Yes, sir. Well, again, I credit Kathy Johnson and her team for, again, making some really, really tough decisions. And, it's everything from, closing some buildings, that consolidating operations. I mean, they're looking under, in every sector and every area to be able to correct, their expenses to get them, in alignment. And again, we're pushing really hard on them to make changes that, again, are decades in the making. And so the fact that we can't come here and say everything's solved today is not necessarily a surprise. But I think based on some of the reporting, you see she's pushing in all of the right directions. Let me pause right there and see if there are any questions in enrollment wise. My other slides are really more probably philosophical, but if there were any questions enrollment wise, that was Chairman McHugh.
We were excited to get to the phone. It was just last night because after reading the reports, they were done a few months ago.
Sure.
It looked pretty dire, but it looks like outside of the schools you just talked to, Nicholls and Northwestern, and I know that UNO's down, but the trend is up for most of your schools, so that was positive to see. Any questions about enrollment right now?
Just
Great.
go ahead.
No,
Regent
no,
Officer.
no.
Oh, I'm sorry, Regent Sterling, go ahead.
On a higher level outside of just the UL system, have we done like a real population assessment correlation? When we think about the coast, we think about where LUMCON is, we think about Nicholls and all that. Have we done any type of real deep dive to look at the 10-year trajectory in that region, or maybe their chamber has, and we, just to really understand the trajectory?
It leads into these other questions too about the birth rate and how
Yes.
we're gonna have less high school graduates everywhere in the country and the world for the next 18 years at least that we know of. But you're right. So regionally, her question was, do we know about particularly some of the hurricane affected areas in our coastline? Are we having population retreat from those areas?
So go ahead.
Yeah, so we have done that. We have done that modeling, and so we can certainly give you those figures based on parish and based on the state as a whole.
We have just a off the cuff, what are you seeing?
So I mean, the large scale picture is a little bit different in Louisiana than it is in the rest of the country. In the rest of the country in 2025, there is an enormous population cliff. In Louisiana, because of the fact that the big population event was Katrina, we have already seen our significant downturn, and actually in the college age going population, we will see a gentle increase between now and 2030. Past 2030,
I realize that.
everybody's very, very different. Past 2030, the whole nation is forecast to see a gradual decline. But our population statistics look a little different here in Louisiana.
Okay,
Interesting, you've looked at it regionally and over time. I think she's asking about.
So like coastal Laura's data, whatever, the
Yeah.
threesome,
So,
the
yeah,
triplets.
so the population.
Cameron over to Terrebonne to Lafouche.
So
Thank you, Lord.
I have numbers on it. So if you look at what's happened over the last few years since we've had the hurricanes that have gone up, the 4 of the 10 largest declines in population in counties in the country are in Louisiana. And those are actually ones that have been directly impacted by the hurricanes. So, I mean, Terrebonne is in there where we're based, but you've got pretty much most of the coastal counties are all having population exodus more higher than the rest of the state. Obviously, our state is losing population, but those coastal communities that have been there clearly is a trend. Now, some of those, the question is that a sustained trend, or is it just immediately afterwards, you know, after Ida, the number of houses that were destroyed, do those people just temporarily leave and do they come back? That's the part we don't know, but it's clear that we've seen drastic declines in the populations in those coastal communities.
Thank you so much.
As we see, nationwide, Louisiana continues to lead in terms of number of citizens who were born in the state. So although they may be displaced following events like this, we're still leading the nation in terms of the number of our residents. So I'm saying that to say, we believe those people will to some extent come back. However, when you look at what we're doing at Nichols in particular, in our system-wide initiative to create the University of Louisiana Maritime Academy, that has the potential to grow a population of students and industries that they support in that area. That, of course, is very heavily involved in the maritime industry, and so we're making great strides in getting ready to stand that program up, and it will be housed at Nichols. And this does fit along with the governor's desire to see what he's called specialties, but regional focuses in our area. So if we look at what we're doing with maritime at Nichols, LNG at McNeese, for instance, along the I-20 corridor, the cyber corridors is what we often refer to it as. And again, when you see the data centers that are looking very closely at North Louisiana, and not only the number of jobs that come along with that, but the amount of power that they need in order to run these data centers and all of that. You know, all of these things, I think, show us that there are opportunities on the horizon for not just for our state, but in particular for the University of Louisiana system. Again, I just touched briefly with Louisiana Tech, for instance, you know, seeing a growth there in their first-time freshmen. Last year, they had the largest freshman class in school history. They exceeded that number this year. So we're certainly very optimistic about that. Again, other than those schools that we talked about briefly, overall as a system, we're up.
And in your UNO notes, you'll note the need for like revenue diversification and restructuring enrollment, things like that, and partnering with other 4-year institutions in the UL system. and maybe even across other systems. What does that mean for UNO? What do you see for that?
Prime example, UNO is, we've now approved UNO to start teaching engineering courses on Nichols campus. So those two schools have collaborated together to be able to provide those engineering courses in Thibodeau that they were not previously able to provide. Again, with the Universities of Louisiana System Maritime Academy, it would include all of our schools. So we see this as Tech and Grambling, for instance, providing the cyber component to that.
Is that a virtual classroom for your students, or are they actually going to Thibodeau?
It will be physically housed there, but a number of these courses would be able to be delivered virtually. You think about what's going on at ULM, although we think about their pharmacy program, obviously the only public pharmacy program in the state of Louisiana. Their atmospheric science program is big and growing, and they are now, thanks to federal investments, they will have a mesonet that will have stations all over the state of Louisiana. And so when you think about maritime, there is a level of weather that's needed in that, right? And so again, we're finding these connection points that we do believe will make this a success. And based on our trip to Washington last week, and we met with all of our members of Congress who are very much supportive of it. Congresswoman Letlow got us a $1 million appropriation. And so we're really excited again about the future of that, not just for Nichols, but for our entire system.
Thank you, Dr. Keller. Regents, Aubrey, I'm sorry.
Yeah, reading the report that the staff put together in relation to this, and it's certainly a different tone than it was last year, first time seeing it. And we just in summary, and for the UL system, one institution will cut, another institution will stabilize, another campus in recovery mode, another campus fragile and state of continuing monitoring, another one negatively impact, another one recovery phase related to particular enrollment, another one budget challenges are faced attributable to inflation, and then of course UNO. When you just from that high level, how is the management board and how is the system? Is it, we're talking about giving proposed how you're gonna deal with it. That's how you are, at least that's how it's perceived. Now you're saying be prepared for 19% of 25% cut. How is the campus environment? How is the campus? We got institutions maybe getting rid of the SAGs. Or how are you navigating through this environment?
You know, visiting the campuses in connection with the capital outlay visit. So again, yesterday we were at Southeastern and at UNO. The environments are very positive. There's a lot of energy there on campus. I was at McNeese and UL Lafayette for their capital outlay. Same thing. I mean, just a lot of student activity, a lot of upbeat. You could just feel the energy. Of course, McNeese had in recent years been gravitating towards being a basketball school. They're actually a football school again. And when you see the crowds that are attending their games and success on the field, it is also, again, you can feel it around. They broke ground on a new student union to replace the one that was the old ranch that was severely damaged in previous hurricanes. There is an optimism that we see all across the system, again, including UNO.
So as it relates to, let me be more specific, the chief financial officers and those people who got to navigate through this environment, they're having to provide reports. And you got faculty senate, you got staff senate, you know, or has it gotten to a point where it hits services until, you know, sometimes you're cutting a lot of other things and using reserves to where the customer don't really know it and they're still happy and be in college. Are we there yet?
Well, here's the thing, and I think, as I think back over, the last 8 years, and of course, 7 of my 8, were spent on Gramblin's campus. We didn't experience the cuts that are being contemplated now, right?
Yeah.
And so I don't know that the realism has, because a lot of folks just don't have that reference point. Now, people like Eddie who lived through it, he's always conservative, but he's like super conservative now in terms of what, are these real projections? And that's one of the things that we're doing on a system level is really digging deeper in terms of not just looking at the budget and say, okay, we check the box, we, move on. He's layering that to make sure that he's looking at what are the auxiliaries, what are the reserves, how quickly are you burning through these reserves? What does the long-term forecast look like? So we are doing a lot more due diligence at our level. And, I've said this to my team often, they're probably tired of hearing it. And many years ago, I started working with a personal trainer, and she said, well, what are your goals? And I said, well, I want a 6-pack, big biceps, right?
Yeah.
She laughed like, she said, okay, well, that's great, but first we have to work on your core, right? And so we're approaching this from the standpoint of working on our core. So Eddie and his finance team are really, again, digging in with the CFOs on our campuses. Dr. Norris is meeting regularly with the IR teams to make sure that not only are we getting the data, that we're getting good data. And I know Regent staff has had some frustrations with some of our campuses not being able to produce the data in uniform ways. Well, thanks to the Regents investment this year, we've begun a pilot project where we have Louisiana Tech, Grambling, and ULM are partnered with K-16 Solutions, where we will be able to start pulling this data directly from the campuses versus getting it potentially in 3 different formats, right? And so it's our belief that once we're already showing early successes with this pilot, that we'll be able to replicate that across the system, and we'll be able to more readily get the data that we need to make good decisions, but also to be able to provide to you all and not see lags and inconsistencies in that data production.
Eddie, what keeps us, if you think about the 9 institutions, where is the volatility? Where is the one that when the reports are coming in, you go find that school first? Which ones kind of?
UNO, of course, that's one we have concern about. It's already been publicized. They start the fiscal year with a significant deficit. They're working on reducing that deficit, and so far they've made some progress, mostly through eliminating positions, holding back on hiring, but there are some other measures that they will do throughout the year. And so they'll be reporting the first quarter soon in October meeting. I'm going to request some quarterly reports a little bit early for the operating fund only, because it takes significant effort to pull that data together. But to inform our board where they're doing with their operating.
Then what's your next
one?
Just concern.
Well, I mean, there's several. ULM is one. They have some budget challenges. They have some resources in their foundation and their nonprofit that does their construction. They do have some struggles. Another is Louisiana Tech has some. They've gotten some help this year, as has ULM, which has really helped. And so they'll be good this year. But some of those revenues that they received are one time. They're not recurring. So you need to match recurring revenues with recurring expenditures. So although one-time funds are helpful, they just really buy you some time. So those 3 institutions. Nichols is another. They received some help from the legislature this year. Great. They're one of the SAC's upcoming institutions, and they're very much aware of that.
Well, in the interest of time, I'll let y'all continue, but I do like that the tenor is very much real. It's the notes that the staff have provided. And so it's apparent there's a lot more conversation. And, you know, during the transition with this new administration, you know, Regents was challenged to do and ask and be more engaged and be more informed, rather than some of the press releases. And I will say, President Gallo and I had long conversations. Philosophically, we typically realign, but as it relates to dual enrollment. And when I look at dual enrollment as it pertains to overall, you know, when I see tech at a 10% and things like that, I go to look, is it dual enrollment? And no, it's pretty, that basically had they're reporting a lesser amount of dual enrollment students, which means that the FTEs and other things actually look better. So I like the reporting, you know, and I commend you all for being very transparent and hitting it head on.
And that's something that's important to us now. I mean, without transparency, you can't solve problems. You have to be aware of them before you can fix them. And all the campuses know that. Created a new quarterly report that's really based on sustainability, financial position, to know just how far along they're going. And there have been some improvements because of enrollment that should be reflected in the first quarterly report. But there is still work to do. So if you look at the operating fund is being assisted by other parts of the institution, which tells me that tuition and fees and appropriations together are not quite enough to match the expenditures that they have in the operating. And a lot of that is from inflation, from COVID. One year there was like 8%. It's hard for institutions to keep up with that, the current amount of revenue that they have. And so that's part of the quarterly report. So we want to reverse those trends. We want to make sure that those institutions are sustainable. And with that new quarterly report, it will tell us that. Not only does it report the operating fund, but it's also going to report institution as a whole, what resources they have as a whole. So you can see where the institutions are going, and that from now on, that the quarterly report will.
We thank you for your candor. I do want to talk about budgets and things like that. I have a feeling your presentation is going to go in that direction at some point. So let's get back to it. I want to hear more from you guys and write down your questions so we can ask when you're done.
So just briefly and to that Regent Arbery, you know, and of course, this is my first time appearing before you all in this capacity. But certainly as we go forward and you all get to learn me better and my leadership style, I'm a huge fan of Stephen Covey and 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And one of those is begin with the end in mind. And so when I think about the level of transparency that we are providing, you know, I would never want to get to the end and have you all look at me and say, Rick was hiding things from us, right? And so we begin with the end in mind. We're beginning with a level of transparency. We're not hiding anything. We're going to get it all out there, and you will know what our real challenges are, but you'll also know what our real opportunities are as we go forward. And again, this is, you know, something that we know that we have to provide this level of accountability and transparency, not just because you all in this room expect it, but our over 80,000 students, our faculty, our staff, all of our stakeholders, our governor, our legislature, they all expect that level of transparency, and we're here to give it. I promise you that. I would just like to just talk briefly about the impact of the University of Louisiana system. And, you know, quite often we get caught up in the, you know, in the enrollment data, which is important, right? And those other numbers. But when you think about the fiscal impact that the University of Louisiana system has, and so when you look at the state investment of about 300 million, of course, the rest of our budget is based on self-generated fees, tuition, all of that. So for the state to invest roughly 300 million and to get 11.8 billion back, I think is a pretty good return on investment by any standard. Now, this data is from our economic impact study that was conducted in 2022.
Does that 300 million include the mandated costs going back?
Beg your pardon?
Does that 300 million include the mandated costs that go back?
You want me to go down that rabbit hole?
Parking lot.
Go ahead. I'm trying to get some more of it from lots.
So what we're now doing is embarking on an update to our economic impact study. But also to look at our alumni trends, to find out where are our graduates going? Where are they working? What sectors are they in? Because I think it's gonna be important, and of course, last week, had the opportunity along with Commissioner Reed to be at a Lumina State Policy retreat, and talking about the need to educate the community about what it is that we do. I just don't know that we always do a good job of marketing and selling what it is, what our product is, and the value of what we're doing. And so, again, that will be another thing that we will be very laser focused on is, number one, having good data, and number two, having a clear message that we're able to share and show the benefits that this state and our students are yielding from our respective institutions. I'll stop right there, Mr. Chairman, and entertain any questions. I have a couple more slides, but I'll find somewhere to drop those in.
Are your slides on budget?
No, so back to budget then, because, so how many of your schools absent one-time money from the state or somewhere else have a budget deficit for this fiscal year? Let's go with this, I guess, right now.
If you only talk about the operating.
Yeah.
Matching your recurring revenues to recurring expenditures. They all have a shortfall. Some have additional reserves where you can easily plug that in, and that's a normal part of budget. Happens all the time. Question is, do you have sufficient reserves? How long can you last? So if you were to look across the board, that new quarterly report that we're working with, and I call it a supplemental report, but it's a supplement to the Board of Regents normal budget that we're used to, which is based on budget authority. It's like permission to receive and permission to spend, not necessarily how much you receive and spend. So there is a difference. So we're gonna show that. And then for any expenditures that have to be moved out of the operating fund to other funds to help supplement the operating, it will show that too. So if you take that into account, to certain degrees, every institution is needing a little bit of support for their operation. Now they can increase revenues to offset that, or they can cut expenditures when they can balance, and they always do. This is a particularly difficult time. But those reports are going to show that, and there'll be communications with the campuses to show their progress by the end of it.
What does it look like?
If I could just add a little context to that, though, of course, the budgets were presented prior to registration. And so as we see increases on some of our campuses, you will also see some increase in revenue. And depending on the school, some projections, and this was a number that Dr. Litov always used at my previous institution, that approximately 129 students yields about $1 million, right? And so each institution will have its own, formula that, but showing these increases in enrollment will certainly impact that number to varying degrees depending on the campus.
That's right. And the first quarter will reflect those increased enrollments, which will change the dynamic. So, and then we'll have that available for us to talk about.
Great. It's a bit, but that's, go ahead, Commissioner.
So if your situation now, and I'm grateful for the leadership and the transparency and the partnership. You're in a situation now where you have financially fragile institutions, for whatever reason, enrollment shifts, et cetera, hurricanes, et cetera. And then you look at a projected $250 million budget cuts. Talk to us about potential impact there.
I mean, in a word, I'd say devastating. That type of impact on already fiscally fragile institutions would have. I mean, so if you.
With no state resource to help supplement.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, and depending on the school, there were some who projected, having to cut, 70 positions, for instance, freezing open vacant roles. Eliminating programs. I mean, these are cuts that go well beyond just the fat. I mean, that gets down to the bone, quite frankly. And so, you know, I'm still very much optimistic that, that our legislature, and again, as we're having these meetings, with legislators, and they have attended these capital outlay, meetings, pretty strongly. And, I believe they feel connected to our campuses and understand, that it takes money to run our institution. So, I think we still have an opportunity, I believe, to have support from a legislature that understands we have to have funding in order to do the work that we're doing.
You had mentioned some of the businesses, particularly I-20 corridor. Are you partnering with those businesses to help get them involved? And also, are you doing any recruiting, like even out of state, to let students know that, hey, these businesses are coming here, we'd love to educate you and let you, keep you here?
Yes, and yes, and yes, and I'll use Louisiana Tech as an example. They have Tech Point 1 and now Tech Point 2, which houses primarily tech businesses, technology businesses within the campus environment, and so we're seeing not only startups but you know, some established companies that are located there, and some that are outgrowing the space and are going out and getting additional space. I mean, you look at the relationship between ULM and LUMCON, the donation of that, you know, of their facilities there, and you know, some of the conversations that take place as a result of that. I do think you see, you know, very strong synergy there. And when you anchor the Cyber Innovation Center in Bossier City with Grambling and Tech and ULM, you see a lot that's going on. And I'll use one other example. There is a program that is supported by the Cyber Innovation Center where students in Cattle Parish are being taught cyber classes in high school. And they're going to Grambling for the summer and involved in summer camps and clinics in cyber. Louisiana Tech is also doing that in Bossier Parish. And so those have created pipelines or pathways of students who are learning the cyber courses on their high school campuses and are going to the university campuses. So again, everybody's finding ways to really work together and create this. Not only, I think Radiance is a chip manufacturer that's looking at locating in Ruston. So again, all of these things are sort of working together that I think will yield some really great results along the I-20 cyber corridor.
Any other questions?
So, yeah,
Regent Aubrey, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe I expecting a little bit, you know, here in LUMCON and LOSFA, what is the potential cut share based on that 100 million or whatever it is that the commission administration, what is it to the UL system? And then how is that spread to the institutions? And do they have a plan for campus on if it's 100 million or 200 million? Is that
56 and 70 of a $300 million allocation from the state to the UL system.
It is 56 million at the 19% level and 70 million at the 24% level.
so? Have y'all developed a worst case scenario plan, or is that some of this narrative?
It's in here, I think, yeah.
I think the underlying question maybe, and this is not for, you all have done a lovely job, is I think it's not sustainable. I mean, if you go back to what you read in the narrative, and we think about, you know, Commissioner Barras and the strategy, which we would hope the legislator is, if that plan doesn't work, our current system is unsustainable. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think that's very fair, and I don't know that we always get the courage to
reserves not
talk
a
about it,
magic.
but yeah.
Reserves are not a magic word. I can't imagine the reserve pools at all these schools. You know, I think McNeese, Nichols, Northwestern, Southeastern, ULM, and UNO all have plans in this budget year to dip into reserves. And I can't imagine they have really deep reserve pockets.
Well, some do. McNeese has probably thanks to a lot of work that Eddie did while he was CFO there, his conservative approach. McNeese has, significant reserves, Grambling, thanks to a couple of conservative CFOs, there, have significant reserves. But, each campus has its own, has its own abilities and challenges. And, looking at the student board member and, quite often we talk about the numbers, but, it's not sustainable to be able to provide the level of not only instruction, but just support for our students on the campuses as we're currently doing it. And if you look at a standstill budget this year, when we all had inflation to hit everything from the cost of the food that we serve to the cost of the artists who come in to perform for student speakers. You name it. Nothing that we do on our campuses is cheaper to provide to our students now compared to last year. So again, that will have to be a part of the change in how we talk about the impact. It's not just dollars and cents. There are actual students who will feel the impact of these types of cuts.
So, just to be clear, because I'm asking Matthew or whoever prepared. This question number 2 speaks to the 0.45 sales tax sunset and to develop a $250 million plan in 2 scenarios. And there are summaries about it, and I'm sure there's some backup at the institution level or the system level of what this means. The Grambling will review if it's eliminated and cut faculty and staff. And that's it. And then they accept the position. I'm sure these people. The concern, I guess, maybe why I thought it must be something else. No response from UL and no response from ULL and ULM. Are they not? Are they just going to use reserves or we?
I think they're just not prepared to give you a definitive answer at this point. But they are concerned. They're having discussions and meetings. They just don't have anything definitive at this point. All these reductions will be devastating to our institution. I'm not in a position to absorb those as often. So
Can't leave it open-ended like.
well, it's very difficult to see. 70% of the budget. They will, if that's where this goes, they will create plans to address the budget deficits that we create.
Right, but I thought we were instructed to have a plan.
To share, so the instruction, as you know, every September we meet, the instruction was tell us what you need, but also tell us the impact of these cuts.
Correct.
Right, and so we will have a responsibility, not just today to talk with you, but in October to talk to appropriations, to talk to House Education, to clearly articulate what is the impact.
Correct.
So my sense, we'll let the leadership speak, is that every institution can tell you exactly what the impact is.
Right.
The question is, do they want to cause the concern and the angst that might lead some faculty to not stay, some students to maybe not enroll? And those kinds, this is the double-edged sword on it. We have a responsibility as educators to educate on the value. But there are many people who will say, I am extremely concerned about articulating something that will cause the worry to become reality. And I think that's probably more of what it is than every institution having a plan, but Mr. President, speak to that.
And I think if you look collectively at the responses of the institutions, they all talk about the difficulty in recruiting and retaining faculty, for instance, and UL in particular, as our system's only R1 institution. And I was at the opening convocation where President Savoy introduced the new faculty who were joining for this fall. Imagine the complicated, making a complicated situation even worse to be able to recruit high caliber faculty in when they're talking about we're going to cut so many faculty positions. So we place them in a very, very difficult situation, Regent Arbery, to provide this level of doomsday projections when at the same time, they're trying to recruit and retain faculty and staff. Again, at our only R1 research institution in our system.
I think there's gotta be a better way than no response.
And they provided I guess, a more general overall response that they reference by reference, on some of those. So, again, I don't want this, body to feel like they have just simply refused to answer. I think it's been a more general, comprehensive response to the questions.
I mean, we have to accept it, but we are aware already that as the CFO, in particular, the institutions, the volatility based on enrollment, finance, and things of that nature. One of the schools is already there. Now we have been asked to provide a plan and but not provide a response to the region staff. I just don't think that's fair for us to just ignore it. And then,
That's where I think this slide probably comes in handy.
Yeah.
So depending on which side of the cube you're on. Right, and so again, I can tell you, the cuts would be devastating to all 9 of our institutions. I would dare say to the entire state. So just depending on which side of the cubes. I think I used that in one of my trials against Mr. Lee. I didn't win that one either.
I like that.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Is
And that
there,
is not me with the big belly button.
is there any work to plan more collaboration amongst the colleges in case there is a shortfall, that they can work together till they build those curriculum up, or, I mean, any other conversations about that?
There's ongoing conversation about collaboration, and so when we look at, again, I've referenced the, and I'll send you that slide.
Is it good?
We've referenced the UNO and Nichols collaboration, and there are others that are contemplated. We're also looking from a from an operations standpoint. One of the things we discovered was that all 9 of our campuses, for instance, have licensing agreements with Microsoft, 9 separate contracts. So we're now in the process of issuing an RFP where we can hopefully consolidate and get better pricing for our 9 campuses who are, currently in one of the bills that was vetoed could potentially have, address that. But at any rate, that's just one area of efficiencies that we're trying to reach in across our system. So we know there's a lot more work to do, but we're certainly looking at every opportunity to cut costs where we can.
Questions?
How much has housing affected enrollment? As I know, that's a big issue across the entire country, is the lack of housing and how that has depleted enrollment significantly. I know for my university, like, we've had to not turn people away, like, we would accept them, but because they couldn't stay on campus, they chose to go to school in a whole other state. And we don't have the luxury of being able to, like, pay for students to go to school off campus in a sense. And so, like, I know that's for my system, but how has that affected the UL system? And has there been conversations about addressing the housing crisis?
The short answer is yes. It has impacted us, and there are ongoing conversations about future investment in student housing. One of the things that we see now with the uptick in enrollment is that housing is filling up faster, whereas, after COVID, when you lost enrollment, you also lost students who were staying in housing. So we're sort of in that in-between stage right now where all the schools are looking at whether it's to build new student housing, and you also look at the age of your existing housing stock. In an area like Ruston, for instance, there's been just kind of an explosion of apartments being built in the Ruston area. So that the community itself is able to absorb, a lot of the increase that tech is currently seeing. And so each campus is looking very closely at that. Plus, you have to be competitive, if you can't provide the type of living environment that students are looking for, you are gonna lose students. So, the dormitories that were there when Region R group was in college, just
That wasn't that long ago.
the communal showers and things like that. I mean, high rises, that's just that you're not gonna attract students. So again, we're very mindful of the need to keep our housing stock up to date. And based on the number of contractors who call all the time and developers who want to develop student housing on our campuses, there is a lot of interest in, and I believe as we continue to grow our enrollment, you'll see that improving across the space. Thank you for that question.
So it sounds like it's some kind of, on the positive side, across the board, in the UL system. A couple of schools wish they could do better, but across the board, your numbers are up in enrollment this fall. And so that should spell, for a better forecast than the one we had, even when y'all submitted this a couple of months ago. On the negative side, it sounds like just about every school right now starts with a budget deficit, small or big, big on the school. And that's before you talk about a potential 19 to 24% cut that I think is unsustainable and devastating to the entire UL system. Is that a fair assessment?
Could not have said it better, Mr. Chair.
Anything else you want to add, Dr. Ballard?
I know our time, we've got 3 minutes, so let me just close with this. The story's told that President John F. Kennedy visited NASA in Houston and he encountered a gentleman who said, sir, what do you do here? He said, Mr. President, we're putting a man on the moon. And the story's told, I wasn't around to know whether it's true or not, but the story is told that the gentleman was a custodian. He was not a rocket scientist. He was not a mathematician calculating the reentry and all of that. But he knew that the role he played helped to support the rocket scientists and the mathematicians. And so we view this as one mission, that the work that Eddie does, the work that I do, and Rich and Marcus and all of our presidents, everyone down to our food service, we all share in that mission of the success of the 80,000+ students that enroll at the University of Louisiana system. And so we accept that there are challenges and there will always be challenges, but at the end of the day, we're all focused on one mission, and that is the success of our students of the University of Louisiana system. With that, I will close, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Keller.
Thank you all.
All right, thanks, y'all. We're gonna take a very quick 40-minute lunch break, and we'll come back here at 12:45 with the Southern University System and President Shields. All right.
It should be right outside the door.
We're in our spot.
Yeah. We're back in here, okay. Yeah.
I have to excuse me.
Back, and thanks to Southern University System President Dennis Shield for joining us to present the Southern University budget information. Thank y'all for both being here, and look forward to hearing from y'all.
Thank you. And this is Blandis Clinton, the Chief Financial Officer. A lot more than that title. And
anything that's right about what I report is his responsibility. Anything that's wrong is all on me. Let me thank this committee and the members of the Regents that participating in this very important work. Thank you for the service to the state and to higher education. I am in the midst of my third year of serving as president of the university system. My experience in higher education spans institutions like the University of Iowa, the University of Michigan, Duke City College of New York, and University of Wisconsin-Platteville. So I've seen a broad array of higher education. What I would tell you is that what the Southern University system and higher education in Louisiana is facing simply a variation on the same thing from most of those institutions. The fiscal health and our ability to execute on our mission is always challenging when revenue streams fluctuate a great deal. So let me start by talking a little bit about what I think are the three pillars that drive the way I'm trying to lead Southern University. First and foremost, central to our mission is our students, driving great student outcomes. And for us, I think it aligns with the momentum initiative by this body. It's retention from first year to second year, graduation rates, time to graduation. The second pillar is students in place. I think universities have a responsibility to the communities where they're located, to the cities where they're located, to the state and beyond, to be contributing to the well-being of those communities and the prosperity of those communities. Third pillar for Southern is extraordinarily important to us is diversifying revenue streams. About 30% of our annual operating budget comes from the state of Louisiana. Now, let me make a little commentary about that. There's been disinvestment in higher education across the country by states. Many states that's been a decline that has been gradual over 30-some years. Louisiana, as I understand it, in the mid-2000s, 70%, a little above 70% of its annual operating budget for Southern came from the state of Louisiana. Within 5 years, it went down to 30%. What happened there? What were the results of there? I can't speak of why that happened. What it did is it shifted the burden of paying for the higher education on to students. Between tuition and fees, students have absorbed a large majority of that cut, which makes Southern, like I think all higher education, very student driven. So 65% of our annual operating budget comes from students' tuition, fees, housing, etc. So we have a sliver that's supported by philanthropy and other various streams of revenue, grants and contracts. So the third pillar is we need to diversify those revenue streams, and we're working hard to do that. If you only rely on two streams, if anything happens to either one of them, it can be catastrophic. Also, I think this body knows higher ed is an extremely human capital oriented operation. I think approaching 65% of all of our operating budget is to pay faculty, staff, students, it's people. So if you cut budgets, it's cutting jobs. It cuts the number of teachers, the people, faculty, professors. It cuts the support we can offer our students. And let me just say, and one of our superstars, Kennedy Lower, is sitting here. He's one of the first students I met, even when I was interviewing for the job. 65 to 70% of our students are Pell eligible, which means they come from extraordinarily modest means. 65 to 70% of our students are students who are the first generation in their families to go to college. So they're very talented, but they're challenged financially and they're challenged because they're not familiar with higher education and how to matriculate through that. That means they need additional attention and support. Cut budgets, you cut the attention and the support that you can provide to those students. Now, we are doing things to help ourselves. Obviously, if our retention rates and graduation rates go up, that helps our bottom line. We improve our retention rates by 7 or 8%, that could be as much as $2 or $3 million. So we've made some headway on that front moving forward. We've re-energized our research and efforts to attract grants and contracts from federal government and state government. And we're closing in on a methodology to get business and industry more engaged in supporting our research and contracting efforts. We are in the silent phase of a major capital campaign. Hundreds of millions of dollars that we hope to raise over the next 6 or 7 years. So we're doing things to help ourselves on this front. But a couple of interesting conversations. I talked to somebody who's helping us with philanthropy. She came to meet with me about a month ago. And she says, President Shields, describe for me what sort of discretionary, what the amount of discretionary money that you have in your budget in a given year. I smiled. I said, I don't have discretionary money. The budget cuts that took place a decade or so decimated Southern University. It is not recovered yet. Let's not make any bones about that. We're understaffed. We're not able to keep the good people that we attract. We have a very difficult time keeping them. They learn what they need to learn. They go off to make $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 more at other institutions of higher education or private industry. In some instances, we have positions are vacant just because the salary that we're able to offer is not competitive. So that's the circumstance we're in. Now, we're fighting the fight, and I'm proud of our faculty, staff, and administrations, all the work that they do. We're still executing on our mission. Someone once said to me, well, you got to learn how to do more with less. That's a fallacy. When you have less, the only way you can do things well is to do less. And that's the circumstance that Southern has found itself, even with all its resistance and resilience and tenacity. So I know you guys want to talk about what happens when you cut our budget 3%. I'm not going to start there. Since its inception, Southern University has been plagued with disparate funding. Last October, the U.S. Department of Education and Department of Agriculture acknowledged that 16 states had underfunded their public, historically Black land grant institutions to a collective tune of about $13 billion. For Southern, they identified that as $1.1 billion over the last 30 years. Federal law requires states to establish a just and equitable division of monies between the 1862 Morrill Act public universities, more simply said LSU, and the 1890, the second Morrill Act of 1890 universities, Southern University. This underfunding has had far-reaching implications, including research expenditures, endowments, and deferred maintenance of facilities, let alone the scholarships and financial support our students need. It's also true that that lack of inadequate funding likely would not have has made maintenance projects of deferred maintenance of $153 million, not to mention an additional $300 million in campus infrastructure. This position allows me to travel around and visit other institutions. If I could, I would transport us all down to the campus of Prairie View A&M and see what that institution looks like. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been invested in that campus over the last decade, and it is obvious and it is plain. If we want Southern to play in that league, we have to begin to address this disparate funding. So I preface that before we start talking about budget cuts and all that kind of stuff, that needs to be addressed. And you're gonna hear that refrain from me, not only in front of this body, in front of the state legislature, and to the governor. Till something happens. That may be a few days, maybe a few decades, what the hell. But that is the seriousness of it.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
What is that number? What is that number that the federal government identified?
$1.2 billion.
And over
the southern. That's just the southern, over the last 30 years. In real terms, that the average over those 30 years of the difference in funding per student ranges from $2,000 to almost $8,000 a student. And that varies basically because the differences in enrollment goes up, it's small.
But that's basically, if both of our state land grant institutions were afforded the same, that's what the difference would be.
Over 30 years.
Based on their enrollment, over 30
years. 30 years.
Now, I'm not saying that can be fixed suddenly, okay, all at once. But there needs to be an injection of recurring dollars that helps. Start making it up. Making it up, okay. So that's where I want to start. I wanted to start there. So let me report a little bit more generally about where we are now. Fiscal health of each of the campuses within the Southern University system as of June 30th. The ratio is 3.0 and above. For this same period, each campus had a positive unrestricted net position and a current ratio above 2.0. University system, along with campuses, will continue to monitor that fiscal health and keep it. It's an accreditation issue, and it's a tribute to the good work that Mr. McClinton and people like Ms. Honore Thomas, hard work there, and the CFOs on each of the campuses. We're not planning to use any reserve funds for this fiscal year or 2026, but that's subject to other budget cuts and enrollment issues. We are asking for additional allocations of capital outlay, although some of the good news of the last year is that 5 or 6 of our most important needs are being met. The new STEM building, gymnasium in Shreveport, cafeteria in Suno, expansion of nursing facility in Baton Rouge, et cetera, et cetera. There's a number of a new lab school. All of those are in the pipeline and moving forward. That's good news. Further, I'm sure you're aware the approach to address the almost $2 billion in deferred maintenance. The state is to be congratulated that they looked at that and they're finding a way to fund 1.6 billion moving forward. We have additional needs. This year we got a little bit more money on that, and you're seeing some progress there. So that was the good news out of what transpired, and it is very much appreciated, and I know members of this body helped advocate for that. What are some of the challenges? Well, we have to meet enrollment targets. Please report as of today, enrollment across the system will be up a bit, most of it led by Baton Rouge. Southern University New Orleans is still struggling a little bit. Southern University Shreveport still struggling a little bit, but they're very close to their enrollment targets, which makes budgeting easier. Obviously, inflation has added to the cost of the expenses we have. Attracting the talent, maintaining the talent is really important. Raising the salaries of faculty. I give you another anecdote. One of the things I'm really pleased with is we hired a new dean of our College of Science and Engineering on the Baton Rouge campus. A very energetic, smart person. He called me in May of this year and said he'd come across this superstar that was interested in coming to Southern and teaching our computer science department. A graduate, first African-American woman to graduate with a PhD in computer science from the University of Southern California, currently in a postdoctorate program at the University of Michigan, undergraduate degree from an HBCU, Norfolk State. And he said, I'd love to get her normal process. We wouldn't bring her on board till this fall. I said, if now's time to move on, let's get her to campus and interview. He said, well, wait a minute. If we're gonna get her, we're gonna have to pay her at the high end of our science faculty and more than the current faculty who've been here for a while. He was queasy about that. I said, we need that kind of talent that's committed to our students. So bring her, we'll find a way to make that happen. She has accepted our offer. He is rejuvenating in a very special area. Her expertise is in artificial intelligence. So our students will have the benefit of one of the bright stars coming out of higher education now and teaching in that discipline on our campus. But she's making as much as one of our more senior faculty members in that. And if we're gonna bring on more talent like that, we're gonna have to do that same thing. So that's an example of the challenges. Let me pause there. So on a happier note, let me talk about some of our accomplishments and then I'll go over some questions. As I mentioned earlier, we've been ramping up our efforts to attract federal grants and contracts. SUBR has been awarded a $1.3 million grant by National Science Foundation to acquire major research instrumentation. These are 3D printers, okay, which cost anywhere from $700,000 to $1.5 million. It attracted this grant in association with LSU and Auburn and some other places. I'm really excited about it because it may give us an entree into doing research for business and industry in the state that don't want to develop their own research capacities. Another way to generate revenue. In January, we awarded the Department of Education Research Development Infrastructure Fund, which purpose is to help institutions like Southern actually expand their research and develop the bandwidth to do more. That was very important. Southern University in New Orleans, implementation of a Bachelor of Science in Cybersecurity, one of the most hottest areas in higher ed and in industry now. They also received just over $1 million grant from LCMC Healthcare System to help support their newly developed nursing program. At Shreveport, dual enrollment degree attainment, 73 of 344 credentials conferred in May commencement were associate degrees awarded to high school dual enrollment students. And I know that's an important part of the momentum effort. The first cohort of the engineering technology, process technology concentration graduated in May. I think there were 3 or 4 students, each of them entered jobs paying $100,000 or more. And the dental hygiene program class had 100% pass rate of the regional and national boards. One of the bright stars for many, many decades at Southern has been the Agricultural Research and Extension Center. They have almost tripled their enrollment over the last 4 years. Kennedy is an example of the stars there. They have a cooperative extension program that's now present in all of the parishes in Louisiana. And they're holding summer camps, one they call it JAGcation, 2 weeks hands-on agricultural experiential learning camp. They also, if you get a chance, they have developed their own beef called Sun Beef, Southern University Natural Beef, which will be served and promoted at the Taste of NFL in October. Some concerns. One of the issues that we have the last few years, Southern University New Orleans has gotten one-time money of $3 million. That's been a lifeline for them. We made an effort to keep that recurring. I think it's been in place for 4 years. But that presents a real challenge if it goes away. And we have to expend a fair amount of energy every year, making sure that gets put in. We're captive audience. Let me pause and see if there are questions, concerns, or things I haven't touched on that you think are important. I haven't really dealt with what the cuts would do.
Can I ask a more specific question about Suno and the physical plant? The hurricane 2005 devastated it, probably more so than any other. Certainly everything had enormous amounts of water. The dealings with FEMA, horrible. The money that was promised came, if at all, it trickled, and meanwhile, Southern University in New Orleans suffered that population loss and everything else. Where does it stand now? How is the physical plant now compared to what it was nearly 20 years ago when it was devastated?
Well,
I never saw, I didn't think you're gonna be able to recover. I really did.
well, I think most of the physical plant got put back together. But what you're seeing now is that's approaching 20 years ago. You're seeing the very issues coming back. Like just this week, we got issues about mold from the last, from Francine came through there. And so you're seeing it in sewer week before, in electrical plant before that. So it's an ongoing battle. It hasn't all been solved. If you visit the campus and you look at it, looks like it's recovered, but the underlying infrastructure, which doesn't make it different from any of the other campuses. The deferred maintenance is eating us alive. So there's hope at the end of the rainbow. I would say the physical plant is still a challenge. You know, the cycle's coming. You know, if your house, you think you replace the water heater, think you're good. 15 years go by and you realize, oh, I just bought that, but it was 15 years ago and it still needs to be replaced. That's the kind of thing you're seeing. The other challenge is just rebuilding the programming because it was virtually closed down, right? But I mean, there were over 70 academic programs that were eliminated. And then more eliminated when they had the accreditation challenge. So part of the challenge of attracting students is rebuilding those academic programs and aligning them with today's workforce needs. And we're making progress. The nursing program, the $1 million grant, federal money is going to build a new nursing building for them. So I'm very hopeful about where they can be 3, 4, 6 years from now, but it's a challenge right now.
When it comes to Suno, we just heard from University of Louisiana, and University of New Orleans is struggling. And we know that Southern University in New Orleans is struggling. They're right next. Are you in communication with their president or with their system head to figure out how we can have synergies here to help?
Talk to Rick Gallo.
There's gotta be some real synergies there to capitalize, because it's just, I was telling him a second ago, if you were here, like, it just seems like we ought to have a really successful public university in New Orleans. And right now, we have two that are struggling. So, but we have technical colleges really well, so.
So there's work that needs to be done, putting more collaboration that way. We're doing more collaboration with Delgado and the public high schools, not so much with Monroe at this point. And so there's opportunities there. But can't you?
Anybody else, any questions right now?
They look right here at me.
Well,
You wanna
you're my number one question asker.
Terry,
You want to continue into the budget or you?
Well, I mean, the commentary that I would make, so we've been asked to anticipate a 23% cut in funding. That won't work. I mean, we are operating with almost no margin. All right, right now, every day I look at the enrollment numbers from last June to today. First thing I look at every morning is the enrollment numbers. And not just the enrollment numbers, the paid enrollment numbers. Now, we've gotten shrewder about that, okay? But there's no place to cut that won't hurt. We'd have to, and it would challenge us even accredit it nationwide. We'd have to close down programs, lay off faculty, lay off staff. At the very point where we're sort of building out an infrastructure that can lead to more success. Right. You know, it just, and quite frankly, it seems to me it's a manufactured crisis. It's simply the state making choices to spend their money somewhere else. And the state is, they can do what they want to do, and we will do our best to survive that. But as I said, over 60% of our annual operating budget is people. We don't have supply budgets that we can eliminate. We don't have a whole lot of travel that we can eliminate. It means less academic advisors, larger classes on all of our campuses. Any initiative that we take on, if we're going to be successful in the capital campaign, it'll be extraordinarily hamstrung by the inability to hire donor officers. Federal grants, you have to have an infrastructure to do that. And just as we're getting to the point where that's ramping up, we have to disassemble that. That's a missed opportunity. That's just the reality. Now, if it happens, we're going to have to deal with it. So I'm not going to say we'll throw our hands up, but it's going to change the whole dynamic. And what I would urge you is that the workforce in Louisiana is coming out of these four systems. If you force them to make cuts like that, and I'll tell you, I think if we work together with business and industry, they'll support us on this. So one of the programs we have not had at Southern, it's been asked of us for a long time, is chemical engineering program. As I was shopping my new dean around, I told Exxon, Shell, and these other folks, well, actually, he's a chemical engineer. Oh, really? Does that mean you're interested in chemical engineering? He said, yes. Their eyes lit up. So one of those entities just committed a full-time executive for a year to help us develop that chemical engineering program. That's an in-kind contribution, almost $400,000. But that's how important it is to Exxon, Shell, Dow, Chevron. They need chemical engineers. Right now, those chemical engineers are being trained at Prairie View, not LSU. There are a number of African-American students start in chemical engineering at LSU, leave and go to Prairie View for a variety of different reasons, who would stay here and get their degree in Louisiana and go to work for these companies. We stay here. We can forget developing a chemical engineering program if these budget cuts come through.
What are some steps that you're taking to help identify potential students and recruit them to come to your schools?
Well, we're engaged here in Baton Rouge with high school systems. We're involved with STEM programs across the state. You know, one of the advantages that we have, and I told our enrollment people, is I would give my IT almost any other institution. Here's what I know about the African Americans that graduate from high school in Louisiana. They all know about Southern. Almost every other institution that I went to, you had to explain where you were coming from, especially when I was in Iowa. Okay, Iowa, they know about it. And so we're getting in front of them. One of the things we did last year is we bought the ACTs of every African American took the ACT in Louisiana, so that we could contact them directly to get them interested. You know, one of the challenges we face is that the TOPS program doesn't help us much. Those students are all going somewhere else. And we want to get in the hunt and get in front of them and convince them that there's opportunities at Southern. What we get are the students who have higher need. Those students all tend to be in a better position to afford college.
I think that Southern brand extends beyond Louisiana's border.
Oh, absolutely.
Are you recruiting outside of Louisiana?
Well, you'll see our non-resident students they're growing by a percentage of our class. Definitely, it's 25%. We have very strong alumni bases in Houston, Dallas, Southern California, Chicago, Memphis, Atlanta, DC. We're getting students from Chicago, right?
Yeah, recruitment's not an issue at all. Many students look at Southern and want to go there. We go to all these conferences and they know that's Southern, that's that school. I want to go there. Many kids wanted to come to Southern, but simply couldn't because we couldn't give them a scholarship.
Right.
That band will probably be way bigger than what it is now, but because we couldn't give them a scholarship, they went to Jackson, they went to Grambling, they went to Prairie View. It's more so like retention in a sense, because we can't retain them if we don't have anywhere to house them, if we can't give them scholarships, if we can't even, feed them properly or make sure that they have enough, resources in the classroom. So I don't think that's like recruitment numbers is our issue. It's we recruit crazy. It's just keeping them there.
It goes back to disparate funding.
And I'm sure that's across the board for everybody. I don't think recruitment really is an issue. I
Well,
think
quite honestly, I don't think everybody doesn't have a national brand like Southern. It's not a.
Enrollment
It
recruitment
might be a, you know.
outside of LSU and Southern, probably everywhere, I bet you about, yeah.
Grambling.
Yeah, Grambling too. But, so what recruiting efforts in other states what's the best avenue for doing that for you guys?
Through our alumni. Look, one of the most amazing things about Southern is how extraordinarily loyal our alumni are. And quite of their own volition over the years, the Houston chapter, the Dallas chapter, Southern California chapter, the Washington DC chapter, they developed their own scholarships to send students. So that's where they're coming. Probably not as strong in Chicago as it once was, but there are other pockets, Milwaukee, for example, Detroit. And those are mostly driven by alumni. Now, what we've done is we've put a staff member in our enrollment process to work specifically with our alumni chapters to help coordinate their recruiting efforts. Quite frankly, we could use 3 or 4 more recruiters to get out on the road to maintain that. But if you go back to this budget, the strategy I've been encouraging my administration to do, we can't hire 5 people at X dollars and there's a churn. Let's hire 2 at a higher level, see if we can't hold on to them and develop some continuity. But those are the choices that we have.
We've been advised and we've seen the challenges across some of the institutions, most of them, enrollment, that nationally, the pool of students will continue to decline. Do you feel like that is in the short term, an issue for Southern? Or it's a matter of being resourced to be able to go and
I think it's more of a resource issue. The population that we have an in with is not shrinking. It's not like Wisconsin. I was at a small regional public institution there. You would go to a high school that once produced 120 graduates, and we used to get 5 or 6 of them to come to my school. Now it's graduating 60. I don't think that dynamic is there. Is it as severe for us? We have a built-in market that we can reach out to and attract. But it's competitive, right? If you, I think 2 examples, if you go to Prairie View or you go to Morgan State. I know the president of Morgan State. He left Wisconsin just as I was going there. So in 2010. Maryland has invested $1.1 billion in the campus the last 14 years, and you can tell it. Okay. That kind of investment has been present at Southern. And the resources that you need, we need more scholarship dollars. I want to talk to you a little bit about that because here's what we know. A fair number of our students are Pell eligible. And so probably 2/3, 3/4 of their tuition and fees can be covered by Pell. Okay. So generally we can top that up with Gold grant money or a little bit of scholarship from us. You understand that's less than 50% of the cost of attending something. Where's that other $12,000 to $13,000 come from? Okay? It's either gonna be loans. You know, these are families who are not used to borrowing $10,000, $12,000, $13,000 a year, right? So they're either gonna have to be loans, they're gonna have to work 20, 30 hours a week. What does that do to their academic performance? What does it do to how they focus their lives on achieving in these academic programs that will set them up for the rest of their lives? So the challenge is, how do you make it affordable, right? How do you get them onto campus? So right now, I'm in the process of by some method, building more housing soon on that campus. We have, if you include the graduate and professional students, that's law students too, we have about 8,000 people on the SUBR landmass, students. We have 2,000 beds. It's supposed to be a residential campus. So all those students, and there's not other housing close to campus. So those students, other than freshmen for the most part, are living 8, 10 miles away and commuting in. It changes the whole dynamic of what happens on campus. Right. So we're gonna build housing by one way, shape, or form. We have some tools. We're fruiting now about the way we can do that. We have an economic development district that we're just getting up and running that will give us the ability to do some other things near campus. And if you make those investments, if you had 2,000 more students living on that campus, it would change the whole economic dynamic in Scotland. There'd be that many more people spending money doing things there.
In North Baton Rouge.
In North Baton Rouge. And we have a strategy. We have an outside consultant that I have confidence we can work with us and get this done. We've been talking to banks and that kind of thing. They're excited about the opportunity of helping to finance that work. So we are doing things to sort of help ourselves.
Well, I hear you say, Mr. President, that, the fiscal health score on all the campuses seem.
It's okay.
3.0 above. Enrollment, I mean, you're watching that really close, to the exception of SUNO, which got to need some more intervention. You're not planning to use any of your reserves to balance the book as it is now. But if you hit these cuts, then they're going to be residual impact.
And it won't be a one-time, 1 year. Like, once you tear apart that infrastructure, you can't just inject that money back in a couple of years later and think you can fix it. People leave, they go work in Texas or Alabama, or Florida.
So earlier today, I charged from the Commissioner of Administration, the budget architect that drives the state. He said, let's see where you are. And told us.
Was he walking with a limp when he left?
I mean, he just brought, from his perspective, he said he will have to provide a budget by February 28th to the legislature that will address a $600 to $900 million shortfall. And now that will include a lot of different things, including this approximately 400 million covered by the sales tax. And there's some other things in there. Now, based on a potential special session and revenue estimating and the legislative session in the spring, that number may not be 900 million, it may be less than the 600 million, but he did advise us, I understood it very directly, that we shall expect a cut. And so here, at least you feel comfortable where you are. I just hope the message to the campuses, to the respective chancellors and the leaders, CFOs, that while we're good, that it's very likely, based on what we understand, that there will be cuts.
We're clearly not doing some hiring we would do if that wasn't hanging out there.
That's good.
I know. I mean, we can't. We know that. We've already held some positions vacant. Okay, and as they become vacant in the future, we'll probably hold them until we know the outcome of these budget deliberations at the state level. We responsibility. Now, we can mitigate that some. If we retain more students, if we recruit a few more students, we may be able to offset that, but right now, we're kind of in the holding pattern until we see how that goes.
You probably got some new programs that we recruited over the last year, but rather than hiring those faculty and moving forward, you gotta wait to see how things.
You gotta make some critical choices, like this new computer scientist. We know that's gonna be a hot thing, and so we can't miss that opportunity right now, but we may not fill another position until we have a better idea, or that we know that we have a stream of revenue from some other direction.
Is your federal funding, particularly like Title III and other things, I know it's that time of year for those.
Yeah,
Federal.
the Title III is gonna be held pretty steady at this point, maybe a little bit of a cut, but we're thinking, we also have another election coming. So that
Could impact it.
yeah, right. And we know, so we know the current administration's put even more money on the table for HBCUs, okay? Do we have the infrastructure to really go after those dollars, okay? So we're gonna go after some of them, but if I had a fully staffed federal relations function, that could turn into not just a couple of $1 million here and there, that could be turned into tens of millions of dollars. But I can't hire that person. Some good ones are gonna cost, maybe up to 6 figures, and clearly above that if you include benefits, bring them on board. We can't make that investment now, knowing that 6 months from now, we may have to do something different. So we're being very conservative with what we're doing right now.
It seems to be the environment we're in.
It's the reality. I hope you're not offended by me being direct about, I don't think that's the way it has to be. There are choices
I
being
think
made.
that's the reality where we are and where we're going, and I hope that in this environment that we understand that the needs, all institutions have different needs. And when we look at, I don't see your enrollment, all the other systems, I see the enrollment summary and preview, at least not in my tab for Southern, but what's happening at Nichols or Louisiana Tech is different than at UBR. What's happening at Southern Shreveport is different than LSU A or LSUE units. And so oftentimes we sit here and we look at numbers, but there may be relation issues, about the recruitment, audit issues and things like that. So I hope as we go through this process that our staff is being sensitive and understanding of the challenges as we try, because all cuts are not equal.
My notion is that for Southern, what I'm trying to work to is get us so that we have more control over it. So how can we control some of our destiny in this environment? Well, we need to improve our retention. So, you can make the argument, the right thing to do to be worried about that, right? Well, if and you see the data, historically, we've had 60% retention rate. Okay? First year to second.
Retention of students or?
First year to second,
And what's the completion rate for, I guess, 6 years?
like 30%. I knew that when I came here. So, and I think I can do this, and I think I think it will tick up a little bit. I don't like to say, but I have reason to believe it's gonna tick up 2 or 3 points this year in terms of retention. But if we take that to 70%, that could be $3 or $4 million a year. If we get it to 80%, it could be $10 million. Because it's not just 1 year. That's the message I've been delivering on the campus. We can't leave it to chance. Every time we've bought software and all kinds of tools to help us monitor students so we don't lose track of them. I have this program I've invested in, it's called Jaguar Success Academy. That I think, given our student population, talented students, less prepared, bring them on campus a month early, have them start their academic program, their math and English courses, get them acclimated, move them forward, change the whole dynamic. What's one of the other gaps? As I looked at the data, I saw that our average ACT score was going down. Well, if we attract, and the ACT score doesn't speak to all talent, it speaks to preparation. You get a larger cohort of students who come in the door better prepared, can help your outcome numbers. Those are the things we're working on to make a difference. We can be in a good shape, even if enrollment, if we're not attracting much larger first-year classes, if we just hold on to more of the ones that we have. That's what we have to be attentive to. We do a better job from that, we can mitigate whatever cuts come to a certain extent.
What, is the code requisite program on our math and English, doing at Southern? How is that?
It's a very good program. Those co-requisite courses are the ones that we're having them in the bridge program. And they actually complete those courses about halfway through the semester, which frees up their time for the rest of their coursework, thereby giving them more likely prospect of achieving at a higher level overall.
Pouring the gas to that co-requisite program.
Yes.
I'll clarify, I do count it, I see the numbers now. I found them.
I'm sorry, I had to step out, take a quick call, but did you talk about SUSLA and the work that's happening there? Opportunities and challenges in SUSLA?
Well, so we have a new chancellor. She's been there just over a year. We're working hard to develop an expansion of our workforce development. She's working closely with business and industry there. I think we mentioned the dual enrollment program is going great guns, and like I said, about a little less than a third of those students that were in dual enrollment last year actually achieved an associate's degree from Southern when they graduated high school. So the P-TECH program, which is growing, is a vital, like I said, the 4 students who graduated the first cohort had a starting salary of $100,000. And that's run by SUSLA, but it operates on the Baton Rouge campus. So that's part of the collaboration.
Any other questions? Are you getting more slides or was this,
I didn't bring slides.
okay, good. Anything,
That
anything,
takes attention away from me.
anything that y'all want to add?
I would just, look, we all have to be advocates, and I'd be the first to say that higher education has its faults as it is, but it is an incredible resource to Louisiana, and we have to do all that we can to mitigate whatever cuts are coming.
President Shields, I want to commend you for at least honestly in running a school where you're not going into reserves at this time. I think that's important. We're going to see a lot of that from some of our universities. For you to state that off the record, that you, for the next 2 years, you don't plan on going to reserves, and you're going to do something different, try to, and then you brought out the problem of the $1.1 billion that you should have gotten.
It's a little problem.
Yeah, but I mean, at least you started the conversation with that, and that was brought out last year, so I think you need to keep that conversation going, especially as you go through your calamity.
And every institution answered all the questions. They acknowledged the accreditation, they're not concerned, they're gonna deal with what they have to do. They didn't just run from it, not just gloss over it. I really appreciate that level of transparency.
Right.
That's very important in this environment, for us to trust you that you're gonna bring answers and you're gonna deliver, and we'll come back if there are issues. Makes us wanna help you more. But when you don't give answers, and then we turn up one day in the news and we hear about a layoff and all this going on, like, what happened? Why y'all didn't know? So thank you.
I feel being the right and transparent thing to do. If you do it the right way, you don't have to deal with Regent Aubrey.
He's all right with me. I got surprises.
Good people helping me, McClinton, Thomas, the other CFOs.
Working with your communities, that was huge that you were talking about working within the community, because Southern and Grambling do have a national brand. And when you have that sense of pride that surrounds the college, they can help make you grow and recruit as well. So that's good stuff. Work for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll take about a 20-minute break. You can catch up with your phone calls and your emails, and we'll power through the last couple of LSU and LCCS. Today, we're excited to talk to you. We've gotten the materials and your feedback on our questionnaire, so thank you for that. We look forward to hearing your presentation so we can answer some of your questions. So Dr. Taylor, I'll give it to you.
It's always good to be here with you all. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about LSU. Those of you who've been in before, you know, I made a promise that I was only going to talk about 5 ideas over and over again. And I'm not going to break my promise, but I will provide some context and updates for those of you who are new. So we have a set of priorities that are symbolic, but also very real. We call the Pentagon, to protect the people of the state of Louisiana. And we believe that's our job as a flagship university and system in the state. And as such, we focus on 5 areas: agriculture, biomedical science, coastal research, defense, and energy. Now, in that context, people often say, what faculty members are involved with that? The totality of the enterprise: engineers, scientists, humanists, social scientists, and the like. Just want to share with you a couple of facts. That's up in the middle of it is student success. And by the way, for those who don't know LSU history, we started in Baton Rouge, where our second campus was the Pentagon. And so we use that historical and traditional language over and over again to remind people that that's where we started when we came to this city. And it's really an important part of our agriculture mechanical tradition. And speaking of agriculture, one of our aims in agriculture is that we will have one of the top 5 programs in the United States of America in agriculture. Right now, agriculture is winning. We are the top 15 in the country in terms of agricultural science research expenditures. This is really a dramatic push. I know our leader is here, Matt Lee. He's done an outstanding job of pushing the needle on the research side, outstanding hires. Just a few examples of some things that are very Louisiana specific. You know, we have an invasive species problem. We have feral hogs all across the 64 parishes that are causing about $90 million in damage to agriculture and timberlands, and who knows what else to other properties. In partnership with LSU's Department of Chemistry, our ag researchers have patented a bait using sodium nitrate that actually eliminates these feral swines. We are working to make sure that can be used here in the state. It's going to require some federal approvals, but the actual strategy has been put into place by outstanding research in ag. Similarly, many of you know that rice is a staple food in the country and really the world. There's over 520 million metric tons of rice used in the world in 2022, 2023. It's a big deal. 60% of the rice farmers in this state use something that was developed by LSU Agriculture. It's had over $580 million of economic impact. The varieties that are being produced are amazing. They allow us to continue to operate under conditions where there's less water, land and energy issues are at stake. The industry is working to create sustainable and profitable crops, and LSU Agricultural and the Ag Center researchers are at the forefront. They have developed a very tasty rice that's high protein, low sugar content. And this is really an important part of dealing with doctors and dietitians who are helping to secure the state's health. So I'm very proud of agriculture right now. I'm starting with that because remember, it's LSU, the A&M part of this, and they're holding the line in a way that I think the founders of our institution would be very proud. And so I'm excited about that. Our second area, the biomedical sciences. As you well know, we have many disparities in the state and many challenges exists. One of the things that's happened at LSU is that we've been working in partnership with Our Lady of the Lake on some research that's involving sepsis, which is one of the highest killers of folks when they enter the hospital. Louisiana has one of the highest mortality rates in the nation. Death data has shown that up to 80% of sepsis deaths can be prevented. So it's a preventable death. And LSU researchers in consultation and working with Our Lady of the Lake have provided research that results in research on results that in 10 minutes or less, they can determine whether or not a person might actually be at risk and die of this particular malady. You'll see a picture, that's one of our undergraduate students, Charles Beam. He is a computer science major from Prairieville, Louisiana. He is helping develop AI tools to process patient information and provide reliable diagnosis of conditions like sepsis. One of the things that often is ignored when we talk about we want to create world-class research environments is they're actually learning environments. They're the most powerful learning environments you can create because fundamentally you're finding the truth in real time. And so what you see here is a young person who is deeply embedded in that activity. I couldn't be prouder. At Pennington and LSU Schools of Medicine, we are working very quickly on cancer solutions for young women, particularly underserved minority populations. We have disproportionate deaths in that area, both if we compare ourselves from state to national data and then across demographic groups in the state, very high. I'm very excited about what's happening in both places. We have seen researchers develop solutions related to cancers that are involved with obesity. That is one of the strengths of what happens at Pennington. They're collaborating, and it's just an amazing thing that's happening. I want to come and offer to you that we have a new partnership between Pennington Biomedical Research and the LSU School of Medicine's oncology, designing new screening protocols. They've screened over 2,000 women dealing with metabolic surgery. Really big deal. Shreveport has NIH funding, and they are now a designated center for biomedical research excellence in terms of preventing diseases related to the heart health. A big deal. I always say when I come here, what's the difference between Louisiana and Arkansas? Well, the fact that you have coastal researchers at LSU, because if it wasn't for them predicting the floods, we'd be in a world of trouble. I say this over and over again. If you want the right model on whether or not something's going to flood in Louisiana, I suggest you tune in to what the LSU researchers are saying. No disrespect to my federal folks, but their models aren't as good as ours. Catch up, because ours are better. And I can't be more proud of the research that's happening with Dr. Zhu and others at LSU in our coastal science area. You know, this costs us $7.6 billion in economic activity every year. Our Sea Grant is home to more than 250 faculty members dedicated to coastal research, preserving life in our communities and our most vulnerable communities that are subject to climate and the floods, wind and water everywhere, taking people's lives out. We're extremely excited about what's happening in coastal resilience right now. I promise you, they will not stop working. Some of the coastal wins that we've had, one was with a partner institution in New Orleans that will go nameless. Those colors look very much like theirs. They've been awarded a $22 million grant to chart a new plan to save the fragile Mississippi River Delta. I joke about our partnerships with other institutions, but the realities are that's how science works today. And the most important thing you can do is collaborate, especially collaborations within state. And so I'm very excited about the partnership with Tulane. I will mention them aloud. We're not playing a football game. We're trying to save people's lives in the state of Louisiana. We also have students who have discovered an underwater forest that is serving as a data time capsule for the last ice age. Pretty cool. The findings are remarkable in terms of helping us to understand coastal resilience and ecosystems and how to understand rising seas, shifting coastlines, and climate change. So the coastal winds just keep coming. One other area is with, and this is a fun one for me because my doctoral student's name was Rousseau. So we have Rousseau Payne that is really one of the working solutions we're working on the coast to stabilize land loss. That's another big win for us on the coastal side. Now, I'm particular about one area because when I arrived at LSU, I remember visiting our cyber labs. The defense part of what we do is very important. I also remember reading the history book about LSU's start as a military institute. So there's this long-standing history of working in defense. And we often don't think of defense completely linked to energy, but I'm going to link the two so I can make my speech shorter. On the defense side and cyber, you know, I couldn't be more excited that we're one of 21 universities that's been designated by the National Security Agency for cyber excellence, and only the second since 2019. The realities are, I don't have to brag about our cyber people. NSA has already said they're good. That's just an empirical reality at this point. When we have 25 cyber core students, one of the largest cohorts in the United States, this is a big deal. They work in our national labs and do outstanding things in protecting the country. We've added 8 new faculty members since 2021, and they brought in millions and millions of dollars of R&D. We have nearly 400 students in the cyber concentration. We've doubled our computer science enrollment since 2016 now with over 1,200 students. And LSU is the home of the first NSA-funded cybersecurity clinic to protect small businesses across the state. One of the things I learned from some of our partners in this area, Integer is a partnership we have with respect to their South Carolina firm that works with the United States Navy. In that partnership, we have over $9.8 million of naval research that's happening. The thing that they said to me that, you know, and I know, Monty, you might be coming up next, and I hope you're going to be fighting to get cyber folks into 2-year schools and our whole community college system, and I advocate for that. They said our role is very special and distinctive on the workforce side because we have technology and talent, and they asked us to be very, very good with applied technology, that our technology should be world-class. And they felt like that was happening, and that's why our partnerships in cyber are working. On the talent side, they said, we need you to have the most technologically sophisticated individuals working on cyber. That's the role of LSU. We have to create very high-level, technically sophisticated folks, as well as research that's highly technical in nature. But we still will need thousands of people from our other institutions, including colleagues that I work with like Monty, in terms of building up our cyber core, because our businesses are under assault 24/7 related to cyber. It's a big deal. We can't produce enough people together on this front. I'm excited about the fact that we also have a security operations center that was supported with a state investment of $7.5 million associated with Lonnie and the like, and there are over 30 colleges and universities in the state working together to secure higher education. It's extremely positive. The regions have been very much a leader on this front. I'm very excited about it because I've seen the training function related to it. It's amazing on the cyber side, and that we're collaborating, using our resources is extremely important. Energy is a big deal for us. You'll see a picture of, you know, our PERT lab. That's a place where we actually replicate what happens with respect to the oil industry, and they're under assault, cyber attacks. So we have created a critical infrastructure plan with some of our national energy folks and laboratories all across where we're going to replicate cyber attacks in energy environments. So it's a twofer. We're going to learn how to protect, you know, our foundation, one of our foundational industries using cyber in real time. That's the technical sophistication, but you see the people standing up there, that's the expertise. And we're doing that, you know, where these areas in the Pentagon are beginning to merge together. And it's extremely exciting to see. I couldn't be more excited about that. You know, at LSU, we have a model we're working on right now that I think fits for both athletics and our research side. We just build teams that win. That's what the Pentagon is all about. We're excited about it. It would not happen without state investment.
Oh, no. No.
Could you? Stand by.
Everybody's looking at me. Stop looking at me.
Oh, yeah.
Whole team winning. Oh man, the whole team winning. Whole team winning. You can't divide us, we can divide us, just the beginning. The whole team winning. Are they big in size? You never deny the whole team winning. Oh man, the whole team winning. Whole team winning. You can't divide us, we can divide us, just the beginning. Oh man, the whole team winning. Whole team winning. Look at the squad, man, we got the mob, the whole team winning. Oh man, the whole team winning. Look at my squad, look at the trophies, look at my dogs, look at the way we beating the odds, getting away, you're hitting the charge. I gotta wait with a stick in the car, but I get out the way, I'm hitting it large. Whole team winning won't tear us apart. Me and my squad with a lion heart. We either win or we learn. We know that we never lose, so we ain't never concerned. They cannot do what we do. We never lose. We know that we never lose. Yeah, we never lose. Whole team winning. You can divide us, we can divide us, just the beginning. The whole team winning. Are they big in size? You never deny the whole team winning. Oh man, the whole team winning. Whole team winning. You can divide us, we can divide us, just the beginning. Oh man, the whole team winning. Whole team winning. Look at the squad, man, we got the mob, the whole team winning. Oh man, the whole team winning. Stay on my lane, we never the same. I'm hard in the paint, I never complain, but look at us way ahead of the game. Ain't no one better that's rocking the day. I go to bed, you been clocking the play. Look at the way that we hooked in the frame, and look at the way that we get it. It's time to go finish. We never get lost in the fame. We gotta make it up business. It's time to go finish. Should be number one in the game. Yeah, we either win or we learn. We know that we never lose, so we ain't never concerned. They cannot do what we do. We never lose. We know that we never lose. Yeah, we never lose. Whole team winning. Whole team winning. You can't divide us, we can divide us, just the beginning. The whole team winning. 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 Whole team winning. Look at the squad, man, we got the mob, the whole team winning. Oh man, the whole team winning.
So if the whole team's winning, how did it happen? Well, first of all, I want to thank the legislators and all of them.
Most people have no clue that in 2023.
I thought that was going to be Alabama. The state invested $160 million in LSU, not just for the Baton Rouge campus, but strategic investments across our campuses. We understand the constraints and challenges the governor and legislature under
Income using the same system.
I do this on a part-time.
Yeah, it doesn't want to. It doesn't want to stop because it wants to keep winning. That's how it works, right? You know, we look back in time to 2021. State funds made up just under 50% of LSU's operating budget. Over the next 13 years, that percentage dropped to as low as 22% in 2022. And our self-generated funds covered over 80% of the operating budget. So keep in mind, we have not had an increase in tuition fees since 2019. This is an efficiency in the face of disinvestment. We believe further disinvestment at this time will significantly hurt our research efforts, which impacts our ability to attract researchers and students. It would hinder our ability to attract other investments. It would limit our capacity for delivering timely service to students. Right now, we're generating $6.1 billion of return on investment that we receive. And we don't want to see that number go down. We're going to see that number go up. I always say, I use my grandfather saying, you give me a nickel, I'll give you a quarter back. That's how the game works for us. We're really in the business of bringing a lot more money. It's 3-1 on our research. And so we just want everyone to understand how important this is and what a time we're living where we have to talk about this, but we do understand that we do need to talk about it. Some of the things you saw in the hype video, we've reached an enrollment level of 66,700 students across LSU campuses, breaking records for enrollment at every campus in LSU system. And this fall, LSU is celebrating, this is the Baton Rouge campus, continued academic excellence through a record-setting incoming class of more than 7,900 students. They have a record average high ACT super score of 27 and a record high GPA of 3.83. Every single campus broke an enrollment record. Alexandria, Shreveport, Eunice, Baton Rouge. It's extremely special time. And student success is very important to us. And so we've actually charged a team of researchers with AI expertise to begin building strategies using AI to help us get students through that introductory math course. The Pentagon is very math driven. We need students to do well in math. So our researchers are working on that. They're also working on the cognitive complexities of getting through degree programs and how we can help students arrange their schedules so they're better able to complete the work in the most demanding degree programs. And they're also working on AI programs to help match what students might be interested in with real careers that exist out in the marketplace. These are the things that we're doing actually within research money that you provide for us through the appropriation process. Student success is at the center of what we do. We could not make it without that. I do want to say, you know, without further investment, I don't think we'd be considered the best in the state by the Wall Street Journal or Forbes. And that's exactly what they say in their rankings, that we are the best university in the state of Louisiana, Baton Rouge campus. Let that marinate for a second. Some people pay $70,000 a year, maybe more. We're the best in the state, according to the people who actually examine money, the Wall Street Journal and Forbes. So I couldn't be prouder of that on the enrollment side. On the graduation side, which is very important, we set a record with over 5,000 graduates at the spring commencement. LSU, S, E, and A all broke graduation records. So every campus in our system broke a graduation record. The majority of the students stay right here in Louisiana. We have over 166,000 working alumni in the state. 80% of LSU graduates are employed in Louisiana 10 years after graduation. That's the question we often get from legislators. We can break it down even by what industry they're in if they so like, thanks to the work here at the Regents. 75% of all our statewide professional degrees are awarded by LSU, and 81% of LSU graduates rate the value of their degree as excellent, better, and it's also magnified in realities that they graduate 60% of them with zero debt, most of them making far greater than the national average of salary. Healthcare is a big part of what we do. 2 out of 3 Louisiana physicians, dentists, and veterinarians are LSU alumni, and LSU Health Science New Orleans School of Nursing is nationally ranked in the top 10 for nursing schools. We have a new partnership between Pennington and the New Orleans, well, I brought that up again, but the one thing I want to emphasize when I talk about the partnerships in the system, part of our strategic plan calls for us to take advantage of the different elements of LSU, not have them be one-offs, but when we put them together, we create something new that's better. So that's a big part of how we're thinking about how we operate. And so just an example, in Shreveport, they're using their cancer center to partner with Eli Lilly and other companies, generate sequencing for high cancer rates in Louisiana. So partnering both within and outside of what we do is extremely important. You saw something And, you know, I'm gonna do it in reverse order than I normally do. Normally, I talk about patents. Did this group ever ask me why I always talk about patents? No one ever asked me. Why do I talk about patents?
Why do you talk about patents?
Thank you.
There you go. Nice setup.
So the reason I talk about patents is one of the reasons I made a decision personally to try to work in the American South. If you look at the line and we divide the North and the South, and where patent production, the highest patent production is in the Northeast, Chicago, LA, and San Francisco. But in our country, if we want to protect and secure our country, the largest population growth is in the South. And it's both because of birth rates and because of incoming demography. And so a big part of what we want to do at LSU is we want to be part of improving the patent production in the American South. Because where there's great patent production, there's also economic just explosion that happens. It's just an amazing thing that when people are inventing, there's also business development. And businesses want to be around people who are inventing because it's talent and technology coming together. So the higher we go up in our patent production, the better we're going to be as an economy in Louisiana. So since I've arrived, we've been moving up in patent production. Right now, we're 56 in the country in terms of utility patents out of the 2,500 universities in this country. So we're 56. The aim is to be really one of the top 25 in terms of patent production. What does that yield us? And what do we get out of it? Well, you see it when we talk about our research expenditures, because there's a relationship between research expenditures and patent production. So an immediate impact, we broke a record, and we've broken research expenditure records every single year over the last 3 years. This year, we had $488 million of research expenditures, which is the equivalent of $1.3 billion of economic impact for the state in terms of the workforce that's manifested in that. It's important to note, and this is the part that's not talked about. If you have, let's say, $500 million in research, you need, for every dollar of research you have, 33 cents to support that research. No one ever talks about that. They act like, oh, the federal government gave you $500 million. That's wonderful. Well, we competed for the $500 million. Number one, they didn't give us anything. And number two, we still have to come up with a third for every dollar, 1/3 to support that. So when I come to you all and talk to you about the Pentagon and all the things that we need in terms of appropriations and the like, I also have in mind that 33 cents on the dollar that I need to support almost $500 million, which is generating really 1.3 billion. So somehow I've got to find that in the budget. And most of the time when people talk about research universities, they don't talk about that. But because now we have a mature relationship between me and you all, I'm going to tell you all that it is. So that's a big part of what we have to think through. And that's, by the way, all the entities that are engaged in research in this state. It's a big part of what we have to figure out. So it's philanthropy and really appropriations where we have to work that out. I'm excited to do it because the realities are, if we do those things, our workforce will be mature, technologically sophisticated, and you will get a return on your investment many times over. I'm excited to answer any questions that you might have. We have something else to hand.
Just, they partner with us on fuel, so that's just one of them.
Fuel is a big one. Now, let's talk about fuel. That's a $160 million grant from the National Science Foundation, the largest grant ever given to the state of Louisiana. And it's $160 million. I'm so happy to have it because it's an energy. That's a big thing that we do. But you have to understand how I then sleep at night. Because I need now 33 cents for every dollar of that $160 million to make sure that that grant is pulled off in excellent fashion here in the state of Louisiana. We're excited about the fuel partnership. That's another one where the many parts of the state came together to just work as one. All of my colleagues across The various systems came together to work on that, the regions, many businesses. I don't know if I've talked to you since we received that grant, but the one thing I will say, because I spent my life working with the National Science Foundation, and they don't really suffer fools. The thing that they said to me is that they had never seen a more organized and thoughtful presentation around scientific ideas than that particular group, because they came here thinking, oh, Louisiana's, they're not ready. And they left here thinking, that's our number one group. And so that's what happens when we work together. It's a lot more powerful. And I don't want to take full credit. My colleagues, you've already heard from some, they were all part of the deal. Everybody sat down at the table and talked together. I've never seen that many industry partners come together on a particular grant. And it's just really exciting. Those are the things we want to continue to do at LSU, bringing people together, working hard as teams so that we can bring this kind of money in research and workforce development to the state. So
What is that? I can see the amount, I see about carbon emissions. What will the funds be used for? How is LSU gonna?
So think about it like this. It's 10 years, about 16 million a year, plus the $0.3 that I'm gonna have to raise. And in a way, LSU is an incubator for ideas. And so we're like a mini National Science Foundation. So all the different ideas will come from the different systems and different researchers. We'll vet the best ideas, and then we'll give them resources so they can go out and do it all across the state of Louisiana. And then we'll bring those back together and share it with the National Science Foundation. This is what we're learning about these particular areas related to workforce development, what we're learning in research on energy, what we're learning in working with communities, the whole full gamut. And so it's a powerful catalytic force. In other words, they want us to be an accelerator of energy-related activity in the state. And that's why they had to see the corporate partnerships, the nonprofits, and all the systems working together, because they know it's going to take all of that for us to leverage the 16 million. So just think, our job is to turn the 16 million into 100 million in activity for each year, just multiplier effects. It's quite a burden when you get a grant of this sort, because typically you have a scope of work that you specifically say you're going to do, you execute it, you write your papers, and then you move on. This one is going to require us to be team players together and really build on that. So it's a grand experiment that we're not going to fail.
And my tie had nothing to do with any school in the state, just to happenstance. But you mentioned your collaboration with Tulane, I think maybe with some of the community and technical colleges. Tell us about more collaborations. We heard earlier that some of our campuses, particularly in the Louisiana system, are suffering financially in other ways, and some of them suffer with some enrollment problems. How can LSU collaborate with our southern systems, our Louisiana systems, and LCTCS systems to bring them up?
Well,
or help them out, I should.
The Bureau grant is the ultimate. I mean, that's a biggie. I mean, that's the biggest grant, in NSF history. So that's a perfect example where we have our community and technical college systems, Southern, the UL system, and LSU working together collaboratively, and the scientists within it. That's happening now. NCI designation is another one. So there are collaborations across research agendas related to that. But I think the one that I'm most excited about, we signed an agreement with Southern called A&M Agenda, because we're both A&M schools. And recently, Southern and LSU partnered together on a federal grant related to cyber. And so we're doing it. It's actually happening. Some of these arrangements are more formal, some are more organic. UL is formal, the A&M Agenda is formal, but some of them just happen because the collaborators are, deeply interested. We have some models related to student success. Well, the SOC is probably another really massive one, because we have many universities and colleges working with us on the Security Operations Center, where they're not only securing their own data through the Security Operations Center, which is a big deal because all of us are potentially under cyber attack. We're also training, back to the talent part of this, we're also working on technical expertise with all these schools, and I think there are 30 campuses working in the South. So those are just a few examples, I think that speak really in positive way. The thing is, cyber is probably a clean one because we're all working on that and it's such a demand for cyber expertise. And we all are working to build that workforce. And so cyber is a natural one where we have a lot of interaction. Ag, Southern and LSU have always worked together on ag-related projects. In fact, the fact that we're in all 64 parishes is because we combine what we do and to make sure that ag extension of LSU and Southern is meeting the needs of the people of the state. That's a big part. Coastal. Yeah, that you like, I don't believe any coastal research if people aren't down in South Louisiana working in woods. Anybody that's in DC doing coastal research is not in Southern Louisiana. Don't believe the model. You have to go into the parish and talk to the people and understand what they've actually built. So your model is legit.
That's right.
That's what we do. And so it's extremely powerful. That's part of the Sea Grant and extension activities where you see these folks working together. The beauty of LSU, in my opinion, is land, space, and on sea. We're an extension entity, which means we're, by definition, have to work with other schools. And so that's a big part of where you also will see a lot of the collaboration in the extension activities. It's really quite powerful. I know, and I will say, in a part, we don't work yet together on enrollment management, but my hope is on our AI projects, when we learn on the student success, I want them to make all of the things they learned from the AI work accessible to everybody in the state. You know, because we're winning if they can use a program and the things that we've learned on student success to get people to graduate and to complete very rigorous majors, as well as whether or not a major fits what you really want to do in your career. So we hope those AI projects seed out and are generalizable and can be used more broadly. That's just a few. You have some others?
President, can you speak to the NCI designation and the collaborative work around healthcare and cancer research?
So in our cancer efforts involve, well, let me stop and say, I'm completely agnostic about who we work with on cancer. Any and everybody, you heard me say this, Regent Sterling, many times. Any and everybody that can help us on cancer, given our disparities, I'm all in. Now, the way it's organized right now, it's LSU, Tulane, LCMC, Ochsner, LCRC, and Our Lady of the Lake are all, and Xavier, all part of the deal in terms of this initial work where we have to build our portfolio in 3 areas of science and clinical practice. The idea, though, is that once we get NCI designation through our various partnerships, that we'll make sure in the second round of activity, which you have to demonstrate that you're growing your capacity to solve cancer problems, that it would result in every enterprise who's dealing with healthcare to have some form of NCI designation. We think it's possible, but we have to get that first one. So the big hurdle is, how do you generate enough research that's NCI funded and enough clinical practice that's effective? People have to be saved. So you understand what I'm saying? It's a tricky business. You can have great research, but it's not necessarily not changing the quality of your clinical care. So when I start talking to you about sepsis, and you might not say, well, what does sepsis have to do with cancer? Everything. If I'm a cancer patient and I'm sitting there in a hospital for an extended period of time, cancer might not kill me, sepsis might. And so we've got to fix that so we can just really focus on the cancer problem. So all these things are working together. And our idea is, and I'm very proud of what's happening in Shreveport at the Health Science Center. I'm on the partnership board with Ochsner and our Health Science Center there. And if you look at what's happening happened over the last 3 years in terms of the number of people surviving and thriving long-term, the quality of the care has increased in significant ways. That's what happens when you have an academic medical center working in consultation with a healthcare provider. And so I can see it because I'm on that board. I'm watching the numbers. And by the way, guess what happens? That lowers the cost associated with being in the hospital. All these things become interrelated. And it's a big deal. And I'll say this, and I want to be as kind as I possibly can. Please, everyone, if I ask you to do anything, let the healthcare people do healthcare. Now, I won't say any more. It's really about letting outstanding physician scientists, clinicians, and health administrators collaborate in a space where the economics and the science come together to be great. And anything else is bad noise. Bad noise. And so one of the hard parts of the work that we have to do when you're dealing with a lot of different entities is keeping the bad noise out and staying singularly focused on the research, applying it in clinical practice, getting those costs down so that people can afford it, so the state doesn't, just toss money at things that aren't working. And in the end, guess what happens? And this is the most gratifying part of my job. People live. It's that simple. It's not even hard for me. When I look at the data, I'm like, how many people survived? How many people were surviving in 2020? And how many people are surviving in 2024? If there's a delta, as we say, and you're on the positive side, that's what it's all about. Everything else is bad noise because those families are counting on us. There is nothing more important than my job, quite frankly. Now, the Pentagon is all of that. You have to have food. You have to have biomedical care. We can't go underwater, right? We've got to protect our small businesses, and somebody's got to turn on the lights. You have to have energy. So the whole thing, that's what I get passionate about it because the whole thing is really about keeping people alive and thriving. It's really that simple. That's all. That's the business you all are really in. Hold everybody account to that, and we'll get it done. That's all there is.
Rita Sterling.
So we applaud your passion, and your physician colleagues would be very proud of how you talk about sepsis. Question though, you talk about winning and winningest teams and talents. Can you talk about the tailwinds that some of these accomplishments have gotten in you to being able to recruit talent, but more importantly, the headwinds to be able to continue your success and elevate the agenda with the ability to be able to attract talent?
So this is an outstanding question, and I wish I had provided the letter for you from one of our new cyber colleagues who has been at multiple institutions. He writes a letter on LinkedIn because we're advertising for computer scientists and cyber talent, which is one of the most difficult areas to get people because they can go anywhere, private industry or any institutions. And he writes a letter about what is it like to be at LSU at this time. And the upshot is our leadership understands the value of research. They push and get everything out of our way to make sure we can be ultimately effective. They bring us together with people to work across fields and add value. Our computer scientists are working in many different areas. You saw them working on AI, sepsis. They're also working with precision ag. They're all over. They're working with student success. They're everywhere. And I think that where we are right now, because we've now about to cross the thresholds of $500 million of research expenditures for LSU, people around the country are saying, what in the world is happening at LSU? Like that number, we've grown 6% a year on research expenditures. Well, on average, 6% a year. Last year, we went up 14% on research expenditures. That's a big deal. Those are not trivial numbers. I'm not supposed to say this without saying it. Like U.S. News and World Report, which I don't look at too often. The hardest thing to move up on U.S. News and World Report is peer assessment. Like, what do other presidents, deans, and provosts think about you? We actually went up. Only 4 schools in all the United States went up in peer assessment in the last year's news and we're reporting LSU was one of them. I mean, it's a 4 at 12. I know it's a multiple of 4.
That was in the, that's real smooth right there. That was in the, business report this morning.
Right. I mean, that's what's happening. So talented people want, like, if I want to get a 5-star athlete out of the football portal, they're not going to go to a bad team. They're 5-star athletes. They're going to pick a winning team. It's the same in research. You know, they pick winning teams. Now, here's where we are. The headwinds, right? The headwinds are this. What's the boundary line that people see when they see LSU? We say we want to get to $800 million in research annually. We keep going to 6.1% average per year. We can get there. But people will say, do you have the facilities? Are they going to appropriate to keep you all going? Is your enrollment strategy enough to keep you funded, since 80% is coming from that? Those are the questions that people are going to ask and we have to answer. And so when you look at our capital requests and the like, you'll see we're trying to expand our footprint in research areas so that the boundary line is not physical infrastructure. Simultaneously, we're asking you to make sure we can keep getting new lines. And so that we can keep hiring outstanding scientists to come to Louisiana and build businesses. And we're going to tear it up trying to build business partnerships to bring businesses to Louisiana because of our talent. And if we can do that, then we'll keep ascending and we'll hit that $800 million mark. Right now, the University of Colorado has $800 million of research. They're in the AAU. We're shooting for the same deal. If we catch that number, Colorado's been in AAU a long time. We would be at the standard of AAU university, which is what we should be. Louisiana deserves.
It was 7 out of 33 national universities.
Oh, it wasn't a multiple of 4, but I was kind of smooth.
That was smooth. It could have been 12, could have been 40, right?
7
out of 433.
All right.
There's a multiple of 7.
A multiple of 7.
President, thank you for your passion and thank you for your energy. The tone and the ideas in the report you shared today certainly is different than last year. I'm encouraged.
What happened last year? I thought we were cooking.
I don't know, but it's better. And I also want to applaud you for the data and responding to the questions. They were very direct. Many of the campuses really laid out how, from a tactical and operational standpoint, how you are achieving much of this success. So I applaud you, for your leaders certainly understand. Of note, on page 10 of 33, where it talks about higher education enrollment and the trend that it should probably peak the class in 2025. And then you will start up to 2037 to see declining enrollment and how across Louisiana, the impact and even goes, it goes into a lot of detail with regard to the diversification and the trend and all of that. This is great information. And I would assume that your campus leaders have this across the system and are preparing to respond to any enrollment challenges that this may present to LSU.
Yes.
And then my question is, it's very eye-opening to see the data that is presented from the enrollment from LSU 8. And 33% year over year, continuing enrollment 32.3%, even including dual enrollment. And they give a good narrative around it. I would never have thought that that much growth is happening, particularly in the campus. I understand this report. It's a lot of online, what widely known. But what is the energy? What is the momentum shift that's happening at LSUA, you believe?
Well, Paul Carrero is one of the best higher education leaders in the country. And he has a great team who has figured out that a customer service perspective in a community of that nature, where you go out and really work with the people in the community. He comes from an ag background. Ag extension is as good as it gets in preparation for enrollment management, because you learn how to work with people and understand where they are and scaffold them into the opportunity structure. So I think that his team has done an excellent job of making it clear that there's a value proposition, coming to LSUA, staying at home, adding value for their region. They have a very powerful region in terms of they're very, I don't like to use the word pride, but they love one another and care for one another. And I think that institution reflects that in terms of how they deal with folks. And they just get it 100%. They also have, on the online front, have invested with quality faculty members who are making the experience really work. And so you can't substitute leadership. It's just a winning formula when you have that, and then people buy in. And if you see Paul, he's everywhere at once, and his team is all over that community, working with K-12 schools. It's how you do it. I mean, he should write a book on it, because basically that's how you do it. It doesn't matter the migration pattern in that community. It's the stickiness that matters. Can you get people to stay? And can you give them a hope that if they do, that they're going to do something? He works really well with businesses there. I'll shout out Roy Martin and his folks who've been very supportive of them from a foundation point of view. There are others who give. They have a real philanthropic plan for their community, and it works. They work really well with their legislative delegation. I quite frankly think they are a model of how an institution of that size and scope and scale should be operating across the country.
Yeah, and it's clearly showing in the data. And again, all of what you just summarized, I don't know how long he's been there, but you definitely see the momentum over the last few years happening there. My other.
Dr. Terrell is here.
He's here.
We want to talk about him as the third person.
Oh, how you doing, Paul? I didn't see you over there when I was bragging about
Wow.
you. I knew you were there.
Yeah, Ms. Paul, I want to talk to you at some point about that. I would love to visit the campus as well.
Sure.
Okay. Two things, and I brought this up, I think, at a meeting before, and may not be the most appropriate place to ask, but I do read in the notes where the LSU Health Science Center of New Orleans, not only working with their dental hygiene, not dental hygiene, the dentistry program, I don't know, Lafayette or some area, but it mentioned expanding the nursing offerings in the Baton Rouge area. And we've done a couple of things. Over a year ago, we had a study done, and there was a report that Louisiana needs over 5,000 nurses. I think you remember that, Regent Sterling. And I think earlier this year, Louisiana Tech was approved from an ASN program to a BSN program. And then we've also expanded another institution in the state to establish undergraduate nursing program, at least in my tenure here with the Board of Regents. The need for nursing and the healthcare aligns with the vision that you've created. Is there something more? Is it time for LSU to have an undergraduate nursing program in Baton Rouge?
Well, what I will say to you is this. We cannot produce enough nurses right now. I can also tell you from an empirical fact that we have many undergraduate students who matriculated at LSU who desire to be nurses, and they are some of the highest performing students who come from high school to LSU. And when we track them, they ultimately don't become nurses because they fall in love with being in Baton Rouge and the traditional experience at a flagship university. And as such, it's a talent loss And so if you were to ask me, should we be doing something to remedy that talent loss so that those students who come to LSU, high flyers on the ACT and SAT, want to be nurses and don't, I would tell you that if we do not do it, then as epidemiologists who very much cares about prevention and occupational preparedness, it's a fail. That's what I was saying.
Regent Temple?
It's already mentioned by Regent Aubrey in terms of the tonality of your presentation. Being phenomenal, great, obviously. We clearly, LSU's doing a lot of winning. What challenges, what things that are not that great? I didn't hear any of that during the presentation. Maybe that's, clearly that's not what it was focused on, but is there anything you can say, well, this is an area that we, yeah, opportunities for improvement. There you go. That's a better way of putting it.
Well,
he's gonna say we can improve on more winning.
no, I mean, I think if you run the financial models, and some of you have that expertise, if you run the financial models on the stability of the institutions in the state of Louisiana more broadly, you will find that a person who was a financial analyst, a CPA or whoever, would look at them and say that there's some risk related to the nature of your financial situation. And so if ever there's a time to be diligent about that, this is the time, especially because we do have teams that are winning. The loss that we would experience if we're not addressing the financial instability across all of the institutions of higher education. And I say this more broadly because the team that wins for Louisiana are all of us.
Right.
Even though I represent LSU. And I've run the numbers. I hope somebody doesn't do you call them a fact, 4-year on me or something. But I've run the numbers, and I can tell you that any individual who studies this would say, if you have an enrollment challenge or anything slips from year to year, you're at great risk. And so I think that's the number one thing, because when you're winning, you do not ever want to give the perception that something is wrong because you're trying to procure outstanding talent. And those individuals do not go to places that they consider to be at risk. So we are mitigating every risk we can so that we have a winning message in order to procure talent to secure. By that, I mean undergraduates, graduate students who are transformative, postdoctoral students who are transformative, faculty members who are transformative, and staff who create the runway so everything can happen. And we don't want anything to stop that, but we do understand that some of the decisions that are made related to this are above our pay grade.
That's fine. All you can control is all you can control.
That's it.
And maybe one more challenge, President Tate, I know your rural schools, when you're, in LQA, or actually LSUS is rural, but your smaller schools, when I look at LSU's numbers in preparation for today, your completion rate in Baton Rouge is 70%, which I've only been here for 8 years, but I haven't seen any school that had a 70% completion rate over 6 years at a 4-year institution. That's impressive. And that's probably from amazing leadership, from great professors and from great students. And it's probably, when you look at LSUA and LSUS 4-year schools, if you have 7 out of 10 kids graduating LSU in 6 years, only 3.5 graduating at those in 10 years. So maybe that's another challenge for the systems and figure out ways to support those kids at LSUA and LSUS to get those completions, because some of those kids are going to make Alexandria better in that Sentinel area or make Shreveport better. And we want those kids getting all the way through.
I concur. On the student success side, the most expensive education is the one you don't complete. So I do not want, 70% is not a satisfactory number. I would like it to be much higher and comparable to a private school. Private schools have they have very high graduation rates. It's not because their kids are the smartest, it's because they have more resources to put in support.
They can't afford it.
High expectation, high help environments are the winning environments, whether it's in sports, or in academics. High expectation, high support. Support costs money. We're building a success center, right, in Alexandria. Why are we building a success center, sir?
To be successful.
And success is defined by students completing.
Right.
And so that was a big thing that, you know, Chancellor Carrero talked about. We work on enrollment management. That's our foundational work in the Pentagon. It's the center of the Pentagon. Because if you don't have student success, you fail. And so I agree with you, Regent David, that is really what we have to work on. And we are working on it. We've had conversations about how to get better on the student success side. Part of the AI strategy I mentioned to you was one of the reasons we've gone to that, so that we can really try to figure out things that we might not be seeing. And we hope the AI can be trained to see it.
We've always thought that. We talked about here, it's like, it just seems like in this day and age, the second you see somebody not going to class, the second you see someone's grades fall off, even in weeks, you could probably identify them right away.
Yeah.
Regent Orr.
So you talked about how your self-generated funds have covered about 80% of your operational budgets.
Yes.
Leaving that 20%, state support makes up the other 20%. So how would these, state funding cuts affect the LSU system?
Well, it depends on how big they are. What do we say if the tax rolls off, where do we?
We're not happy, but we're at the A&M campus, we're looking at 30 million. Somewhere around a $30 million cut, depending upon where the impact is. So we're tightening belts and looking at ways to increase revenue through other sources, things that we've been looking at in terms of revenue generation. How do we increase our innovation? From the president talked about patents. How do we partner with business to increase the research that we're doing that we could potentially generate revenue from that? Which other programs can we go through online to bring in additional revenue through online campuses? How can we tighten our resources, tighten our belts to maybe reduce some of the expenditures that we have, but we're looking at ways that we can minimize the impact of any state general fund reductions, but also expanding our research, our revenues, respectful of the president's 33% that I still have to find. But looking at ways that we can be innovative and creative in dealing with those reductions and not simply looking at cutting things, because that doesn't help us.
Would you say that enrollment greatly contributes to that self-generated funds? Or is there any other factors that contribute to that as well?
So enrollment growth definitely contributes to that, the increased class size, but also retention of those classes. So focusing on those student success metrics, keeping those kids here, in addition to those graduation rates increasing, you've also seen our retention rates increase. And that's been a focus of the enrollment team. Not only do they have to get them here, but they have to keep them here moving forward and getting them graduated. So that's also a part of it.
Good segue, on page 7 of one of the responses. And this just stood out, one of the questions, the LSU A&M does not have reserves. And maybe there's a classification of how you look at it from a fiscal. I mean, we talked to other systems and they utilize the term reserve. I would assume there's some cuts. There could be some shifting of funds, but it may not be called reserve. But what, can you explain that?
So we don't have what we call reserves. We don't have reserves and revenues that people can come in. We have auxiliary revenues that are specified for those auxiliaries. So for example, our Res Life program, their revenue is dedicated to Res Life. So students pay for housing. All of that revenue is dedicated to the housing programs that are associated with housing. So they have maintenance funds set up so that as they need to come in at the end of the semester, repaint, make repairs, those kind of things, those are funds that I don't say that they are reserved, but because they go in and break for other purposes, they're dedicated to the programs that they're set up.
So some other auxiliary enterprises that may be parking fees, it could be.
Again, all parking, the parking lots have to be resurfaced, they have to be repainted. Parking also covers our mass transit. So those types of expenditures, they're operational dollars for those programs as well.
Licensing fees.
Student health fee for operations of student health center. So they are dedicated to those facilities and the operations of those facilities.
Brand licensing from logo usage and things of that.
Bench. It's leveraged.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, the realities
50% of
are,
those revenues are spent in mostly by the brands that you see those associated with, as fans buy those items, those revenues.
And I'm only asking because
Yeah, but we don't,
different systems may classify things differently, and it helps me that when this
Yeah.
is referenced that way to understand how you look at.
yes, and we try to make sure as you look at deferred maintenance, that we thank the Regents leadership this past legislative session, getting us into a deferred maintenance program outside of capital outlay, but it becomes very important, for example, in the residential light housing program, that you set up maintenance funds so that we can make those repairs, because we're not necessarily going to receive capital outlay dollars to make those necessary repairs. So.
And
that's
kudos
why
to you
those-
guys for staying on top of that, because that's one of the things that when I've worked and volunteered in schools, maintenance just seems to be something, if you don't stay on top of it, it is an animal that will eat you alive. And that's great to hear that you guys have that dedicated and money put back to just take care of your campus, because your students benefit from that too.
Yes, we still have some maintenance that's eating us alive, but.
Yes. You also.
It's all animals that I can control, I'm
Yeah,
controlling.
that's right.
President, I want to applaud you. You talk about the research, and you're not just doing it at the flagship campus. And you hear about it throughout the state and throughout all of the campuses. And so that certainly attributable to your leadership and with your expectation. I most recently heard and read, and it was briefed on how the LSU Health Science Center Foundation in Shreveport helps in acquiring an old vacant building at Sears property, and the expectation of growing research with that campus. I mean, that's phenomenal. It's gonna make a major impact to that region.
well, I promised the people of Shreveport that we would build a bigger research footprint there. And Dr. Guzik has done an outstanding job of being a visionary on that front. And I believe that hopefully it brings a lot of economic development in Shreveport. And it's very exciting what I'm seeing from that campus on the research side. They're smaller, but they are very impactful. And I have a great respect for what they put together.
Our last question, Mark, member, Regent Orr.
Yes, so I know that, you mentioned about the whole state winning, you know, when your system is doing well. And I understand that across the state, across the country, there is a housing crisis. Have you all started taking those steps to address that, with your system and even within the entire state of Louisiana?
Housing crisis in terms of personal housing.
Student housing.
Oh, we need 2 more dorms, but I'm not gonna ask anybody to pay for them. You know, those are P3s. We need dorms. I'd like to take a dorm offline and build one that's a little bit bigger. We've been talking about how to do that. I do think that upgrading the dorms would be very much an attractive thing for students. It's also good for security and their health. You know, it's just, we've got to do those things. So I think that's an excellent point. Especially because our enrollment seems to be, you know, really strong right now. I know that, I think, Paul, you're working on Chancellor Carell on housing in Alexandria. And the Shreveport campus is also having conversations about housing units as well. And we all are in a place where that shortage is very real. But a lot of times with residential housing where there's a fee associated with it, we can do it with a P3 and not have to rely so much on the state. I think that's the key for us to make it a public-private deal and get those built.
Thank you all for being here. And then the last question actually will be, were you pulling for Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow last night, or Jake Daniels?
As I told all my friends who were texting me in real time, The only person that can't lose today is me. So I'm just winning all the time, just winning, winning, winning. I was proud of both of them.
No punts, no
And,
turnovers.
You know, they both, all three of them played well, the two quarterbacks and Jamar, and, you know, happy for them. And, you know, my wife is from DC, so she was really happy. But we were all of them be successful. I like to end with just one thing, if I might, a couple of things. Last year, Commissioner, Speaker DeVilliers, Cameron Henry worked in a very frugal time to come up with policies that really, I think, will be legacy policies for higher education with respect to deferred maintenance, and the tuition deal was also extremely important. It's often easy when there's not a lot of money to distribute to just give up. They did not. And I have tremendous respect for what the three of them did, along with my fellow presidents of systems, worked really hard, and it was a great team effort. And I'll end like this, because we're talking about, you know, our fiscal situation. I would like you all to give me an example of any organization that cut their way to excellence. If you find it, call me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
We're a little behind, but we have time. Now we're gonna move over to the LCTCS system. And Dr. Sullivan.
Congratulations, Madam Chair. You.
You already have.
Dr. Sullivan, how you doing? Welcome today.
Well, I apologize for the voice. If you can bear with me here, I thought maybe if I came with this voice, we wouldn't have quite as much discussion today, right?
I was hoping I'd get to you at 2:45, but the LSU discussion just kept on going.
I want to begin, if I can, with a couple of quick comments. First of all, I want to acknowledge the chair of our board, Mr. Tim Hardy, who's joined us today. I think Tim Hardy is no stranger to this group, someone who has worked very closely with many of you, was a member of our board for 16 years. And after no longer serving on the board for about a year's period, Governor Landry saw fit to not only appoint him to the board, but to appoint him as chair. I can't tell you how valuable it is to have someone with that amount of experience and time in the organization, understanding the reasons why we've done things the way we've done them across time. Certainly excited to have Supervisor Hardy here. I also want to mention to you today that oftentimes as I'm at this table, as we have been over the last 10 years, to my left would be a gentleman named Joe Marine, who is without a doubt, from my perspective, as good as anybody in this business from a finance perspective. Unfortunately, Joe is under the weather and not able to be with us. I know he's watching online. He has been dealing with some health issues over the last few weeks. And so I just ask, if you will, to say a prayer for Joe Marine. That guy is an incredible leader for the state of Louisiana, and one that I know would very much appreciate the support coming from this group. Let me begin by pointing out this is the 25th year of operation of our community and technical college system. Started in 1999. From that time frame in 1999 until today, we have made what I believe is as much progress as anybody in the country. I am proud to sit here today in front of you on behalf of 12 college leaders that I believe are the best in the country. You just heard my colleague Bill Tate talk about the fact that you need talent in order to be able to succeed. What we have been able to do is amass 12 college leaders that I would suggest you can work in any institution of any size and any type, anywhere in this country. Those 12 have been incredible leaders for us as an organization. If you go back and take a look at some of the numbers, I'll just talk about the success for us wins, right? In the roughly 2000 timeframe, really looking back from 1999 all the way through to 2010-12, we had an average of about 12,000 graduates a year, one way or the other. It didn't matter if we had a Katrina year or if we had a booming year, we still had about 12,000 graduates. And so there really was no relationship between the amount of resource that we had available and the amount of graduates that we produced across time. Almost the same number of associate degrees, almost the same number of credentials across time. What happened in the 2009 to 14 timeframe was an $80 million reduction in state general fund. This for an organization that had about 180 million in total funds available to us to begin in that 2009 timeframe. We lost $80 million. We doubled in tuition. Now, why am I going all the way back to 0809? Because I want to make sure you understand that we didn't get here by happenstance. And by the way, my colleagues that came to this table all day today, they all had that same opportunity. Let's call it what it is. 2008-09, we saw the handwriting on the wall. We lost $80 million. We doubled the price of tuition. It had an impact for our students. But let me tell you what's more important to note. In the 08-09 timeframe, the budget reductions were not equal. My colleagues and I can't come sit at this table and say that we all took equal cuts in the 2008-09 timeframe. The reason that we didn't is because our state protected TOPS. And thus, for those institutions that receive the majority of the TOPS money, you really didn't take cuts in the way that everyone else did. So if you were at those institutions that have a high TOPS rate, you saw money come to you in the form of student aid that didn't require that you merge institutions. They didn't require that you have major layoffs. They didn't require that you have major program cuts like we did in our system. So from 08-09 until 2014, I was responsible personally for laying off with my signature 1,500 individuals in higher education. I'm not sure if you've ever been through that. If you've ever had the curse of having to have those conversations with people. But if you hadn't, I would tell you that it changes you. It also changes you when you see others not doing that. It's just that bottom line. And so across time, yes, we did what we had to do. We cut 700 programs. We merged from 16 colleges to 12. By the way, just a quick question around the table here. How many other institutions did we lose in that time frame? The answer is 0. Not one. We lost 4. Without much fanfare from this organization. We didn't spend a lot of time talking about having lost institutions. Instead, what we did was we redoubled our efforts and we did what we knew needed to happen. As a result, that's the history. But today we stand in a place where 12 institutions, 11 of 12 have 50% of, yes, there are reserves. I'm still struggling with that last conversation about what reserves are, right? But yes, there are reserve balances in our organizations because we've had about a decade to figure this out. And we have. We have 11 of our 12 institutions with 50% or more of an annual budget in the bank. How do you think we did that? We sure as heck didn't run down the field spending in the way that we may have before. We had to go out and do some things that were very difficult to put ourselves on the right trajectory. And today we find ourselves with one institution at 27%, the others all above 50% of their total budget for a year sitting in the bank. Now, here's the interesting question. How will we go about distributing these cuts? Not if, but when they happen, because I believe they will. In fact, I will say this to you. If you go back and listen to the 0.45 debate, what you'll hear is a gentleman that brought that bill who was very clear that it was not permanent. So I fully do not expect the legislature to reauthorize the 0.45 penny. I think it would be going back on what they said. But I do believe that we have a legislature and a governor in place today that understands how to fix this problem. And they will come forward with solutions, but I don't believe that they will be without cuts. There will be reductions. And so what I ask of this body is the same thing I always ask of you. Put your dollars where your priorities are. And if your priorities are to have 29 institutions 10 years from now, then say it. Because that's where you were 10 years ago. That's what we talked about 10 years ago was 29 institutions. And when I sit and have a conversation, even to this day, what I hear is about an organization that believes your responsibility is to fund all the institutions that Louisiana has. Or on the flip side of that, is our responsibility to educate more of Louisiana. I believe that's our job. And that's the job that we've been working our tails off on ever since we met the first budget reduction in 2008-9 that came with the Christmas card in December of 2008. Now, fast forward, how in the world did we go from 12,000 graduates to 35,000 graduates at the same time that we had that budgetary upheaval? It was real simple. It was focus. It was 12 leaders who get up every day, go to work, and focus on the things that matter. How many students are you graduating? How stable is your organization? Because here's what we know for sure. The student population that we serve, we are their source of stability. Our job is to be stable as institutions so we can help individuals become stable and stabilize communities. If we aren't stable ourselves, we can't extend that stability to others. So that has been our focus for some time now. A subject that didn't come up today, and I'm shocked that it hasn't. Where did all the federal money go? I can tell you what we did with our federal dollars. We took those federal dollars and socked them back to make darn sure that we had a reserve for when a rainy day came. I'm shocked that question hasn't come up throughout the day. Do you know how many billions of dollars flowed to higher education? And we're going to sit here today and talk about not having enough resources. I think we should have a real detailed, factual discussion about how much money has flowed into these institutions and where we should go from here. My question of this group is really simple. It's the same one that I have asked of you and directed you toward for the last 10 years. Is the goal here to run institutions and to have economic development by government job fiat? Or is the goal to grow Louisiana's economy, to grow Louisiana's business base, to grow Louisiana's graduates, so that our people benefit from the excitement and the opportunity that exists in our economy? That's the direction. So what have our colleges been doing for 10 years? Exactly what I just told you. Growing graduates, dealing with a pandemic, ensuring that the federal dollars were maximized so that these institutions were stabilized, and ensuring that when all was said and done, that the value that our students get from our institutions is worthwhile the time and the money that they spend in those organizations. Now, as I look back on how we accomplished that $80 million reduction and the flip to tuition, we cut 700 programs. We laid off several thousand individuals. We collapsed 16 to 12 colleges. But there's one thing that we chose not to do. We did not eliminate campuses in rural communities. Because frankly, that's what Louisiana is. I happen to live in the Baton Rouge area now. But I can tell you this, had there not been technical college campuses across this state, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Because economically, I wouldn't have had the opportunity that I received as a result of my dad being educated in this system. Right? Those are the things that are life-changing. Without these colleges, what does someone do in the little town of Quitman? What does someone do in Homer? What do our people do in these small towns if you don't have a technical college campus? If your direction is that we should eliminate those rural campuses, we can certainly have a conversation about that. But I think it's important that we know what Louisiana will look like without the rural campuses. It's important. It's certainly a discussion that folks are considering across the street, no doubt about that, as they should be. In this last administration, it was pretty clear the administration said we will not eliminate rural campuses, and I'm thankful for that. This administration hasn't had that opportunity to weigh in just yet. But without those rural campuses serving the needs of the people of Louisiana, what happens in our capital every spring gets even more difficult. And that is today, we try to make a budget out of 58.5% of our working age adults working. 41.5% of the adults in Louisiana, 25 to 64, not working, looking for work, nor drawing unemployment. How do we fix this? I can tell you that population is not the prime target for baccalaureate degrees. They're not the group that you're going to get to go back to college and get a baccalaureate degree over a 6 or an 8 year period. Instead, they're the group that is going to get technical skills to be able to go to work. Because that's where we need them as a state of Louisiana, and it's where their families need them to be as well. We have to have more people in the state working. If we don't do something to fund workforce in the state, we're gonna continue to be challenged in that regard. From our perspective, last 2 years, we've come to you and we've said two things. First, we will take on 50,000 of your 85,000 graduates. 2 years ago, it's what we said to you. This year, we made huge progress to that 35,000 mark, and we're gonna continue to make progress toward that 50,000 mark. The second thing we asked you for was that you develop a workforce funding formula. Frankly, we've come to a place where this organization is not likely to be the one to carry the water on workforce policy nor on workforce funding. You've got a big job ahead of you. You have to find a way for these 29 institutions to survive. And so no problem. We'll partner with others. We will partner with the Workforce Commission and Louisiana Economic Development to develop the right kind of workforce environment in Louisiana to ensure that we have the tax base that we need. Because frankly, this organization has far too many things to focus on than to deal with the workforce component. And so we'll continue to push, as we have to this point, for more workforce funding, for more workforce opportunities for our people. But frankly, the future, from my perspective, is not that much different than the past. There's only one difference. That difference is the potential of change that can occur from an economic development perspective that you've heard multiple presenters at this table talk about today. It just takes one, as you heard the commissioner talk about this morning. It only takes one of those big announcements to be game-changing for the state of Louisiana. But with one of those, what also is required? A workforce. A workforce. So that word workforce, I would urge that we all take some time and read about that word workforce and really come to understand that it doesn't just mean what academics used to mean. It means that the future is moving, it's changing. The future that you see and I see is one where people are not standardizing on the baccalaureate degree any longer. Entire states have said the baccalaureate degree is no longer the standard. Instead,
I understand this because
sure,
we're in industry here. Board of Regents, we're here with our board is an industry. We have so much focus, so much discussion on workforce through the LCTCS system, through every system here. I don't understand why you say you're gonna do that alone. And that's
I
what.
didn't say I was gonna do it alone. That's not what I said.
Maybe that's understood.
I just know what I said was that this organization, Regents, is clearly in a circumstance now where you're dealing with reductions in budget. Last year, we had an opportunity to make a workforce ask. This organization made an ask for both 2 and 4 year institutions because we couldn't come to a place where we understood workforce as it relates to 2 year colleges. So that's why I say if we can't make that ask, and if we can't come to terms with what it looks like, let's instead find new partners. Let's find new partners to get this done. Is there still a role for the Board of Regents? No doubt. There's a role for the Board of Regents, but you're no longer the primary in solving workforce challenges. That's clear.
Agree to disagree, all right?
Absolutely. And that's your perspective. Yep.
That was one of the questions that I did ask a few of the system heads, is what they are doing to partner with workforce. Because when Rick Gallo came up earlier, he talked about the new opportunities there on the I-20 corridor. I've heard in many economic development discussions, one of the biggest challenges that they have is more companies would love to come here. We don't have the workforce to meet them. They're not all 4 year degrees that they need. So what are you hearing from the workforce? Because I know that you guys do work closely with those companies that are coming in. What are you hearing that their needs are?
Very simple at a 30,000 foot level, very simple context that I think this group has heard a number of times, and I'm going to share it again because I think it applies. Out of 10 employees in any sector you want to choose, and maybe even healthcare as an example, it could be manufacturing. Every one professional engineering role is supported by 2 people with baccalaureate degrees and is supported by 7 individuals with less than a baccalaureate degree. Okay, that 1-to-7 ratio will apply to nearly any one of these economic development discussions that we're having. The challenge that we have is that we use what I would think of as our talent development fund in Louisiana, about $1 billion, and we send it through to run 29 institutions rather than to graduate a workforce that is for tomorrow of Louisiana. That's the way I would call it from the LCTCS perspective. Now, what's really also important to note is that there's an entire section of our mission that is not funded by the state of Louisiana and not funded by Regents. And that is the workforce aspect. Now, you hear people use the word workforce because it's sexy. Everyone wants to put money behind it. And so of course you would have everybody talk about workforce. I'd want to have workforce on my university campus too. But the reality is we all have our own lanes. We all have our own responsibility. The challenge that we have is the missions are allowed to go wherever they want to go. We have to be really clear about what workforce is, what we expect it to do, and how we plan to fund it. And right now, we don't have that.
Give me an
As a state.
example of an unfunded workforce mandate.
I think that's a fair way to say it. There is not a source of funding for workforce today.
So I mean, I'm pretty familiar with a lot of the campuses that you're aware and around. So what kind of program is expected, but is not recognized or funded as such? Give me that.
Sure. So many of the short-term training programs, I'll give you a great example.
Fiber optics.
Maybe fiber optics might be an area. But many of the healthcare certifications, so for instance, the MedPass certification was one that was recently added. As new credentials are being created, we have to be up to speed with what those credentials are and whether they should apply to the model or not. So today, we're still having this discussion about what is in demand, right? Which is important, what the wage is, but also we are counting credentials, a bachelor's degree in political science like mine, that is less valuable than a fiber splicing certification. Where is that? How do we put dollars behind that? That's a fundamental question that I think all of us should be working our way through. How do we fund workforce?
Poli-sci degrees.
I'm sorry?
So we've both done okay with our poli-sci degrees. Go ahead, Regent Sterling.
Because I think we have pivoted to a very unhealthy conversation. A conversation that we heard in the last presentation when we were talking about winning together. And now this is a conversation that is about pitting value of education across centers and pitting our institutions against each other, which I think is unhealthy. As a person who my fundamental degree is in nursing, we know that nurses are produced at ASN programs, nursing is produced at baccalaureate programs. People choose that for many different reasons. However, the research is clear professionally that the outcomes of a patient are improved when the nurse has a baccalaureate degree. What we do to bridge that is our four-year institutions have a bridge program so that a nurse that becomes an ASN can feed his or her family, but then go to school and get the support and training to become that baccalaureate nurse whose outcomes are better. And I just caution us as we go down and potentially face this challenge, that we go down a both and we go down, how do we build bridges and not down a conversation where we're pitting our institutions against each other. There's a saying that goes, when food gets scarce, manners go out the way and go out the window. That's not where we want to be. And as we go forward, I just want to remind us that there's a way to take the higher road, win together, and not pit our institutions against each other.
Regent Sterling, thank you. Well said. I don't disagree with you. I do think it's important for all of us to recognize, though, that when you walk through that one time before, and you were burned one time before, it makes it really tough to trust. And so I say what I've said to you here today because I simply want everyone to be aware of what the history of this issue is. It has not been an easy one for us. It's one that we have had to go out and fight and claw to make these institutions stable at the level that they are. It's not about, I'm not trying to divide people. I just simply need to make sure people understand, put a priority on these organizations that are doing good work on behalf of Louisiana. Not suggesting anybody out there is not. I'm just saying we cannot no longer afford to hold our two-year colleges at some lesser standard, at some lesser funding.
When in fact, what the market tells us is there's more of a need in two-year colleges from two-year colleges than there are for universities. I agree with you on the nursing front, but you also know that most of our baccalaureate prepared nurses are not interested in staying at the bedside. And so if we're gonna be in this business, we have to do it together. It's gonna take two-year colleges and universities and research entities.
But again, I want to commit to my colleagues as a nurse who was a ULM graduate from a baccalaureate program, who has a master's degree from our flagship. I don't believe that we should pit our nurses against each other about what they choose to do and how they aspire to do things. I would not be a regent, I believe, without my baccalaureate degree. And so I just don't want us to go down that path that's unhealthy. And quite frankly, your comments were borderline offensive.
Okay, I'm sorry. If they were offensive, I apologize.
And so
It was
I
not
just
intended as
want
such.
to call us to a higher place and call the conversation to a higher place, because I know everyone who sits on this board is a volunteer who is here because they're passionate about workforce and the citizens of Louisiana.
And I would kind of like to build a bridge because my background, I was raised by tradesmen. And that is something that is very important. And coming from a rural area, you have kids like that I grew up with, they may or may not ever have a four-year institution that's in their future. Their parents don't know how to push them toward a four-year institution. The technical school system is great as a door opener. It gives kids an opportunity that I don't just have to go to work. You can work with counselors. You can have some encouragement that it's in your rural school. I mean, it's in your rural area. You can go to that school, you can get introduced to something that you can make a living. These are definitely something that the trade schools are definitely something they're needed. They're an introduction to a child that may have not had higher ed that's never been an option for them. So that is the bridge. You guys are very important. And I do want you to hear that. And I think we all think that, that's sitting here at the table. And you reach a demographic and you reach a rural community that sometimes our 4 years, there's just never an option. So there is a way for us to work together. I'm brand new on this. I'm not sure. I don't have all the answers. I don't even know all the questions yet. But just to kind of take a little heat off of a situation, let's recognize that. Let's recognize that there's room for us all to work together here. And we should try to do that because there's a need.
Commissioner, thank you so much.
So let me speak to the financing model, and then Monty can certainly jump into that. When you think about non-credit or validated skills training, it is not funded by Pell because we haven't gotten short-term Pell passed by Congress. We have had 3 or 4 years of one-time money in Reboot 1, Reboot 2 healthcare to support non-credit as well as credit programs at LCTCS. We use Reboot 1 and 2 as a proof of concept for MJ Foster. But to Monty's point, what we do not have is a permanent recurring funding model that addresses the non-credit or the validated skill training and responsibilities for individuals who need that. So when Monty talks about we have over 1 million people with a high school diploma or less, or we have 40% of people not working, not looking. And as I talked to Monty and Chandler in their meeting and asked the question, how has this been funded? Sometimes industry will say, I want you to upskill or reskill my people. But sometimes, often you have individuals who come and pay out of pocket. But if you don't have any money in your pocket to pay, then you can't get there. So the conversation is an important one because you heard Taylor Barras say, First Solar had a workforce solution. It was Southwest Louisiana Community College and UL Lafayette together. We would not have gotten it without the two of them. His point is that some of the work that is necessary for the state is not funded on a recurring basis, nor is it supported by federal Pell. That is the challenge in that particular part of the financing model to get people to work. Short-term, high demand, high wage, but no recurring financial budget that allows that to continue to happen. So that is the quest that we continue to be on, to try to move from some one-time dollars that we've been successful with to a recurring workforce fund, whether at Workforce Commission, at LCTCS, wherever it would be, recognizing that in our state, community colleges include SOSLA, include LSUE, and include LCTCS. So, you know, we are in a place now where we're talking about hard decisions and tough budgets, but I want to make sure that I provide the context around the financing model of where the gap is. There is no short-term Pell passed by Congress, although Monty's been working hard on that. And there is no recurring workforce fund for non-credit institutions or work.
We spent years discussing the solution is to be able to credential these people as opposed to leaving it uncredentialed and unfunded and undesignated. We expect LCTCS and the technical colleges to come up with credentialing that can then tie into the formula. So is the issue that it's just not out there, or is it the issue that they're not being credentialed quickly and appropriately?
They get a credential. And now we do have programs that allow you to transfer into an associate degree or technical skill. Sure. The point is, there is not a place that we could point to say, okay, we want to increase workforce participation. Here you go. Right? So if you look across the country, you do have states that are saying, here are multiple millions of dollars for short-term workforce to make that happen.
Irrespective of credentials, just make it happen.
It is a credential. It's an unfunded credential is the point, right? It doesn't
You
have
have a one-time allocation from the state to give
So
or
we did
industry,
that.
yeah.
So we did that, and we used that to make the point that we needed MJ Foster, because remember, we didn't have adult financial aid, right? So we used the proof of concept of 2 years of one-time money of 10 million twice to say, now we need more MJ Foster, right? So now we've said, okay, we've had multiple years of 10 million, 25 million chunks of dollars, but it's one-time money. So every year we go back and make the case. Monty's point is that if you want to have that kind of workforce commitment for the hardest to serve, least resource people, the state needs a long-term sustained commitment to those short-term credentials, because neither Pell grants nor state dollars provide that currently. That is the context of the financing model challenge. Last year, we worked on the data, we worked on the policy, and we tried to get the legislature to support a $10 million fund at the Workforce Commission. Did not get that a recurring fund. We're not successful getting that. But if the state has a commitment to increase workforce participation, and the short-term high demand is a stackable credential to get people there, then there would have to be some way to do it, to successfully do it. So I wanted to make sure we had that context. I appreciate Regent Sterling saying we're all in. We are all in. But there is a gap in the financing model, both from the federal government. You heard President Shields say 70% of our kids get Pell, right? But if you're in a program that's, I don't know, Monty Lyman, whatever it may be, that's a short-term credential, there is no Pell eligibility because we haven't been successful in getting Congress to fund it. So that's the piece that I want to make sure that this board is clear on, right? It is a priority, but it does not have a sustained funding model, either from the federal government or from the state of Louisiana yet.
How do other states do that? I mean, what's the success model for other states?
Yeah, a variety of different models. And in fact, the first example of the reboot, the first version of reboot was really a take on what the Commonwealth of Virginia has done around the Virginia Fast Forward initiative that now is up to I want to say $55 million a year that funds short-term programming that is not funded as a part of their traditional funding. There are a couple of other states out there that you could use as an example. In the healthcare space, California did something pretty significant about 4 or 5 years ago. I don't know that that has been annualized, though. I think there's a question still about what the annualization looks like on that one. But there's several states that have made real significant investments here. Michigan has as well with, I believe, what they refer to as their new job training program that is very much skills oriented rather than degree. I want to go back to the 35,000 very quickly, just for a couple of quick examples. I know healthcare was mentioned. 2020, we had 4,000 healthcare graduates, 8,000 healthcare graduates this year. We're targeting 10,000 for the coming year. That is as a result of good work done across the street. When resources are put into, an opportunity, that opportunity means opportunity for our people. That's what we've been able to drive.
Wait,
Be it
hold on.
CDL, 400% increase. I'm sorry.
Hold on. So the healthcare piece, $25 million, one-time money to LCTCS to say double your numbers or more. So an intentional focused fund and an intentional assignment.
The fund was aimed at LCTCS, but we have included a whole range of partners in that mix, just to make sure that we need everybody to be able, to your point, to make sure healthcare works.
Did that one-time funding negatively impact the formula funding for these campuses?
Did the 25 million negatively impact the formula?
There was sometimes when you plug that in, it'll shift stuff out. So no, it's above and
Now, I will say this, when you saw, and I think, Matthew, when you did the presentation earlier, you talked about something in the neighborhood of $28 million that was lost from last year to this year, right? One-time money. A portion of that one-time money is lost when it goes from, because it was one time, from last year to this year.
On question 2, we want to find out, look, if we all feel pretty confident, and Commissioner Barras, whoever came up here and told us that it sure looks like no one's looking to renew this 0.45 tax. And there may be some tax policy implications that could help, could be neutral, could be better, we don't know, and it's gonna take vote of the people and everything else. So we're staring at a significant shortfall. He estimated $600 to $900 million is what he's gonna tell the legislature. You're gonna be short when it comes to the budget in the end of February. And so we wanted you to kind of tell us what your system looks like. And I know we didn't get much information. I just got this bracket back. I don't know by school from your reporting. So what schools should we know about, be concerned about?
Sure.
That, wait a second, some schools may have reserve, may have half their budget around, and maybe this year is okay, but next year is a cliff. I don't know. Help us understand that as a Board of Regents. So where the big concern is for you when you think about your institutions.
Let me be clear. The lack of response at an institutional level is not out of anything other than the minute that I say to you that a campus in your backyard is potentially going away, it goes away because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? When students begin to ask the question of, oh, wait a minute, is that campus closed or is it still open, or can I go there? Can I not go there? So we did not want to do anything that forced the issue, if you will, to make it that much worse. So what I am prepared to do today is, out of the 12 colleges, to share with you that the 24% reduction number, which is $32 million thereabout, which is the larger of the two, would result in layoffs to the tune of 420 positions across all 12 colleges. We're talking about roughly 55 program closures, about 20 campus closures, and 1 institutional closure. But again, I'm not going to sit here and say the name of that institution because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If any one of you would like to sit and talk individually, I'm glad to share, what I know, but I don't think we're in a place where we can come and sit at this table and say, here are the campuses, here's the address.
That's important for us. So one institution you think would close if we had 24% cut in 2025.
Yes.
Speak, Monty, to the strength or the challenge of the institutions today, separate from the 250? Any concern with any at this point in terms of financial vital? All solid,
Financial viability as of today is strong.
all solid.
And in fact, so much so that I think you can look back to the last 2 years where we've had colleges within the SACS gauntlet of initial accreditation, which there is no higher standard of review financially for institutions than that initial accreditation. Both North Shore passed with flying colors, Central most recently passed with flying colors, and the third institution, Northwest, has just recently got a thumbs up for a visit. That never would have happened had they not been financially stable.
Yeah, I know enrollment's always a struggle. What's working for you right now? As you look at the next year and the years after, where are you gonna find your student?
Yeah, so hotcakes for us are short-term credentials. I mean, it's just that is the response that we're getting back from industry. Yes, we need baccalaureate degrees. Yes, we need associate degrees, but the technician is what we're really looking for. Can you help us? So that is a big push for us. The challenge is most of the people that are going to plug into those roles don't have access to financial aid. Until we put in place the Foster Promise program, they had really zero in terms of the ability to go and fill out the FAFSA and those kind of things. This is a population of students that has never seen themselves in college. And so the idea that they would go fill out the FAFSA is not one that makes a lot of sense to them. This is typically average age 27, 28, mostly female, 2/3 female, most of them with at least one child at home, at least one job, or at least one job. So the enrollment side, we are at about 3 percentage points below where we were in fall of 2019 in terms of our total credit hours. I think that number in fall of 19 was something like 540,000 credits. We're at about 525,000 credits right now in the current fall term. So we're within about 3 percentage points of where we were pre-COVID. The good news is that we're in a much better place in terms of billings and collections. So we have a much better circumstance in terms of dual enrollment, where before many of our colleges were offering dual enrollment because of some policy challenges that were essentially taught for free. Those dual enrollment pieces now are beginning to bear fruit in terms of tuition dollars. The other areas, the other two areas that we continue to work on, prison instruction being one of those, where in the past we have had challenges where we're providing instruction to those who are incarcerated, but the fact of the matter is we're not collecting tuition. And so by virtue of that, what we're really doing is we're offering something to someone who is incarcerated that we can't financially offer to someone who is not. And so trying to figure out what those loss leader programs are, making sure that we are stronger financially as a result. So the way I look at that is look at credit hours. Headcount enrollment really doesn't matter a lot to us. It's about credit hours. How many hours did the individual student enroll in? How much money did we collect as a result? And then of course, on the productivity side, what graduations look like. I do believe that we'll continue to see a larger and larger share of our enrollment that will be workforce oriented, because frankly, the issue here is not a lack of education, it's a lack of time. This population doesn't have the time to go sit and spend 2 years for a degree program. They just don't. They have weeks at most. And so our focus has been on trying to provide those shorter term credential programs. I think if you're looking for a trend across our colleges from an enrollment point of view, I think what you'll find is many of our institutions are now offering 8-week terms, 4-week terms, whereas maybe 10 years ago, we didn't have those. We offered 16-week terms. That's it. So students are showing up to us almost daily and enrolling daily, which makes us have to be much more nimble in terms of the day-to-day operations. So what was at one point a registrar's office that peaked up for registration twice a year is now 24/7. So we continue to see that growth. What you also see from a finance point of view, I think is important, is load balancing. So if you think about in your own organization, if you have a certain level of revenue that comes from a certain business line, you have another version of revenue that comes from a secondary business line. I want you to imagine this. For every academic student that we teach who maybe takes those 39 credits for that registered nursing program, those are all general education courses that are, for the most part, are faculty members that are teaching in what you might think of as a traditional classroom. When you get to the nursing class, by virtue of the administrative overhead that has to be in place from our nursing boards, we lose money on every one of those nursing students. It's the general education student where you make enough money to be able to teach the nursing student. So put that aside for a second. That's one whole business line for us. Then you have the workforce side, where you may have, as the commissioner pointed out, some businesses who say, we want to upskill these existing employees. But what about for that population that's not employed yet? you don't really have a dollar from the state. You don't really have necessarily the tuition dollars you need for that student to be able to get into the game. And then the third version of that for us is the adult basic education student, which we receive federal and state dollars that amounts to about $140 per student. So it kind of gives you an idea. It's not a whole heck of a lot of money for that adult population. So when you look at enrollment, you really have to look across all of those. So when we hear a number like preliminary fall enrollment really has very little meaning at Baton Rouge Community College, because it really is not an indication of where that college is for the fall semester. Because remember, we're looking at enrollment across an entire year because it is continuous. That makes sense? Get at the question. Okay.
Any questions?
Yeah, Martin, can you speak to the Murphy J. Foster impact on your system?
Sure. So initial, I think you heard earlier, 1.7, 1.4 million, somewhere in that range was the amount that was spent in the initial year. Fast forward to the second year, I think that number is closer to 5.6, 5.7 million as of right now. And remember, typically, if you were looking at tops, you would say, okay, fall semester is in. Not for our students, because our students are still enrolling every single day. And so that's why you heard earlier from Dr. Butte when she said, we anticipate that probably by the end of the fall semester, this money is going to be gone. That's the reason why, is because of the continuous enrollment cycles.
Does that help address the concerns you had about funding these programs?
It is certainly a huge step in that direction, but let me give you an example. Just like we have on maybe the credit side of instruction, you have a funding formula that funds the college for what they did last year. And then you have a funding source that is aid to support that student who has earned that credential. And particularly on the TOPS front, they've earned it by virtue of the fact that it is not a need-based aid, but a merit-based aid program. In our instance, with Foster Promise, it is much more of a need-based aid program. The challenge there becomes much more difficult. It's not about whether you can hit the point on the ACT. It's about whether I can get that individual to fill out the 100 questions on the FAFSA, whether they have the information to fill it out in some cases, because they don't have access to parents' tax information or whatever the case may be. So the uptake has been a bit challenging. The flexibility the legislature gave as it relates to the non-credit student has been helpful big time. We hadn't had that, we would have had a really hard time hitting the 35,000 non-credit graduates this time.
So your recommendation is to enhance and expand?
Without a doubt, continue to expand Foster Promise and continue to see both academic as well as workforce related opportunities for them. I also think that there's an opportunity to braid some of the funding that we receive from WIOA. The Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act is one of the nation's primary funds that is intended to serve the workforce purpose. Unfortunately, it has been very difficult to braid those funding, that funding with WIOA to this point. We have a couple of program areas where it's working really well, lineman being one of those. We've been able to find sources of funding and put them together, but it doesn't work across all the programs in the way that we would like for it to. We continue to push on that one and have been involved in federal legislation to try to improve WIOA as we know it, to make sure that it is a better funding source to be able to be braided.
What about your apprenticeship opportunities?
Yeah, apprenticeship is a huge opportunity for us, but it's one of those that has both wins and losses in it. Okay, and so on one side, if you look at just the pure apprenticeship programs that perhaps like ones that we have with Dow, as an example, we have the industrial maintenance program at River Parishes Community College, where individuals are taking those programs all the way through. They have a set level down at Dow. They know exactly what they're going to make at each one of those levels. That works great. The challenging part of that is there are those apprenticeship programs that are union-based for which we do not receive full tuition. By statute, we receive $55 for an entire year. So instead of getting $4,200 for a student in tuition for a year, we get $55.
For the entire year?
I'm sorry?
For the entire year?
For the entire year. So that is certainly a challenge that we're going to have to go back and work on. And Commissioner, I have had some conversations about the importance of apprenticeship, trying to build into the funding formula a back end investment into apprenticeship programs, because we know they're valuable. We see that they have impact directly on salaries. Why wouldn't we want to see more of those from a funding formula point of view? But we certainly can't do it for no tuition. That's a real challenge. We got to find a way to solve that.
Bob, to your question about MJ Foster, I'm just looking at Siwan's PowerPoint now. This is September 9th. You had 1,800 students ineligible. Sometimes they exceed the income level, sometimes it's they already have a credential. But you just think about, when did this program open? It was August, right? In 1 month, you have almost 2,000 people ineligible, but you have 10,700 applicants in a month, which is why Monty worked hard to increase the cap in the law. So it was 10.5 million in statute, now it's up to 40 million, but they didn't increase the funding. We do have $7 million that was unspent in the first year. So we go to REC in December for permission to use those funds. So that'll give us an infusion of about, is it 5 or 7? $7 million in additional funding, so we end up 17.5. But we have to continue to go back to make the case. When you see numbers like this in 1 month, that tells you that there's so much demand out there that we could be creating more taxpayers, right? Creating more taxpayers.
That seems like a substantial answer to some of the concerns you raised. It doesn't pit LTCS against the four-year school systems either. And so I think there's obviously good work that's being done to solve the problem. We are all on board about solving the problem. We've talked nothing but about workforce for the last 10 years. I don't think that there's anybody on this board, past or present, that doesn't respect what you've done and what you're trying to do. We just want to make sure that we do it in a collaborative manner without robbing Peter to pay Paul. We won't Paul get paid and leave Peter alone.
Reason, maybe I think, and my team works very close with the community and technical college campuses. Doing some phenomenal work on the campuses, for sure. And we have a need, I heard the need when it came to our joint meeting with Bessie, speaking to over $1 billion being invested by the federal government to expand broadband across the state. Problem is, not only must it be designed, and be built, and be maintained, it has to be serviced, and there's no existing workforce that can take on those approximately 5,000 to 6,000 jobs that are definitely individuals. Mostly are now going to go to the community and technical college schools, and they will get a credential of value that will far exceed, the competitive wages. The wages that they're making are very, very strong. So I get it. I think when I hear the frustration, and I'm gonna say passion, a different way of articulating. Tate had passion in one way, and he was different last year. He may not remember. I remember it. I don't think he remembers it. Yeah. He was a well-written out. His tone was so different, but we get passionate. But I think President Sullivan has been bold in the board with the LCTCS system and made some very tough decisions that have put them in a position where the 11 of the 12 campuses have the reserves above 50%, and with the one campus at 27%, where other campuses around the state are not operating in a sense of urgency and practicality, and whereby the staff have, I use the words, one system, and all these, and you see the results. And so I just, sometimes in terms of fairness, people say that if I do this, if I make these tough decisions, don't penalize me too. They saying, give me favor, show me support for being efficient. And I get it. It's frustrating, but I definitely understand that the tone, and I appreciate you toning it down in a sense with Regent Sterling. We hear you. And we are committed. And Matthew knows that I ask questions, you watch the meetings. And as it relates to the formula funding and as it relates to deferred maintenance and for those things, we hear you. Yes, you should be applauded for making a tough decision. So you should not be penalized because you've done so. But to move where we need to go, get to the number of graduates. People with credentials of value to move the place up. It's gonna take all of us working together. So let's stay on the high road. So I appreciate you, your passion.
I appreciate you articulating better than I did.
Thank you, Dr. Sullivan. We appreciate your time. Any other questions? All righty. Thank you. Appreciate it. Quickly, a few more notes. As all of you know, the financial health of the institutions has become an important issue across Louisiana and across the nation as well, but particularly here. We currently conduct an annual health analysis on audited financial data, but that lags from 6 months to a year behind near the end of the fiscal year. It does not always account for areas of concern. As a result of that, Regent staff worked with the system CFOs to create a quarterly reporting tool and presented it to the system presidents, and you heard about it some today. So and divisions of administration. Matthew, please talk to us about this quarterly reporting tool.
Sure thing. So, Commissioner Barras mentioned it earlier in his opening comments. Right now, we currently have a model that looks at annual audited financial data. This is something that Ohio created way back in the late 90s and became adopted by many states. And so it focuses on viability, primary reserve, and net income. And so with all that, it creates a composite score of 0 to 5. Anyone who's under 1.75, and you heard President Gallo mention earlier, gets put on fiscal watch. And our board, the way we treated it, the board has treated it has been anyone under that has to present an action plan to the board. And so President Gallo did that when he took over. Since that time, we haven't had any institutions fall under that 1.75. Even now with the FY23 data we still do not have any institutions under that number, but we know that there are some issues there. And so with the current tool, the issues that it has are it only looks back, it's not timely because there is such a lag, and it doesn't focus on where we are in the current year. So working with the CFOs all the way back from March to now, we looked at adding a quarterly reporting tool as well as an enrollment projection model. And so we went back and forth on how to model this, how to structure it. And so we came up with quarterly reporting. President Gallo and Eddie mentioned it earlier that they'll be receiving that soon. We're looking at what the current operating budget is of the institution, how much have they collected through the quarter so far, and that they've drawn from state general fund, received from tuition and fees, but also where are they starting the year with reserves and cash balances, and how is that looking, as well as any receivables that they have outstanding. So Dr. Reed and I presented this to the system presidents at the end of August, received their feedback. So I took that back to the CFOs. We now have a sheet in place that they'll be collecting and then putting that in. So we'll be able to track that. With this, the goal will be that we'll have more real-time tracking. So we will know 3 months into a year if there's things that we need to watch very quickly. And then, there could be timing issues with cash flow, but come 6 months in, we will have a very good idea of where our institutions are in that year and anything that they need to do to rectify that.
Matthew, how will you and Elizabeth, I guess, because we know dear Matthew is leaving us by the end of the year, before the end of the year.
Wow.
What
a way to bring that up.
I'm sorry, I thought everybody knew this already.
Not yet.
Not yet. I told in November. We were going to laser, sticking to the system, but not here. But how will you guys relay that to us so we can know? So are y'all gonna have, like, as soon as they have the quarter thing, at our next meeting, there'll be a segment where you guys brief us on?
So it'll be something that we won't report on it, but we will be tracking, and if there are any issues, we will bring that to the board so that they're aware, but the systems are currently doing quarterly reports in their meetings now, not to the level of detail that Eddie mentioned he would be tracking it, and so the systems will be doing it, and then we'll be receiving their reports. And so any issues that come,
The
obviously.
red flags you talk about, but other than that,
Correct. The management boards, obviously, that's their fiduciary duty to respond to that, and so you know, each system president has mentioned that they are looking at that. So that'll be their responsibility, but we will at least know. And as well as, you know, as Commissioner Barra mentioned, that's something that they want to know as well, so that.
Taylor's gonna be happy.
Yes.
That cash flow really.
It talks about the reserves.
I want to make sure to reinforce Matthew's point. So the management boards have the fiduciary responsibility. So the CFOs got together and said, let's do quarterly reporting that they will do to their management boards and then share the copy with us. So the conversations we expect to happen at the management board level, but we will have the information so that if there are questions, we can certainly share it. But we want to make sure there's sunshine on this information at the management board level.
You don't think it's in light of today's time, and we've seen how wide the variations are on each campuses and how they interpret? I'm still trying to understand, because you say it up here, you're gonna use reserves as a part of it, but one system said we don't have reserves.
Right. So we've asked for unrestricted and restricted reserves. There's also a very detailed definition sheet of what we're looking for. And when we host an all CFO statewide meeting in early November, that will be item we present on, so that, again, every CFO knows what we're looking for and what their systems are looking for as well. So the biggest part of this is that everybody's receiving the same information and knows what to report, which will make this a whole lot easier from a consistency standpoint.
So, you know, Regent Cordell, I'm gonna make a recommendation, and or I can say it now, you know, there's the potential to be new board members next year. And, you know, I think after 2 quarters, the first report that they'll be working on, and the second report maybe around February, that maybe Regents have a conversation that we have, wherever Matthew's replacement, or however, just let's have whatever we call this session to review those quarter reports. And that way we'll be getting ready to go into legislative session.
Right.
If there are gonna need to be some bailouts, or if there's at some point that they've already gotten mid-year, gotten their spring enrollment numbers. If it shouldn't be any surprises. It's the board would not, their layoffs and all these things are happening by February. This would be the time to have a conversation, so we'll be aware, not
Sure.
bang them, just share the information from the first 2 quarters.
Be ahead of it versus behind it.
Yeah.
and look, tomorrow, we're gonna be considering our current 2024-2025 fiscal year budget and just reviewing it. And then next month, based on what we heard today from Commissioner Barra, without the benefit of any special session in November or any election in March, we're gonna have to start talking about our next fiscal year budget, which is to be a very difficult conversation to have, and have our schools, you know, give us the feedback, our systems give their feedback.
Yeah.
To what you just said, Regent Aubrey, that's part and parcel to exactly why we are revamping this, and so that, you know, we go on behalf of the institutions and the systems to the legislators. We're fully informed of what each of our institutions and their systems need, and this way we'll be able to have the most up-to-date information, the best information, and we can say to them while we're also meeting with the division during budget development, this is what our institutions look like right now. This is what their cash flow statements look like right now. We're going to need X, Y, Z. We can already see the writing on the wall. So we'll have those proactive conversations prior to session beginning.
That'd be perfect. I think the February meeting, would be great. And we'll
And
all be
We'll be
informed.
happy to see you here
We have new
again.
board members, we'll have new president, we have a lot of new things going on, but we don't want any surprises.
Anything you want to add to this?
No, I mean, the biggest, this, I think strengthens our partnership between Regents and the systems and the sharing of information. Everybody's been worked very collaboratively together on this. It also gives us a better idea of institutional financial stability. And then, we get better information we're not getting rid of the annual financial reporting tool. That's still gonna stay there. So we'll have quarterly reporting, annual financial reporting, and then we're working on creating an enrollment projection model to get an idea of how much the institutions expect to collect. So we'll have a three-legged stool of financial reporting.
Matthew, are there all you heard, and you've been working with them, and now you know, people speak a lot more freely when they're leaving like this. Are there any just might have glossed over something? Is there some concerns, any that you said really, I mean, it may not show up in the report, but anything that you feel like just gotta watch this one or watch?
I think in all the conversations that we heard today, I think we're all very open about where their institutions are. The UL system was very open about what their issues are, and so, you know, I think we have a good understanding now, much better than we did last year at this time of where institutions were. So I
was surprised to see Northwestern at a score, fiscal health at 4.
Yeah, so Northwestern has no debt, high reserves, and so they're also still staying within their means of it operating. So that all contributes to.
Ain't triggered yet.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Any other questions for Matthew?
I'm done, y'all.
All right, Jay. We're gonna start tomorrow morning at 9 for board development, and our meeting will start, our committee meeting will start at 10 o'clock.
All right.
We are adjourned. You all. Yes, ma'am.